presenter of Tonight with Andrew Marr. Tonight, of course, from 6. Andrew Marr joins me now. Well, Andrew, you're Mystic Marr. This is the reality, because you said to me on Friday you thought it would come pretty quickly. Are even you surprised by the speed at which we find ourselves with where we find ourselves now? Andrew, good morning.
Good morning, Nick. No, candidly, of course, LBC listeners will not be surprised because we've been talking about this for some time. Over the weekend, I was talking to cabinet ministers and others. I expected this to happen this morning. The timing wasn't a surprise. And I have to say, I thought that was a sad, dignified, graceful and proper speech he made, a handover of the kind that we were hoping for. The real question, of course, is whether there will be a contest. I suspect there may not be a contest now. But I thought, he read that list of achievements that you were discussing.
Yeah.
And you begin to think, so what's the problem? If he's done all this, why is he going? What's going on here? But he gave his own answer, which is that he'd heard the view of the Parliamentary Labour Party, his other Labour MPs, that he is not the person to take the party into the next general election. And he said he'd heard that message with good grace. Now, I'm sure in private he's been absolutely furious, angry, and feels that he's been betrayed by people around him. But that public statement of good grace, and I thought the very moving breaking in his voice when he was talking about his wife Vic and his children, it was the best possible end that he could have hoped for at this point.
Just give us some of the background. He talked about how nominations will commence from 9th of July, completed by the summer recess, then reference to the NEC. You know the inner workings. Just explain to listeners not fully familiar, what does that actually mean? Andrew?
So first of all, it has to start with a Labour MP having 81 other Labour MPs publicly backing them to become leader. Now, we think that Andy Burnham has over 200, maybe 300 already, which means that it's going to be very hard for anybody else to even enter the contest. We don't know how many Wes Keating has really got. We will find out perhaps later on. But we may hear from all sorts of slightly deluded folk over the next few days and weeks that they intend to become Prime Minister. If they haven't got a really large number of Labour MPs who agree with them, there won't be a proper contest. And I think, although the timescale is as laid out, an awful lot of people in the Labour Party are hoping that it doesn't come to a kind of full-on contest between Andy Burnham and people on the other side of the party, people on the right, people on the left, because that would be fantastic for you, Nick. It'd be great for me as well. It'd be great for the media. We would be ripping into all these potential prime ministers. And frankly, the way things are, we would have demolished most of them before they got anywhere near number 10. And so it's not the greatest thing for the Labour Party or necessarily for the country. In politics, there is something called momentum, and Andy Burnham, coming down from Manchester, just has that wind at his back. And I suspect, therefore, there won't be a contest, and that other senior members of the party will be going to him saying, OK, I'm not going to stand. In that case, what can you give me? What can you do for me? Because the biggest question he has now is, who does he make his chancellor?
Keir Starmer, let's come back to him if we can, Andrew. How shall we remember him? I take you to the first part of his speech in which he talked about how fewer than 2 years ago it was the proudest moment of my life as he wore to number 10. He talked about how a page has been turned in our nation's history. He talked about 6 years ago I inherited a politically and morally bankrupt Labour Party, seized by anti-Semitism. We had to divine a singular purpose. How will he be remembered as a Labour politician as opposed to a PM? Andrew?
He was never very interested in Labour politics. I once tried to give him a book about previous Labour Prime Ministers, and he looked as if I'd given him some work of kind of soft-core pornography. Why would I be handed this? He's never really been interested in Labour history, but I think an awful lot of people in the party will be very, very angry about that phrase he used, morally bankrupt. Because, the Corbyn project was certainly to the left, and it was certainly tainted by anti-Semitism. But there were a lot of people there who thought they were doing the right thing for the party, who thought they were bringing a sense of hope. And don't forget, they got huge numbers of people voting for them in the subsequent election, even if they fell short. So that phrase about morally bankrupt, I think, will cause rancor and distress today. I think he will, however, be remembered as the guy who took a party which didn't seem to be able to win an election again and made it electable. He did that by making a series of promises, aspirations to the left of the party. One by one, he then tore them up and ignored them. So that, if he has got a reputation for not being entirely straightforward with people, it comes from that period in his life. But probably nobody else could have taken the Labour Party from where it was to where to government. I
Lastly,
think the other thing that people will remember, of course, is the 2024 election, where, he got a huge majority, much bigger than anybody expected. That was, as we both know, Nick, partly an anti-conservative vote, of course. It wasn't really pro-Labour, it was anti-conservative. And the vote share, 34 or whatever percent it was not very high. Nonetheless, it was a big achievement, and he won't be forgotten for that.
lastly, final reflection, if you could. Too much of a process-driven lawyer and not a politician?
Politics is a world of argument and engagement where people are constantly having discussions. Margaret Thatcher's cabinets were full of really intense argument about policy. And I think the big problem for Keir Starmer all the way through has been his lack of curiosity. In other words, he hasn't wanted to test policies, he hasn't wanted to push back, and he hasn't enjoyed political argumentation. And that, in a sense, is like a fish declaring against water. In politics, you have to be in favour of argument, you have to enjoy argument, you have to want to win arguments, and you have to want to make your case. And all that side of the job, Keir Starmer, as a very successful former lawyer, didn't like, and was no good at.
Andrew Marr, presenter of Tonight with Andrew Marr, tonight from 6. Be sure to listen to that on LBC. Andrew, as ever, thanks for all your interpretation and indeed some historical references as the Labour Party. That line did jump out at me, actually, right at the front. 6 years ago, I inherited a politically and morally bankrupt party. Then he referenced, of course, anti-Semitism. But how shall you remember him? Mark's in Worthing. Thank you for hanging on the line. Mark, the point you want to make. Good morning.
The way I see it is the same way we regretted leaving Europe, losing, the economy went...
Well, I mean, not everyone does, but I mean, yes, I think...
I know, not everybody sees it the way I do, but...
But go ahead with the point you want to make, sir. Yep.
Yes, the point I wanted to make is this, is that he was a honourable gentleman, and I think that honesty was one of his qualities, and being a hard-working family head, I've enjoyed, let's put it this way, not being scared every day of reading a newspaper that, Boris Johnson did something or another thing, and I just see him as a, straightforward, honest man, and I think that in politics there's not enough men like him. Let's put it this way, yeah.
Do you think in time, actually, the country might come to regret him moving on then? That you say, that's what you seem to be saying. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but is that what you're saying?
No. It's exactly what I think.
Right, okay.
It's exactly what I think. I think that in a few years' time, I think the only reason they kicked him out now is because they're scared of the far right coming into power, and they needed somebody...
But do you think the country's doing well it doesn't feel like it's doing well at the moment?
Well, I don't know. I might be privileged because I live in Worthing, but I go to the hospital. There's always a doctor there. There's always a nurse there. Hard-working people.
Yeah.
I've been paying my bills. I've had help paying my bills. I think that actually people expect too much, and they expect too much from one man. From what we come from 2 years ago to today, right. People should be able to see the bright side of the nice things he's done.
All right. A lot of people were listening to this, and the idea of cutting winter fuel payments or effectively declaring war on farmers or some of the other decisions, I don't know that they were seen as really nice things, Mark, but thank you for your input. Alistair's in Beckenham. How shall we remember Sir Keir? Good morning.
I don't think we'll remember Sir Keir about a lot, but it's more to do with Mr. Burnham.
Go on.
I believe that reform the Maker field is highly reform, and I believe that they've just made a severe protest vote against Starmer, and come the next election, Labour will be looking for a new leader if Burnham's in charge, because they're just going to vote reform.
Right. But he's done exceptionally well in a reform area. What makes you think that would happen?
It's a protest vote.
What? So that will vanish at a general election, you think?
When it really matters, yeah.
All right. Okay. Thanks for that. Daniel in Golders Green. Daniel, your view of what's happened. Good morning.
Good morning, Nick. My abiding memory of Keir Starmer will be that of an authoritarian dictator who brought about a ruthless crackdown on free speech, who increased taxes on millions of working people despite promising not to, who allowed energy bills to rise despite promising to freeze them, and who let down millions of pensioners, farmers, students, teachers, almost everyone you can think of in this country, Nick. Good riddance, he had to go.
When he became emotional and talked about having had the greatest job, and then the most important job is to be the best husband I can to my wife, the best dad I can, and he became how did you view him? Did that, in some way, give you some respect, or did you think that he thought less of him?
No, Nick, I thought crocodile tears. There was no emotion in his voice when he condemned millions of pensioners to a freezing winter. There was no emotion in his voice when he drove our brave, heroic food producer farmers to take their own lives. There was no emotion in his voice when he ruthlessly betrayed students trying to get on in life. I have no sympathy for him, Nick. He was a dictator and he had to go.
More calls. Daniel, thank you for that. More calls in a moment. Let's bring in my colleague Lewis Goodall, who's presenter on Sunday with Lewis Goodall on LBC. And, of course, you find him also on the global podcast, The News Agents, and joins me now. Just to explore a point I was talking with Andrew Marr about, if I can, with you, Lewis. 6 years ago, he said, I inherited a politically and morally bankrupt Labour Party. Well, politically, yes, we know of the anti-Semitism, but morally bankrupt, how fair is that in your view? Morning.
Morning, Nick. Well, look, I think what we started to see there is the earliest stage from Keir Starmer of him trying to define his own legacy and to start the revisionism over his leadership and his premiership. He was obviously trying to draw a comparison between himself and Jeremy Corbyn, and in particular around the scourge, as he would say, of anti-Semitism that was in the Labour Party at that time. And look, it's absolutely true to say we had the official report into what happened during that period, and it is true to say that Keir Starmer decided to make a point of principle in his earliest days about how British Jews and Jews within the Labour Party felt about their membership and association with the Labour Party. Of course, now, since then, for all sorts of reasons that need not detain us, British Jews have complicated feelings again about Keir Starmer and his government and so on, however fair or otherwise that might be. But I think, leaving aside the particulars of that, Nick, what we saw there was a man who is angry, frustrated, I suspect embittered, entirely legitimately in some ways, and is trying to already start the process of defining and redefining how his premiership and leadership will be seen by history.
Let's run through how he tried to define his premiership, Lewis. Look at what he's achieved. I quote, an economy stronger, growing faster than our peers, wages rising faster than inflation, infrastructure being built, whatever that means, an end to austerity, NHS waiting lists falling, asylum hotels closing. One wonders why there's such pressure on the Prime Minister who's achieved all of that, Lewis.
Well, Nick, look, I'll put it this way. Why did Keir Starmer, who often seemed an unhappy warrior as Prime Minister, why did he cling on to his absolute fingertips until the very last moment, resisting this effort of a putsch against him? Well, I'd put it like this. I think Keir Starmer was a Prime Minister who deeply enjoyed being Prime Minister, but did not enjoy politics. And I think that tension eventually ran out of road with him. Even that list that you described there, as impressive as it might be or it might not be, it was presented in such a way that we've come to expect from Keir Starmer, which is rather humdrum, rather pedestrian. And that is because, as we know, this is a man who in all sorts of ways believes, and I think has some fairness to say this, he is bringing all sorts of incremental technocratic improvements to the lives of ordinary people across Britain. But he's also a man who, in some ways, has always abhorred politics, abhorred Westminster, and not been very good at it. And in the end, you have to be both. You can be a good Prime Minister in the sense that you're affecting bits of change here and there. But if you can't run the politics, if you can't run the politics of the Labour Party, if you can't make the political decisions which sustain the governing decisions that you're making, then that is going to eventually catch up with you and you're going to run out of road. And I think that is part of the explanation, not all the explanation, but it's part of the explanation for the conundrum that we have, which is how could it be that this man who came to office less than 2 years ago with a thumping majority, the second biggest majority in Labour Party history, has become the shortest serving Labour Prime Minister in history. It's not all of the explanation, but his abhorrence for politics is part of the explanation.
Lastly, Lewis, too much the process-driven lawyer, not enough the politician.
That's another way of putting very pithily in your characteristic style, Nick, exactly what I said in my far more loquacious, long-winded way. Exactly right. This was a man until the very end, to be honest. Look at the way he was talking about even the very end game. He kept talking about the process, not the politics. He kept saying, look, there is no challenge, whilst ignoring the fact, which he can no longer do, that the politics had run away with him. And it didn't matter whether, look, there still is no challenge. And yet he has resigned. And that says everything about our system, which is where politics is always going to be more important than process.
Lewis, thanks for your time coming to us so quickly after the news. Lewis Goodall presents Sunday with Lewis Goodall on LBC, co-hosts the global podcast The News Agents. Let's take another of your calls. Sean in Matfield. When you became emotional at the end, Sean, how did you react to that? Good morning.
Nick, he's got a face what belongs in the Politburo in Russia. He doesn't do emotions. Come on.
Right.
The same waving at the haystack before he wasn't afraid of Moscow. He doesn't do emotions. Come on.
Is this a good day for the United Kingdom?
It's a bad day because Labour doesn't suit office. Socialism doesn't work. He failed in 2020 to win the Hartlepool by-election, remember?
Yes.
That's when he should have stood down. We knew he was Corbyn Mark II. We knew he was very left-wing, part of the Fabian Society. He likes the freebies and his wife, Vic, from a multimillionaire capitalist. He come top of the league, remember? He loved the high life. When it come to delivery, he didn't deliver. And what happened was, Nick, when COVID come along, that's when we had a change of prime ministers. It's COVID what wrecked the Tory party. But when Rishi Sunak left office, 2% growth, 2% inflation and growth came back. And Rwanda was working. And Starmer threw him a swing. He lied to get to office.
Rwanda hadn't, the threat of Rwanda actually never came to pass, but yes, there does seem to be documentary evidence that could indicate that there was a positive impact in bringing the numbers down. Sean, thank you. And Steve in Islington. Steve, is this a good day for the United Kingdom?
Oh, it's a good day for me, Nick. Well, the best thing we can do is forget him as soon as possible. And how he hung on like he did doesn't do him any credit at all.
The fact that he's realised now...
About immigration, Nick, when he says about immigration... About a week ago, 700 people came across him one day. How can he say he's doing a good job on that? It's ridiculous.
That was 710 people, actually, you're absolutely right, in 11 different boats. That was one day last week, particularly two reasons. The tides, in fact, had changed, and the weather was considerably more clement. All right, you'll be the last word, because let's look at Keir Starmer's time in office. Less than 2 years, fewer than 2 years ago, he won the general election. And it's been an eventful, almost, couple of years. Let's take a look back at some of the highlights. Island of strangers earlier this year, saying a leadership contest would plunge the country into chaos, and of course within the last half hour or so, actually, his resignation speech. That's it, we're done for another day. If you missed the show, listen back on the free Global Player app or the LBC app, where you can stay up to date with all latest news, videos and opinions. Download it free from your app store now. James O'Brien's waiting, the other side of the news here on LBC. I'll be back with you tomorrow morning from 7. Meantime, stay safe.
Thank you, Nick. I can't believe I'm not on holiday. That's how these things normally unfold, and a rare moment of national unity. I suspect we can all agree that the bloke with the amplifier outside Downing Street has delighted us for long enough. Undignified, really, to pollute a Prime Minister's resignation speech in such crass fashion. But it is the resignation to which we turn our attention, both first and inevitably this morning. And you don't know how you're going to feel until it happens, do you? You can write thousands of words. You can broadcast for hours on end about what you want to happen, what you think will happen, what should happen, what won't happen. But until it actually happens, you do not know what your response will be, both intellectual and emotional. So no prizes for guessing how we're kicking off this morning.
On your radio, on the LBC app, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 10 o'clock, Sir Keir Starmer has announced he's to step down as Prime Minister and leader of the Labour Party.
Every decision I've taken has been about putting the country I love first. That is why I will resign as leader of the Labour Party.
In an address from Downing Street, Sir Keir said he accepted with good grace that he was no longer best placed to lead Labour into the next general election. Sir Keir said he spoke with the King this morning and confirmed his decision. A timetable for a leadership contest will open next month, and a new leader will be in place before Parliament returns from recess in September. In an emotional address, Sir Keir said he will stay in post until that process is complete and will give his successor his full support.
When I leave the biggest job in the country, I shall spend more time on the most important job, being the best husband I can to my fantastic wife Vic, who has been a rock by my side through good times and bad, and being the best dad I can to my beautiful children, who are my pride and my joy. Thank you very much.
Sir Keir Starmer's resignation sees him become Labour's shortest-serving Prime Minister, having served roughly 2 years in office. LBC's presenter Andrew Marr was listening to Sir Keir's speech.
I have to say I thought that was a sad, dignified, graceful and proper speech he made, a handover of the kind that we were hoping for. The real question, of course, is whether there will be a contest. I suspect there may not be a contest now, but I thought he read that list of achievements. You begin to think, so what's the problem? If he's done all this, why is he going? What's going on here? But he gave his own answer, which is that he'd heard the view of the Parliamentary Labour Party, his other Labour MPs, that he is not the person to take the party into the next general election. And he said he'd heard that message.
The Prime Minister spent the weekend at Chequers considering his political future following pressure to resign. His potential challenger and leadership successor, Andy Burnham, will be sworn in as an MP at Westminster today after his victory in the Makerfield by-election last week. Stay with LBC throughout today for the very latest reaction and analysis. In the city a short time ago, the FTSE 100 was trading down 2 points at 10,361. The pound buys $1.32 and €1.15. LBC weather. Northern areas of the UK will be cloudier and cooler with some patchy rain. The south will be mostly sunny and feeling very hot, a high of 33 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Dominic Ellis.
In a world full of noise and uncertainty, IG is the investment platform that backs you.
Deficit, or whether there is something subtler or more sinister going on. But Keir Starmer has gone, and many people will now be wondering whether they wanted him to go after all. Many people will be celebrating, or at least cautiously greeting the possibility of a new Prime Minister, or not the possibility, the inevitability of a new Prime Minister. And you don't know. Don't worry, I'm not doing Joni Mitchell yet. You don't know how you're going to respond to something until it happens, do you? You just don't. Whether it's your favourite football team's manager resigning or whether it's a Prime Minister announcing that he's going to walk the plank, until it actually happens, you cannot completely crystallise your thoughts, which I think is what we will do first this morning. I don't have a particularly leading question. I just want to know what I will have questions in the course of the morning. Most obviously, where did it all go wrong? Or the biggest thing, if you like. But I think it's important to remember that Keir Starmer has gone because his own party, his own colleagues, his own parliamentary party have essentially delivered the death note. They have told him that he can't go on. So for all the absurdity of our media and for all the viciousness of people in the Labour movement to the left of him, he's gone because his own workforce have essentially said they don't want him to be their boss anymore. I'll read you two quick texts that sum up what I'm trying to address. The first from Rich. The loony lefties get their own way, James. Burnham will be in the same position this time next year. That's one voter Labour have now lost. Labour backbenchers will always ruin the party. That's from Rich in Doncaster. Danny, who's currently in Spain, however, writes, this is a win for the right-wing bots, I think, James, and the pundits and parties alike. The next general election will be fought on emotions, not policies or facts. As with Brexit, I fear we may get the same result. So two people there, both paying attention, both possessed of above average intelligence, I would suggest, by dint of the fact that they're listening to this programme and not issuing an application for Idiot's Corner, but both convinced that it's all the fault of the left and simultaneously that it's all the fault of the right. And they're both right, in a way. But the central point, the crucial point is, it's the Parliamentary Labour Party that have pulled the plug. It is his colleagues that have pulled the plug. I suspect this weekend was spent marvelling at the absence of any rearguard action whatsoever. Keir Starmer does not have and did not have a faction in his own party. The people upon whom you can rely to fight your corner come hell or high water, come rain or shine. The blind loyalists, if you like, the proponents of footballification, all those things we've talked about in a variety of other contexts over the course of the last few years, came into absolutely irresistible focus over the course of the weekend where nobody really stuck up for him. When you've got an uber loyalist like Peter Kyle, whose cabinet career is almost certainly over, prevaricating and equivocating and failing to offer the full-throated words of support that Keir Starmer was, if not expecting, then probably hoping for, then you know the game is up. You know the game is over. So please don't make me be that guy who has to remind you every 20 seconds that this is a reaction to the behaviour and the views of his own party. And of course those views will have been influenced by outside factors. But when push comes to shove, if Labour MPs wanted him to stay, Keir Starmer would be Prime Minister for the foreseeable future. They do not want him to stay, therefore he is going. What they want next, it's almost certainly Andy Burnham, but we will wait and see. So, as you prepare to tell me what you're, especially, if I may, if you've been slightly taken by surprise by your reaction this morning. I was quite deflated, and I don't often do this because I think being entirely sincere and authentic on the radio is the very least that I can do for you every day. I'm conscious of not wanting to come on the radio feeling and sounding entirely deflated. And it's not a deflation born of disappointment, by the way, not necessarily, although I may examine my own feelings further as I invite you to do the same. It's a deflation born of fatigue, I think. Just that sense, the greatest hope I had 2 years ago was that we would just be a little bit calm for a while. Even if things weren't perfect, the bloke who got the Ming vase across the ice rink would perhaps just be able to deliver a semblance of normality. I can't believe quite how nostalgic I am for the days of John Major, a politician who I was ideologically opposed to, but whose dullness somehow represents a halcyon period in British politics when the Prime Minister felt able to prioritise traffic cones on motorways as an area for major public intervention. These days, everything feels crazy. One factor that we'll no doubt discuss later in the programme is the role that social media has played in the toxification of our discourse. Do you know, he put up a perfectly pleasant and rather charming Father's Day message on Facebook yesterday, and the abuse. And remember, on Facebook, you kind of have to use your own name. So the days of Billy Buncher numbers with a bulldog avatar dominating the poisonous side of discourse in this country are far behind us, thanks to Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk. Imagine just putting up a picture of your dead father and stressing how important it is to you to be a good dad. And then British people displaying British values or Judeo-Christian values or whatever lies they tell themselves as they disappear ever deeper into a vat of bile. Just attack a man for... And from all corners of politics, well, from two corners of politics, from both extremes, attack a man who is simply expressing love for his father and love for his children on Father's Day. That's where we are now. That's who we are, or at least it's who they are. And the rest of us still, in many ways, dance to their tune. So... what is your reaction? I've got no greater question for you this morning, not at 10 o'clock. I want you to tell me how you respond as a human being to this story. Because oddly, as a human being, I responded to that vile vitriol, that bile and vitriol on Facebook yesterday in a surprisingly visceral way. I really did, for the first time in a long time, find myself thinking that, God, you understand how all the really bad stuff happens, don't you? It happens because of people you know. It doesn't happen because of people who somehow turn up when things are bad or who have been in hibernation. It happens because of people you know. The really ugly human feelings, the really ugly human emotions that rise to the surface in times of crisis, carefully manipulated, ugliness and viciousness and cruelty, it's there. Could be in your own family, could be in your own workplace, could be sitting next to you right now. You could be looking at it, at this. You know it's there. And that was my first reaction to the Father's Day post yesterday, and I think it still influences my reaction to Keir Starmer's resignation. Just that idea that here is a man more sinned against than sinning, who had to go, not least because he'd lost the support of his own team, his dressing room, the chairman, all of them have decided that he has to go. But I worry that we'll look back upon this as evidence of what the country has become, rather than as evidence of what Keir Starmer did or didn't do. But it's 12 minutes after 10, and you know how often I've changed my mind about this bloke over the course of the last few years. I will, no doubt, change it again. So let's listen to what he actually had to say just a few moments ago outside number 10 Downing Street at that lectern. It's about 3 minutes. It's 2 minutes and 45 seconds, after which we'll probably take a hydration break and I'll start canvassing your immediate reactions to it, with no caveats and no particular qualifications, except perhaps if you're a little bit surprised by how you feel, let's explore why. Here is your soon-to-be ex-Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer.
The question being asked now is not who was best placed to change the Labour Party, to take us into power and to begin the vital work of improving lives for millions of people. Those questions have been answered. The question my party is asking now is whether I am best placed to lead us into the next general election. I have heard the answer of my parliamentary party to that question, and I accept that answer with good grace. Every decision I've taken has been about putting the country I love first. That is why I will resign as leader of the Labour Party. I have spoken to His Majesty the King this morning to inform him of my decision. I will ask the National Executive Committee of the Labour Party to set out a timetable with nominations opening on the 9th of July and completed by the summer recess. In the case of a contest, this will ensure a new leader is in place before Parliament returns in September. I will remain in post as Prime Minister until the contest is complete, and I will do everything I can to ensure an orderly handover of power. I will also give my successor my full and unequivocal support, knowing that they will inherit a Britain that is far stronger and fairer than the one I inherited 2 years ago, better prepared for the challenges ahead and better able to ensure the Labour Party secures a second term in office. I want to thank all of those friends and colleagues who have been at my side for these past 6 years or so, for their incredible commitment, service and support. I want to thank the brilliant Number 10 staff and our country's extraordinary civil service, who dedicate their lives to public service. And when I leave the biggest job in the country, I shall spend more time on the most important job, being the best husband I can to my fantastic wife Vic, who has been a rock by my side through good times and bad, and being the best dad I can to my beautiful children, who are my pride and my joy. Thank you very much.
That's when I'd go. That's when I'd wobble. When I talk about my children, and he wobbled there, possibly the most human we've ever seen him. And I'm going to say something else before we head to the hydration break, after which Natasha Clark will join us live from Downing Street. I think having a wonderful marriage, having a wonderful wife at a moment like this must be the single greatest thing you can hope for. I really do. And I'm glad that, as far as I am aware, I'm really glad that he does. It's 10:16.
The Prime Minister Keir Starmer resigns. Follow the fallout on LBC.
With Lidl Plus, say yes to more matchday vibes this summer and pick up crates of your favourites, like a 20-pack of Budweiser or 24-pack of Carlsberg for $9.99. That's one more thing to cheer for this summer. Lidl.
For hours talk about why British politics now feels the need to clear so many prime ministers so quickly, and there's going to be columns and columns written on exactly why that is. But yes, Keir Starmer, the latest victim to this. You played his resignation speech just a few minutes ago, and I was very struck, and I feel very sad to hear the sort of sadness in his voice when he was talking about his wife, talking about his children, and the job that he now returns to try to be the best dad and husband that he can, listing all of what he thought were Labour's biggest achievements in his just under 2 years in office, talking about raising kids out of child poverty, talking about cutting immigration, growing the economy, putting Britain back on a stable footing. So he does have, many of his allies say, a really big record to show for that, but he does become one of the Labour Party's shortest serving prime ministers with his resignation today. And of course he will technically remain as Prime Minister. We don't know how long he will remain as Prime Minister. It all depends on this leadership contest that's to come. But yes, a very sad day for Sir Keir Starmer. He kept glancing over to all of the staff, all of his cabinet colleagues who were standing just outside number 12 Downing Street behind me, watching him give that resignation speech this morning. And so many of them looked really crestfallen, really, to be here in this position just 2 years after that historic landslide. And, we were on air, James, weren't we, when Keir Starmer was in Downing Street, coming into Downing Street for the first time as Prime Minister just under 2 years ago, after that historic general election on July the 4th. And, the cheers, the smiles, the hope, the optimism that was there, now today completely replaced by gloom and by sadness, and obviously reflection of the Prime Minister's short time in office and how far it has quickly fallen for this Labour Prime Minister.
Do you think there will be a contest?
It's hard to know at this point, James. So what Keir Starmer said this morning, and we should say that it's partly shaped by him, but it's partly out of his hands. So he said that he will open nominations on July the 9th, and he'll tell the Labour NEC, the National Executive Committee, to do that. Now, it's interesting that, because essentially he's not today saying that he's going to hand the reins over straight to Andy Burnham. There is going to be no Blair Brown-style stitch-up behind the closed doors of number 10 Downing Street. So what we can deduce from that is actually, I think, think that Keir Starmer is potentially hampering Andy Burnham's leadership bid today, because he knows that Andy Burnham will be coming down from Manchester to London today with momentum, with a spring in his step, with the message that he delivered on Friday night in Makerfield, and of course will do, I'm sure, when he's sworn into the House of Commons later on, that he is the guy that potentially can beat Nigel Farage, can beat the Reform Party. But the longer that Keir Starmer makes him wait, the more chance I think there is that other people will want to throw their hat into the ring, whether that is Wes Streeting, Al Carnes, John Healey or others. I think that essentially waiting a couple of weeks, which is what Keir Starmer is urging today, is probably going to cost Andy Burnham that vital momentum. Equally, Team Andy Burnham has said that they do not want him to be in place until just before the Labour Party conference, and that does fit a little bit with the timetable that Keir Starmer set out today. He hopes that a new Labour leader and a new Prime Minister will be in position by September, by the time that MPs come back from their summer break, so ready to take them in to the next Labour Party contest. So what might happen next? Essentially, we're waiting to hear who will stand. We know that Andy Burnham has said that he wants to stand and that he won't trigger a leadership race, but now essentially one has been triggered because Keir Starmer has resigned. I imagine that Andy Burnham will stand. We wait to hear whether Wes Streeting or any other Labour leadership contender, any other MP, can get those 81 MPs needed to be in this race. And like I say, that won't happen until July the 9th. So we are now in a little bit of a waiting game, and it's going to be very odd. Keir Starmer is now a lame duck Prime Minister. We've got a couple of weeks where essentially everything could happen. Maybe we see a situation where essentially no other leadership rivals decide to stand. They decide the momentum is with Andy Burnham. Maybe Wes Streeting does a deal with Andy Burnham for a top job in his cabinet and decides not to stand at all. But we now will wait to see what happens there before that Labour leadership race kicks off. And we have been in a shadow leadership race for a long time, James, so I guess this is just a continuation of what we've seen the last few weeks.
Although possibly harder to say anything with confidence than it was a week ago, I think, given the size of Andy Burnham's victory in Makerfield and the speed of Keir Starmer's subsequent change of heart about being determined to fight on. Natasha, thank you. I think your helicopter has arrived. There's been a lot of background noise in the course of this.
I'll hop on.
There we go. So we'll see you back at the studio sooner rather than later. 10:23 is the time. Of course we won't. Natasha will be not in the room where it happens, to paraphrase Hamilton, but just outside. I'm jotting down questions for later in the programme. What does Burnham need to do? What really did for Starmer? But a couple of things I need to remind you of, and please don't make me do this throughout the course of the morning. It's not a zero-sum game. Just because some people wanted Starmer to stay or some MPs wanted Starmer to stay doesn't mean that the momentum, with a small m, thank goodness, hadn't overcome him. I mean, this doesn't happen by accident. These moments don't sort of creep up on people. The calls will have been made. The room will have been read. And Starmer's position has become unsustainable. It was probably unsustainable before Makerfield, absent Andy Burnham getting beaten. But once Andy Burnham won, and once he won in such extraordinary style, this moment became close to inevitable. And then over the course of the weekend, when the Prime Minister realised he didn't have the support that he needed, I'm not going to say any support, but he didn't have anything like the support that he needed to fight on, then the game was up. I may make a habit of this in the course of the morning because it is evidence, I think, of the world in which Keir Starmer sought to govern and in which many people now believe it's impossible to govern. So two texts, both at exactly 10:14, both from people listening to exactly the same programme, responding to exactly the same story. Lisa on the Wirral writes, James, I feel sick. Starmer has been pushed out because he wouldn't let Israel use our military bases. Burnham will take us into Israel's genocidal war. We are heading into dark days. Whereas Terry, listening to the same programme, testing at the same time in response to the same story, writes, you're showing sympathy and sycophancy for a man complicit in the mass murder of children and genocide, the likes of which has not been seen this century. The only country Starmer worked for is Israel, and decent people see that. I'm just going to cautiously suggest, Terry, that you don't have a monopoly on decency or the ability to recognise it when it sits in front of you. An old mate of mine who doesn't often comment on politics has been in touch to say, I feel sad about Starmer. He was a good bloke, but hopeless. Most of us are hopeless, and only a few of us are decent. That's rather brilliant, actually, I think, and I hope for it. I mean, it won't give Terry pause for thought, because people like Terry never pause for thought, but might give the rest of us something to chew on. Let's go to Chester Street in County Durham. David is there. David, what would you like to say?
Well, it was an interesting reaction I had this morning. I was expecting to be relieved,
yes,
but strangely, I had like a pang of regret. So I was kind of reflecting on your comments. I mean, my position with the Prime Minister's changed up and down.
Yes.
But he has had an unusual effect on me in that, like, I've had quite the range of responses, you know. And I did find. I mean, I was very frustrated with that speaker. We have to do something about that because that was very undignified.
It just makes us all look ridiculous, doesn't it?
It does, yes, because I thought it was a very dignified speech. And it's making me reflect that I think that the situation in British politics is such that, you know, I was proud for him to be our Prime Minister this morning, the way he delivered that speech, how dignified it was.
It's a bit late, isn't it?
I was reflecting on I know exactly, it's strange, like, he's really peaked, in my opinion, just as he left. But I do, you know, because you've got the US president tweeting overnight in a crass way about it.
Of course.
I think it felt like it was necessary, but I must admit, I'm sat here feeling strangely affected by it, because I'm not his biggest fan. You know, his policies and the dithering. You've got to remind yourself of why we got here.
No, but I know really what's happened here, and I think this is probably going to apply to an awful lot of people who listen to this programme. Is you recognise the inevitability of it, the political gravity that rendered it necessary, and of course you remember the things that, I mean, for me, oddly, the digital ID feels much bigger than it did at the time, because it was really popular until he introduced it. And then it became really unpopular. And I know there are a million reasons why that happened, but those are the moments that you can't spin your way out of. Here's a policy, it's really popular. Oh, excellent, let's do it. We did it. It's suddenly become really unpopular because it's got Keir Starmer's name on it, I think, is got to be one of the conclusions you arrive at. So all of that is there and will be raked over. But I think you're responding to his humanity. I think you could write 5,000 words. Yeah, you could write 5,000 words about the policies and the politics of it, but you just saw a bloke who's gutted, and you responded to that like a warm, empathetic human being.
I follow British politics. Yeah. I'm interested, you know, and usually I've got a position on most Prime Ministers, because this, to a degree, is more of the same, you know, one in, one out kind of. But there's something about that man that is, I don't know, like, how does my position on him vary so much?
I don't know, but you're not alone. You're not alone. I'm the same. I had a big wobble last week when I wondered whether or not we were about to embark upon a course of absolute absurdity. And that's partly because of the echoes of what happened with Johnson and with Truss, and the absolute madness. They both needed to be replaced. Johnson, neither of them should ever have been anywhere near Downing Street in the first place. Starmer is not by a million miles in anything like that category, but just that revolving door thing feels unstable, feels disruptive, feels suboptimal and unhelpful. And yet, I don't think you can make a very strong case for saying that Starmer should have carried on without the support of his own parliamentary party, which is what it would have involved. There you go. So David kicks things off. Liz is next. After her, it could be you. Just your response this morning, the whys and the wherefores of it. For once on this programme, secondary to the what. What are you feeling? What is your immediate response to the resignation of yet another Prime Minister? So we're going to have our seventh. The dates won't quite work, but it would be in almost 10 years. 7 Prime Ministers in almost... Is that right? Altogether now, Cameron, May, Johnson, Truss, Sunak, Starmer, and then A.N. Other, or A.N. Burnham. That's 7 in more or less 10 years. That's insane. If you were born in 1979, how many Prime Ministers did you have in 10 years, between 1979 and 1989? I think just one. Dominic Ellis is here with the headlines.
Sir Keir Starmer has resigned as leader of the Labour Party.
I will remain in post as Prime Minister until the contest is complete. And I will do everything I can to ensure an orderly handover of power.
In a speech outside Downing Street in the last hour, Sir Keir said he accepted with good grace that he was no longer best placed to lead his party into the next general election. Sir Keir also confirmed he'd spoken to the King this morning to inform him of his decision. Nominations for the Labour leadership will open on the 9th of July, with a new leader set to be in place by September. Sir Keir Starmer had been under growing pressure to quit since Andy Burnham won the Makerfield by-election on Friday. Mr Burnham will be sworn in as an MP at Westminster later this afternoon. Stay with LBC throughout today for the very latest reaction and analysis. LBC weather. Northern areas of the UK will be cloudy and cooler today, with some patchy rain. The south will be mostly sunny, feeling very hot in the east. A high of 33 degrees.
The Prime Minister Keir Starmer resigns. Follow the fallout on LBC.
Up to Speed, your Formula One podcast. Round 8 sees F1 return to Austria.
New episodes every Monday and Thursday on YouTube or Global Player.
Ghana, up next for England. Fast, physical.
Six, you will have known 7. Dear, oh dear. And this is the one that is the hardest to process, actually, because I don't think anybody short of Boris Johnson felt that Boris Johnson should have hung on, and I don't think anybody except Liz Truss thought that Liz Truss should have hung on. Theresa May was done for internally for a whole variety of reasons, biggest among them Brexit. David Cameron decided he didn't want to stick around to see all his own predictions of what Brexit would involve come true after he was foolish enough to call it. Rishi Sunak is the only one who sort of left in traditional circumstances, and now Keir Starmer joins the list, and he, of course, was never elected. Here's a little quiz for you. Who was the last British Prime Minister to enter Downing Street as a consequence of a general election and leave Downing Street as a consequence of a general election? Because when you're a kid and you study politics, if you do study it, or you're just paying cursory attention to the news that your parents watch, you sort of think that's how they all come and go. Who was the last UK Prime Minister to enter Downing Street as a consequence of a general election and to leave Downing Street as a consequence of a general election? It's quite a good one, isn't it? It's not Tony Blair. Gordon Brown replaced him before there was a general election. And that's from someone who produces the biggest show on speech radio in the history of commercial radio in this country. 10:35 is the time. I've got one phone line to you if you want to join the queue of people waiting to tell me how they respond to this. You won't be surprised to learn I've got a little bit more to say myself. And I think it's one of those head versus heart moments. I really do. I could be wrong, but I think because you are essentially an empathetic, decent person, you respond to Keir Starmer's obvious pain with sympathy and warmth. And yet your head will tell you, when it kicks in again, that this had to happen, that he had to go for a whole heap of reasons, some of which will be slightly more hysterical than others, but many of which will be simply true. Well, not an opinion, but counting. It is 10:36. Liz is in Derby. Liz, what would you like to say?
Hi, James. First-time caller. It's
Welcome.
Lovely to talk to you. Thank you. I think you've just framed it perfectly. It's head versus heart, because my heart feels sad. I desperately wanted it to work with him. He's a man of integrity. I think everyone always says he's a good man, he's an honest man. But I think the problem has been that he doesn't know what his politics are. And so he's kind of been changing in the wind and responding to issues. But then people don't know who he is. And
Yes.
so we fall back on the fact that he's a good man, he's an honest man, which actually was very important to me. And I felt that he was someone that could be trusted. But the reality that I'm now facing is that you can't succeed as the leader of the country if you are a person with that level of integrity. And, you know, and after Boris Johnson, I think he was a breath of fresh air. But it's I feel sad. But
is it integrity? I mean, I don't want to sort of challenge you too robustly on that, because the moment is still very fresh, and he definitely has personal integrity. Some people, of course, will disagree with that. Some people will disagree with almost everything either of us say. That's the nature of life, isn't it? But it does feel more febrile at this point in the political cycle than it has in my previous 50-odd years. But I mean, personal integrity, but not actually a lot of political integrity, in that, I mean, the thing I can't quite believe is how none of the big announcements were stress tested before they made them. So, the thing that you would say, if I were Andy Burnham, I would say we're not going to announce anything unless we are prepared to defend it to the death. We're not going to announce anything big unless we are prepared to defend it to the death.
I think you're right. I think it's the personal integrity that I recognise, but that's literally...
Liz, the phone line, it's your debut as well, your first time on the programme as well, but the phone line has failed. The phone line has defeated us. 10:38 is the time. You are listening to James O'Brien on LBC. Just that question about who was the last Prime Minister to enter Parliament as a consequence of a general election and leave Downing Street, not Parliament, as a consequence of a general election. I'm mentioning that for two reasons. Number one, it's fascinating. I think I know the answer, but I need to double check. Number two, some people will pretend that that's not true. The biggest liars in politics will be calling for a general election and completely ignoring the fact that Tony Blair left office without a general election, Margaret Thatcher left office without a general election, Theresa May left office without a general election, Boris Johnson left office without a general election, Liz Truss left office without a general election, and Keir Starmer is set to leave office without a general election. So just, you name the biggest liar in British politics, and I guarantee that by 11 o'clock today, they'll be calling for a general election, if they haven't already. I just want to hear what Liz was saying. I think we fixed the line. Liz, where were we?
Hi, sorry, James. Yeah, I was saying, I think you're right about his personal integrity, but his political integrity, I think, has been lacking. And I've been so, like I say, rooting for it to work, but at the same time, deeply concerned about the lack of direction. The sector that I work in higher education, right. And I am, myself and colleagues are terrified about the future of our roles and the future of that. And the government don't really seem to have any direction in regards to saving that at all. Whether or not, I don't think that's going to get any better if Andy Burnham comes in, I have to say.
No.
But I think that hopefully what I hear from, I listen to Wes Streeting's podcast appearance with the newsagents, and it seems that the fundamental issue is that there was just a lack of leadership within Cabinet, that there was avoidance tactics going on in terms of tackling real issues and hearing the kind of opinions of the Cabinet. And I think that's been why he hasn't got that backing, why he hasn't got those people around him that will defend him no matter what, because he's not listened.
Yeah, and I mean, another thing that I think that the history books will focus on is that he managed to annoy everybody, even when he changed course. And you'd think if you change course, that the people who were demanding that you change course would be quite happy that you changed course. But I don't know what order you want to do them in. Student loans is your neck of the woods. Department of Education announcing a cap at 6% from September after the Iran war broke out. So, of course, you can always argue that it is the facts change. You change your mind when the facts change. But, of course, prior to that, they were supposed to be stuck at 9%. So that counts as a U-turn. It took 132 days from November the 26th, 2025 to April the 7th, 2026. Rachel Reeves went from calling it fair and reasonable in late January to announcing that it would be frozen at 6% from September, a couple of months or 132 days later. So... dear. And that still leaves everybody annoyed, the people who wanted the U-turn and the people who didn't. Everyone's annoyed. And for me, at the moment, digital ID is at the top of the list, not because I have particularly strong feelings about it one way or another, but if a policy goes from being popular to being unpopular after it's implemented, and almost entirely as a consequence of who implemented it, then, Houston, we have a problem. Liz, thank you. I look forward to your second call. Anna is in Camden. Anna, what would you like to say?
Hi, James. I feel like I agree with a lot of what everyone's been saying. It's just that human thing. It's like, if you see someone getting, knocked over by a car, your instinct is, oh, my God, I want to help them. Are they going to be okay? You might not even believe in God, but you might be there.
Not on Facebook, mate. Not on Facebook these days.
Well,
you'd be inundated with people laughing and celebrating and sticking, smiley face emojis all over it.
Yeah. Yeah, well,
sadly.
So my experience was I have also had this thing of feeling very different things and different emotions about Keir, but in that speech I felt so bad for him, but I also just felt like it came across as really honourable, and it just came across really putting that thing into practice of, I'm going to put the country before personal ambition and party. And I think we haven't experienced that in a long time. And I feel like if he had actually leaned more into what he personally thinks and what he personally feels, I think everything could have gone a bit better for him. But I know it's easier said than done, because I can't imagine how difficult it would be to be the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. So.
No, nor can I, actually, and probably more difficult now than it has been at almost any other point in post-war history. Something that occurs to me, I don't know if you agree with this, but people like Boris Johnson and Liz Truss made it very easy for us to know exactly what our opinions were. There was no real conflict even between head and heart, because Johnson in particular was so sort of personally amoral that you didn't need to feel, or you didn't have an impulse of empathy when you looked at someone who'd caused so much suffering. And I suppose the same went with Truss, but Starmer is conflicting us precisely because he seems to be, to all intents and purposes, a very decent man, but he was, I'm afraid, a bit of a rubbish Prime Minister.
Yeah.
I don't like saying that. It feels a little bit unseemly to say it while the ink is still fresh on the resignation letter. Actually, we haven't seen any resignation letter yet. I don't know what's going to happen next, but I do know that we're here until 1 o'clock, so there's plenty of room for conversations about whether we want other hats in the ring or whether we want any a leadership contest at all. I don't know what Burnham would prefer. He let it be known at the weekend that he'd prefer a contest rather than a coronation. It strengthens the mandate, I suppose, and yet you can see the case for the opposite as well, because it would involve less disruption and less internecine warfare. Just not by way of a prediction, because I don't really feel confident enough to make any predictions, not in the style of my Brexit predictions, every single one of which, of course, has come true, or my Donald Trump predictions, every single one of which, or my Benjamin Netanyahu prediction, every single one of which, or my Boris Johnson. But anyway, enough about me. I can't quite see Wes Streeting sitting this one out. Just me at the moment, one perspective. I pay slightly more attention perhaps than the average bear, but I can't quite see Wes Streeting sitting this one out, not least because he started the ball rolling in many ways, but also because I think he has his eye on the prize, and that's not a bad thing. Almost all politicians do have in the back of their mind somewhere the thought of what would happen. You don't go into politics without dreaming on some level of being Prime Minister in 90% of cases. But I'd be very surprised if Wes Streeting sits it out. Of course, it may be up to Andy Burnham. He may be able to make Wes Streeting an offer that he feels he currently can't refuse, but I don't know. We'll get onto that kind of pontification perhaps a little later in the programme. It's 10:45.
The Prime Minister Keir Starmer resigns. Follow the fallout on LBC.
In a world full of noise and uncertainty, IG is the investment platform that backs you. Forget the dubious tips from that guy down the pub. Get real-time insights, analysis and
farmers' inheritance tax or welfare reform or the island of strangers comments or the 2-child benefit cap or rights for workers or waspy women compensation or income tax thresholds or grooming gang inquiries. The perception that him saying something would happen or wouldn't happen was no guarantee that his government would ensure that something would happen or wouldn't happen. And that's fatal, I think. That's a fatal flaw, objectively. You know, unless you've got a mad populist in power, unless you've got a Donald Trump in power who can say on Monday that X is going to happen and on Tuesday that it definitely isn't, and death to anyone who says it is. I mean, that level of insanity is now baked in to the White House, as we'll see perhaps later in the programme. But for those of us who still sort of cling to a belief that stuff matters, if you are a Prime Minister whose word has become worthless, whether you like it or not, you can't argue with me about this. A number of times on which he said something would or wouldn't happen, and then the opposite occurred. It did happen or it didn't happen. The opposite of what he said would happen happened. That becomes untenable. You can argue on a few occasions when the facts change, sir, I changed my mind. What do you do? But you can't argue it on 10 occasions. I mean, you'd struggle really to argue it on 2 in your first 2 years. You know, it's a bit like the Oscar Wilde line, isn't it? About 1 is a misfortune, 2 is careless. And here we are. So you can simultaneously feel poignancy, pathos, empathy, but acknowledge and know that the situation had become untenable. Michael's in Farnworth, in Andy Burnham country. Michael, what would you like to say?
So I feel massive relief, to be honest, that this has happened, that Keir Starmer has resigned. Obviously, I feel really bad for Starmer that he has had to resign. But at the moment, it's felt like we're getting to 2029 and Nigel Farage would likely be the next Prime Minister. Now, at least there's a chance that won't happen. Because, honestly, I was planning to leave the country by 2029. I don't want to be here when Nigel Farage is Prime Minister because I'm gay, I'm left-wing. It's not going to be a great place for me in 2029 if that's the case. And so at least...
Do you not derive any pleasure at all from seeing people of colour brutalised and possibly deported?
Oh, I absolutely hate it. I don't want to be in the country if that happens.
I'm just pointing out, you know, what you'd need to be in order to find the prospect appealing or attractive in any way, shape or form. Because I don't think we need to pretend anymore. It's become crystal clear in the last couple of weeks exactly where these people stand, despite spending years pretending that they didn't.
And I mean, this is assuming that, you know, Andy Burnham, he's done great things for Greater Manchester. He's very much about putting power where the people are as well. He's about devolution, which I'm very, very pro. I think that's a fantastic idea. If it's West Streeting, maybe a little bit less. You know, fun fact, a little claim to fame, West Streeting tried flirting with me in a club about 15 years ago when we were both at a student conference. I didn't buy it then. I'm not buying it now. I think West Streeting,
It could have been a lookalike. It could have been a lookalike, Michael. We can't. I mean, are you 100% sure it was the real deal?
Well, he was the head of the NUS LGBT.
Yeah,
and
fair enough. That's the fella.
To make the most of that.
That's the fella. Well, I mean, you know, we were all a little bit enthusiastic with our favours during our student days, perhaps. So I'm not going to read too much into that. But you didn't. I love the idea. You didn't bite then, and you're not biting now. You wouldn't leave the country if Wes Streeting became Prime Minister, I don't think.
Well, I mean, he's a lot like Keir Starmer in that. And
well, I think Burnham might be. You've gone early on this. I'll move with you on this one. It's your show as much as mine. I was going to wait till the second hour for this, but are you sure that Andy Burnham isn't equally prone to blowing in the wind and changing his mind? I mean, I could give you examples.
Well, I'm sure you could, and this is the thing. When he was an MP, he wasn't massively up to much. However, he seems to have massively changed his what he's saying. Like, certainly in Greater Manchester, he's been making a lot of moves that are a lot more localism, you know, and that's...
Yeah, but does that work on a national stage, do we think?
I guess we'll have to see. Like, this is the thing. It's kind of, we've got to take a risk here. It's kind of, if we stayed with the same, then we Keir Starmer would not have resigned. And West Streeting, I think, is more of the same because Starmer's lovely, but he's got the he's not got the right skills to be on the national stage. He's very impartial, which is great if you're a newsreader or a lawyer.
Yes.
It's terrible if you're a prime minister. And I think Wes Streeting's the same, except he seems a little bit more malicious and a bit more kind of, I don't know how to put it. He seems a bit more kind of just looking forward for his career, really.
Okay,
than Keir Starmer was.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that Keir Starmer ever really stood accused of that, did he? The idea that he was one of those egotists who just wanted to have a go at being Prime Minister because, in the words of David Cameron, he thought he would be good at it. Or a kind of Boris Johnson figure who just wanted to be king of the world and would make do with being Prime Minister in the event of a vacancy for king of the world not coming up. I honestly think that Starmer wanted the job because he thought he would be able to make a significant change and do significant good, but then he fluffed it. I don't think we can argue with the fact that he fluffed it. We can make a very long list of all the things that he did, and I may remind you of that list at the top of the next hour because it's important and he deserves legacy. But he fluffed it. Why do you think he was so sticky, Michael? This is my theory. I'm hoping no one else puts pen to paper on the subject because it's what I'm planning on writing my column about tomorrow. But whatever the opposite of Teflon is for a politician, and we often talk about Teflon as if it's a bad thing, but it's not a bad thing if it's your guy who's Teflon. Starmer was the opposite of Teflon, wasn't he? Everything that was thrown at him stuck, and he could not get it off. Do we know why that was? Because that seems to me to be something to do with personality and manner.
I mean, I think that he acted as if he had a razor-thin majority, even though he didn't. And I just think maybe he didn't have the confidence to do it because, social media being what it is, and this is part of the reason I think Starmer may have worked 20, 30 years ago, he doesn't work now, is because if you don't stand for anything, then people will just kind of go, well, he doesn't stand for me, he doesn't stand for me. And indeed, I'm seeing this about Andy Burnham because they're saying, well, already people are saying, well, they, much as you said earlier with one of your commenters said, oh, well, he's pro-Israel. And it's kind of, well, okay, if you're going to just dismiss somebody and, these people are acting as if, well, because he doesn't support pro-Palestine, then, oh, well, we should just let Nigel Farage in anyway.
Yes.
And it's just
you're letting perfect be the enemy of the good. The fairest thing you can say about Andy Burnham when it comes to UK-Israel relations is that his position is still unclear. He called Netanyahu's re-election back in 2015 depressing. He backed a Gaza ceasefire just weeks after October the 7th and, of course, led Manchester through an attack on a synagogue last Yom Kippur. So nuanced would probably be the fairest word to use. And, of course, on that issue more perhaps than any other, nuance is, as we often discover on this programme, nuance is not allowed. You've got to be 100% on one side or 100% on the other for some people, but not happily for everyone. Thank you, Michael. Great stuff. 10:50. Are you in a happy relationship now, or do you look back upon that moment with Wes Streeting and wonder what could have been?
Interestingly, my partner has said that I should have probably got with Wes Streeting because I could have prevented all of this, but I kind of just rebuffed that quite quickly.
10:57 is the time. Jack's in Westmoreland. Jack, what would you like to say?
Yeah, so, hi, James. I am sad about this. So my wife phoned me this morning when she was on the way to work to tell me that he'd resigned, and we both heard the news from Trump when Trump had tweeted out that he was going to resign, and we thought, well, he's saying a load of nonsense, as he often does.
Yes.
But we were quite disappointed. I didn't think he was a great prime minister or too big a fan of his, but I didn't think he was by any stretch of the imagination a terrible prime minister worthy of resigning. I look at the changes that have come in, the Renters' Rights Act, the Employers' Rights Act. I mean, is this not why we elect Labour governments?
Workers' rights. I wonder, you've, again, as with Michael, you've touched on something I was thinking of moving to a little later in the programme, but this idea that it's an option now, whereas previously, certainly prior to 2016, arguably even a little later than that, before Theresa May got her feet under the table, resignation because you've lost the support of your party used to be as rare as hen's teeth. And it's as if the party wouldn't go there unless the chips weren't just down, they were subterranean. Do you know what I mean? But because we've got everybody's got used to it, including MPs, it's almost as if perhaps they reach for that lever now a lot more readily and a lot more quickly than they would have done 15 or 20 years ago.
Yeah, well, maybe people think being Prime Minister is an easy job. I mean, that's probably what they think. I think a lot of it, as one person commented this morning at the beginning of your show, is to do with social media and a lot of bots on social media that go unchecked or unverified. And then as soon as reporters pick up on that,
I mean, it's a symbiotic relationship, isn't it? And you see it in politics as well. The terminally online people live in a universe that the rest of us don't recognise, where London isn't safe compared to American cities, for example, or where Sharia law has been introduced, or where, I could go on, and it doesn't exist, that place. But if you believe it exists, then your politics are going to be informed accordingly. I don't know about that. I like that idea that this is actually evidence of a game change in that. I mean, what would be a good analogy to use here? It's like a lever that hasn't. When it was pulled for Margaret Thatcher, it was huge, absolutely huge. I remember it. I think I was working in River Island at the time in Worcester, and it was absolutely immense when it felt like Thatcher's number was up, not least because she'd been Prime Minister for 11 years. Whereas now, we've had enough of this guy, let's try another one, is contagious. So the Conservative Party had a terminal case of let's try another one, and now the Labour Party, you might argue, has caught the virus. I don't know.
On your radio, on the LBC app, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 11 o'clock, Sir Keir Starmer has resigned as leader of the Labour Party.
I will remain in post as Prime Minister until the contest is complete. And I will do everything I can to ensure an orderly handover of power.
Speaking outside Downing Street this morning, Sir Keir said he accepted with good grace that he was no longer best placed to lead the Labour Party into the next general election. He also confirmed that a contest to replace him as Labour leader will be completed by September, with nominations opening in July.
I will also give my successor my full and unequivocal support, knowing that they will inherit a Britain that is far stronger and fairer than the one I inherited 2 years ago, better prepared for the challenges ahead and better able to ensure the Labour Party secures a second term in office.
Sir Keir Starmer's resignation sees him become Labour's shortest-serving Prime Minister, having served roughly 2 years in office. He's been under increasing pressure to quit since Andy Burnham won the Makerfield by-election last week. Mr Burnham will be sworn in as an MP at Westminster this afternoon. LBC's political editor, Natasha Clark, is in Downing Street, and she says the timings outlined for a leadership contest could be significant.
What we can deduce from that is actually, I think that Keir Starmer is potentially hampering Andy Burnham's leadership bid today, because he knows that Andy Burnham will be coming down from Manchester to London today with momentum, with the message that he delivered on Friday night in Makerfield, that he is the guy that potentially can beat Nigel Farage, can beat the Reform Party. But the longer that Keir Starmer makes him wait, the more chance I think there is that other people will want to throw their hat into the ring.
Reaction has started to come in from opposition parties. Reform UK's leader Nigel Farage has called for a general election at the soonest possible date, while the Liberal Democrat leader Sir Ed Davey has said the British people are sick of being let down by what he calls an endless merry-go-round of prime ministers, adding that this time must be different. Stay with LBC throughout today for the very latest reaction and analysis. One other story to bring you. The Met Office has issued a rare red warning for extreme heat in parts of England and Wales. It covers central, southern and southeastern England and parts of South Wales from early Wednesday to Thursday night. It means the heat is likely to bring impacts to health but also to infrastructure such as power supplies and transport. Temperatures will increase significantly over the next few days, with the potential for 38 degrees by Thursday. In the city, a short time ago, the FTSE 100 was trading up a point at 10,359. The pound buys $1.32 and €1.15. LBC weather. Northern areas of the UK will be cloudier and cooler today, with patchy rain at times. The south mostly sunny, feeling very hot in the east, a high of 33 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Dominic Ellis.
At Lidl, we believe everybody deserves great deals on quality fresh fruit and veg. That's why we have Pick of the Week. Get up to 30% off 6 delicious fruit and veg items each week. With
The last Prime Minister to enter and leave Downing Street as a consequence of a general election was Ted Heath. Ted Heath, from 1970 to 1974. And while I'm in full geek mode, I hope and don't currently believe that he will, but I really hope Keir Starmer doesn't become a sort of Ted Heath de nos jours and spend the rest of his political life displaying great bitterness at his own defenestration and trying to make life difficult for his successors, which is what Ted Heath did after he was essentially replaced by Margaret Thatcher in circumstances not dissimilar to what we're seeing here, except that it happened in opposition rather than power. I have Andy Burnham's response. So first black mark for Andy Burnham. He's put it on Twitter. I think one of the first things that they should do is get off there, get off that hell site. Get off the Nazi-friendly platform. Get off the absolutely hideous cauldron of lies and racism, and just find another way of getting him. Leave them to it. It's no point. Yeah, so first black mark for Andy Burnham. He's put his announcement on Twitter. Keir has given huge service to our country, and I want to thank him for his leadership and dedication during such a challenging period. See, that's already sounding. I want to thank him for is usually the language that you'd expect in a prime ministerial missive greeting a resignation from a minister. His decision marks the beginning of a transition, and it is important that this process is conducted in an orderly and responsible way. I will put myself forward as part of this process. The country expects stability, seriousness, and a continued focus on the issues that matter most, and that is what it will get. Possibly second black mark for Andy Burnham. Do you think? The country expects stability, seriousness, and a continued focus on the issues that matter most. Well, you've just delivered the polar opposite, mate, by running for the Makerfield seat, in the absence of which none of this would currently be happening. A stay of execution, a postponement, or a cancellation? I don't know, but a little bit, Rich, perhaps. As we move forward, our priority must be to work together to get the country back to where we all want it to be. People want to see progress on economic growth, cost of living, public services, housing, and opportunities for the next generation. Political change should never distract from the responsibility to improve people's lives. A tick for that. That's nice. The Labour movement has always been at its strongest when it looks forward with confidence and purpose. Also true. This is what we will do from here, and we will make sure this transition is a positive process of renewal for our party and our country. So, I have a question for you. And it is going to be about what really did for Keir Starmer. And you can use head or heart on this one. Before that, I think we'll listen to the soon-to-be former Prime Minister listing what he considers to be his government's greatest achievements outside Number 10 this morning. I presume it was Steve Bray, who was quite good value during the Brexit shenanigans, because his background noise acted as a siren for all of the nonsense that was being spoken by various Brexit supporters. But now that we know that was all nonsense, I really don't see any purpose served at all by disrupting this particular moment in this particular way. Do you want me to have a little read of what Wes Streeting has to say? Because I think it's a good job I didn't make a prediction when I said a few moments ago that Wes Streeting, I'd find it unlikely that he would sit this one out. I don't know whether he was listening, but he has subsequently issued the following statement, and he's done it on House of Commons notepaper, which admittedly is not an option currently. Yeah, Andy Burnham could have done that as well. Has he taken his seat yet? Either way, I wish he hadn't done it on Twitter, but he did also post it on that health site. Keir Starmer led us, I'm not going to read all of this, I'll read you the relevant bits. Keir Starmer led us to a general election victory that no one thought possible. He kept us out of the war in Iran and has delivered real progress as Prime Minister at home. He has made the right decision to stand down as the leader of the Labour Party that he saved. And here we go. I left the government because we were losing the fight to nationalists in every corner of the country. I have spent the weeks since speaking to our former councillors, activists and voters in places that we lost to listen and to learn from them. A typo there, Wes. That's unforgivable given the context of this message. Having spoken at length with Andy in recent days, I'm convinced that there is a place for those ideas. This is after he's listed his priorities under his leadership, that he is committed to building an inclusive party that draws on the best of our political tradition ambitions and that he can win the fight of our lives against the forces of nationalism. We could spend the summer exaggerating small differences, or we can roll up our sleeves and help him to deliver the change our party and our country needs. That is the choice that I am making, and I hope that everyone else will back Andy too. We were elected... change our country, another typo. We were elected to change our country, I'll edit it for you, to show that politics can be a force for good and to spread opportunity for everyone. With Andy, we still can. So Streeting declares for Burnham, who I don't think technically becomes an MP until 2:30 today. So it doesn't matter anyway, because Streeting has tweeted it as well as sticking it on House of Commons stationery. So there it is. Doesn't mean there won't be a contest, but it means that the perceived biggest hitter in any contest will not be in it. Wes Streeting declaring for Andy Burnham. Here is the Prime Minister, soon-to-be ex-Prime Minister, listing what he considers to be his government's achievements outside number 10 Downing Street earlier this morning, with that caveat that I shared a moment ago, that I think that the people with the loudspeakers and the amplifiers have now perhaps delighted us for long enough.
Walking up this street 2 years ago was the proudest moment of my life. A new Labour government, the first in 14 years. A page in our country's history turned after years of disappointment and despair. The chance to change the lives of millions of people for the better. That's what I came into politics for. The journey to that point was not easy. 6 years ago, I inherited a Labour Party that was politically, financially, and morally bankrupt. I was told time and time again that my party was finished, that we were consigned to history, that a majority at the general election, let alone a landslide majority, was impossible. But we proved those people wrong, because we changed our party, ripping out the poison of anti-Semitism, restoring trust on the economy, defence and national security, and becoming a party that once again stood proudly with, not against, our national flag. The hard work of change was with a singular purpose, not power for power's sake, but to change Britain for the better, to build a fairer country with dignity and respect, where everyone is seen, everyone is valued, wealth and opportunity for all, not just the privileged few. And look at what we've achieved in just 2 years. An economy that is stronger, growing faster than our peers, wages rising faster than inflation in every single month since we came to power, investment secured, infrastructure being built, an end to austerity, with the fastest fall in NHS waiting lists for 17 years, the biggest improvement in rights for workers and renters in a generation, the biggest uplift in defence spending since the Cold War, small boat crossings falling, asylum hotels closing, protecting young people from social media, and 500,000 children being lifted out of poverty because of the choices that I made. Our reputation in the world restored, with Britain once again standing up for decency, respect and the rule of law, securing trade deals, standing with Ukraine, standing up for our values and rebuilding our relationship with our allies in Europe. Change promised by a Labour government, change fought for by a Labour government, change delivered by a Labour government.
But none of it ultimately enough to save Keir Starmer's bacon. Fair or unfair, them's the facts. And the question of why, what made his premiership so brittle, so vulnerable? What made him so vulnerable, so brittle? What really did for him is the question to which I will turn your attention shortly. First, though, a hydration break, followed by our political editor, Natasha Clark, all being well, live from Downing Street on some of the earlier reactions to Keir Starmer's announcement, up to, of course, and including the breaking news that Wes Streeting has declared for Andy Burnham, the former Health Secretary, whose resignation in many ways set a lot of this in motion, has declared for Andy Burnham. So I think Wes Streeting for Chancellor of the Exchequer is probably quite a good bet right now.
The Prime Minister Keir Starmer resigns. Follow the fallout on LBC.
Vodafone is backing the UK with an £11 billion investment to make the nation's biggest network even better.
Fair play, that's a big commitment.
So you can launch that business.
So I can start selling my model trains in Pwllheli.
Multitask in a haze of glory.
Of how come none of this stuff mattered, or how come you perhaps didn't know about some of it. Also significant that in that speech he didn't mention immigration per se. He mentioned small boats and asylum hotels, repurposed hotels, both of which have diminished measurably, but the decimation of the overall immigration figures not something he was minded to boast about, which perhaps speaks to that sense of moral querulousness and the idea that some of the things he did despite his own best or better instincts. I don't know, but we'll get onto that shortly. First, though, Natasha Clark is still outside Downing Street, where every political journalist in the country is currently trying to think of new things to tell presenters back in the studio. Natasha, any thoughts?
James, I've got loads of thoughts for you today, and actually things are moving quite quickly here in Westminster. We've had two statements in the last few minutes, one from Andy Burnham and one from Wes Streeting. Those, of course, are the two people that most people expected to run for the Labour leadership. Now Sir Keir Starmer has announced that he will resign. So Andy Burnham has put out a message this morning thanking Sir Keir Starmer for his leadership and dedication during such a challenging period, and he says that it's important this process is now conducted in an orderly and responsible way, and confirmed, I will put myself forward as part of that process. So Andy Burnham at first confirming the news that basically everybody in Westminster already knew, and that he said essentially in a bit of a hint in his speech on Friday after he won the Makerfield by-election that he will put himself forward to be the next leader of the Labour Party and to be the next Prime Minister. The other question that we were all asking today was what was going to happen with Wes Streeting. Of course, the former Health Secretary has said that he has in the past wanted to run to be Labour leader as well, but just in the last few minutes we have got a statement from him. He's written a letter. He talks about Keir Starmer has made the right decision to stand down as leader of the Labour Party. He said after a devastating set of election results, it's a victory for hope and unity over division and hatred in Makerfield. He says he's been in touch with Andy Burnham at length in recent days, and he said he's now convinced that there is a place for ideas under his leadership. So he is now saying that he is not going to fight to be Labour leader. This, James, is quite a significant moment because it means that we could now be on for a coronation of Andy Burnham in the days to come. He says we could choose to spend the summer exaggerating small differences, or we can roll up our sleeves and help him to deliver the change our party and country needs. That is the choice I am making, and I hope that everyone else will back Andy too. So he is rolling in behind Wes Streeting, and I think we probably can read into that letter, James, that behind closed doors, a deal has been done for a top job for Wes Streeting in Andy Burnham's future cabinet. Now, of course, we all wait to see whether anybody else throws their hat in the ring, whether Al Carnes will decide to run for Labour leader as well. But those are the two main challenges that we all saw for Prime Minister, potentially for leader of the Labour Party. So it does look now more and more likely that we are going to get a coronation of Andy Burnham at some point. Now, as Keir Starmer said earlier, the nominations won't begin to open until July the 9th. But if things continue to move this quickly, James, we could be seeing things happen a little bit more swiftly than thought, and we may not see a leadership election at all. If all of the Labour Party can coalesce behind Andy Burnham to be the next Prime Minister, we will not see a summer of chaos, a summer leadership election, and it will just be a waiting game for Andy Burnham when Keir Starmer will hand over the reins to him.
What's the threshold? What's the deadline? Remind me. So you can't say for certain that there isn't going to be a leadership election until the deadline for nominations has passed. You could have someone, who fancies their 15 minutes in the spotlight turning up at the last possible minute, who none of us have ever heard of, and announcing that they're going to run against Burnham.
Of course, that could happen. So July the 9th is the magical day that Keir Starmer has decided that he wants that to happen on. So we've got a few weeks of waiting and seeing to see whether anybody else decides to throw their hat into the ring. It's now down to Labour's National Executive Committee, down to the Deputy Party Leader, Lucy Powell, and all of those are on Labour's top team to decide exactly how this will happen and what it will mean. But yes, we could be in a situation where in a couple of weeks, nobody apart from Andy Burnham has decided that they will run. Nobody apart from him may have the magical number of 81 MPs needed in order to stand. So we could see a coronation happen a lot quicker than we think. But obviously in Westminster, lots of conversations happening beside closed doors. I know from speaking to Labour MPs that many of them are not keen to see an Andy Burnham coronation. Many of them do think that they want to see a formal contest. They want to see his ideas tested and are worried that actually just handing over the reins to somebody, we don't know what their policies are on certain things. We have a small idea of some of the things that Andy Burnham would do if he were to become Prime Minister, but we don't know the extent of them. So some people in the Labour Party do want to see a contest, but if people like Wes Streeting are now already rowing in behind Andy Burnham, that for me suggests that most Labour MPs are probably unlikely. And so what of those 80 MPs that said they were ready to back Wes Streeting? Are they all going to now row in behind Andy Burnham, or are some of them going to be looking for a stop Andy Burnham candidate? That is what I have been hearing over the past few days. But as of yet, we've not seen that, James.
And no real likelihood of someone emerging from what's left of the left of the party in the way that we saw back in 2019. Because I was reminded, Natasha, and people could be forgiven for not knowing this, or at least for having forgotten, that one of the reasons Jeremy Corbyn ran in the first place, and one of the reasons that many Labour MPs voted for him, not expecting him to become leader, well, that reason was called Andy Burnham.
Yeah, that's right. And yes, we may see somebody of the very, very left of the Labour Party decide to step up to say, well, Andy Burnham's not left-wing enough. We have had a statement in from Angela Rayner.
I've seen that. It doesn't mention Andy Burnham.
It doesn't.
Does that mean
exactly?
Anything?
So it doesn't mean that she won't stand herself. Yeah. Well, I think you can read into it that she's not explicitly today endorsing Andy Burnham. There have, of course, been discussions that she may be able to may want to throw her hat in the ring herself, and I'm sure there are people today which are urging her to think about that. But equally, some people have said that Andy Burnham will want a position for Angela Rayner in his top team, so that could also happen. Angela Rayner and Andy Burnham have been pictured together. I think in the last few months they were pictured together at an event. They are considered to be close allies, so potentially she will then row behind him as well. But again, no mention of that in her statement this morning. She talks just about how she was sad to see Keir Starmer go. She talks about how he spoke with dignity and duty this morning. My thoughts are with him and his family. I was proud to serve as deputy as he led the party into government. She says Labour was elected to change Britain, and as a new chapter begins, we must now redouble our efforts to deliver for working people. So she is not coming out today and saying Andy Burnham should be the next Prime Minister and she is going to support him. So I imagine she will be taking her time, and she does have a bit of time until July the 9th to decide whether she wants to stand herself.
And that may be a question to which we turn our attention after 12 o'clock today, whether or not we want to see somebody else run for Prime Minister, effectively, of course, not just leader of the Labour Party, besides Andy Burnham. Natasha Clark live from Downing Street. Many thanks indeed. That's my favourite statement of the three, actually. Listen, I'm a pedant and I'm a bit of a wally as well, as you've almost certainly gathered over the years that we've spent together. Or possibly just the minutes or hours. I don't know how long you've been listening to this rubbish. But Andy Burnham, I think, went a little bit early on trying to sound prime ministerial. I want to thank him for his leadership and dedication. I don't like that. Call me petty. Am I being petty? I just don't think that it was Burnham's place yet to write, Keir has given huge service to our country and I want to thank him for his leadership and dedication. I don't like that. It's a little thing. I'm being petty. Petty alert. Have we got a petty? No, of course we haven't. But we've got a Keir Starmer resigned within about 10 minutes of it happening, Keith. Any sign of my Mystic Jim jingle yet? Hello? Maybe if you're wondering what's going on, I ask for production to accompany some of the brilliant ideas I come up with on a regular basis on this programme as a creative genius of radio, and it generally takes about a year for the production to arrive. If Emily Maitlis asks for something, meanwhile, on her Newsagents podcast, it arrives before she's finished speaking. I'll probably get a new Prime Minister faster than I can get a bit of production for my brilliant creative genius. Well, not even probably, it's a given. So we've managed to get a jingle for Keir Starmer resigning, despite the fact that it happened about 2 hours ago. And Mystic Jim, my brilliant new feature, the latest evidence of my creative genius, remains absolutely unaddressed, jingle-free, stingless, whatever you want to call it. So, yeah, that's my beef with Burnham. I want to thank him for his leadership. I think it's a little bit previous. My beef with Wes Streeting, because I'm a pedant, is that his statement is riddled with typos. I don't know whether it doesn't matter in the great scheme of things, but it's riddled with typos. One of my Wes Streeting predictions might still come true. I said I thought it was unlikely he'd sit this one out, but he's sitting this one out, so it's a good job I didn't stick that one on the actual prediction list rather than the mere observation. But also an observation was that he's probably got his eye on the next round. He's still young, and he definitely wants to be Prime Minister. Of that there can be no doubt. But he probably feels that the time isn't quite right for him. And then Angela Rayner is entirely dignified in her statement, recognising the role that history will play in remembering Keir Starmer and paying tribute to his record of dedicated public service, and failing to mention, and one can't help thinking that this is not accidental, coincidental or irrelevant, failing to mention Andy Burnham at all in her statement that cites the creation of Great British Energy and Great British Railways, the action to tackle child poverty and so much more. That list keeps getting longer, but not long enough to save his bacon, which is what we will turn our attention to next. Why, ultimately why, did Keir Starmer survive for such a short amount of time? 2 years, give or take. It's an extraordinary judgment. And your answer to this question could be Starmer or drama. So it could be something about Keir Starmer that rendered his position so untenable so quickly, or it could be something about the country that he governs. I'm not a big fan of these op-eds about how the country has become ungovernable, because that's, measurably untrue. Very difficult to govern, liars on the march, all sorts of elements of it. But the thing I've been most struck by during our burblings this morning is probably that idea of the lever that says change Prime Minister being one that you used to have to break like 10 panes of glass to get to. Do you see what I mean? So there is that lever over there. Well, we don't really ever go near that cupboard. There's a lever in that cupboard over there. It's got 10 locks on it. It's like something like when Bugs Bunny was trying to protect something. It's got 1 million padlocks on it. We never go near that change Prime Minister lever. And then since 2019, we've gone near it a lot. Since 2019, we probably haven't put the locks back since the last time someone pulled that lever and put Rishi Sunak in Downing Street. So the last Prime Minister went into Downing Street as a consequence of someone pulling the lever. The Prime Minister before that went into Downing Street as a consequence of someone pulling the lever. The Prime Minister before that went into Downing Street as a consequence of someone pulling the lever. So I don't know, because of course that doesn't quite fit with the fact that the last Prime Minister to enter Downing Street at a general election and leave Downing Street at a general election was Ted Heath. The last one to win one and go at the next one was John Major, but he was already in Downing Street before he called the general election. So you have to go all the way back to 1970 to 74 for the prime ministerial term that both began and ended, installed and removed a prime minister with general elections. The time now is 11:30. Dominic Ellis has your headlines.
Sir Keir Starmer has resigned as the leader of the Labour Party and announced he'll stand down as Prime Minister by September. He'd been under growing pressure to quit since Andy Burnham won the Makerfield by-election. In an emotional speech outside Number 10, Sir Keir said being Prime Minister had been the proudest moment of his life. Nominations for the Labour leadership will open on the 9th of July. Andy Burnham's confirmed in the last hour that he'll stand in the contest and has the backing of the former Health Secretary Wes Streeting. Mr Burnham has arrived in London and will be sworn in as an MP at Westminster later this afternoon. Do stay with LBC for the very latest reaction and analysis. One other story, the Met Office has issued a red extreme heat warning for Wednesday morning into Thursday night. It covers central, southern and the southeast of England and South Wales, with temperatures potentially reaching up to 40 degrees. LBC weather. Northern areas of the UK will become cloudy and cooler throughout the day with some patchy rain. The south will be mostly sunny and feeling very hot. A high today of 33 degrees.
The Prime Minister Keir Starmer resigns. Follow the fallout on LBC.
London. The app for black cabs is here. Jump. Get about with drivers who have the world-famous knowledge and know every street in London. And unlike other black cab apps, you'll only pay the meter.
At 7-3. And remember, it can be either him or something done to him. Do you see what I mean? It can be either him or context. It can be him or country. It can be Starmer or drama, whichever you prefer. But what's the biggest thing you'd put on that list? 0344. Well, you know the number. Kirsty's in St Albans. Kirsty, what would you like to say?
Hi, James.
Hello.
I think for me anyway, I'm speaking as a former head of corporate affairs of a large tech corporate company, as a former BBC researcher.
Okay.
I won't go as far as saying senior journalist, but I had a long career in corporate affairs, 15 years, running press offices, comms campaigns for hundreds of organisations. And I think the reason why Keir Starmer has resigned is because his communication as a person was very dry and very poor, and he came in off the back. Okay, we had Liz Truss, we had Rishi, but he came off the back of Boris Johnson, who sat there with personality politics, basically wanging on about stuff he hadn't even achieved, but pretending he had. And so Keir Starmer, being a very straight down the line, legal
Antidote.
person, very exactly. We needed that. We needed that antidote because we were tired of the country. But the problem is, with that comes restrictions. He probably hampered the press office and said, I don't want you to say that. I don't want you to talk about that. We can't say that. And that absolutely, the ink is absolutely dry. Whereas on that deal. So the press office probably had great ideas and was trying to put out press releases every single day about the achievements that Keir Starmer achieved. And all the ones you've talked about, we didn't hear about those.
I think it's more likely, not to not challenge your thesis, but to just adapt it. I think it's more likely that they were rubbish in the comms office, and he left them to it. He left them to it.
Do you know what, James? I said to the researchers that I thought the press office had missed a trick, but I didn't want to be cruel to my profession.
Fair enough.
But yes, I was trying to be kinder. I know you can, but I agree with you. I think I don't even know, because I'm out of the industry now and I have a different business. I resigned through ill health.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. But I think the press office has missed a major trick during his time in office, and that's a real shame.
Well, I find this really interesting. They had a crack with Tim Allen, who was very much from the Tony Blair years as director of comms. I don't know, and I think Matthew Doyle had a go if he's not still there. But there was no Alistair Campbell figure. That much is clear.
No,
what exactly. Though, hang on, because my response to this has usually been, over the course of the last 2 years, is that you could have had the finest spin doctor in the world in the job. But they're never going to convince the Daily Mail to stop writing bilge, or the Daily Telegraph, or the Daily Express, or any of the historically... Tony Gallagher, the Paul Dacre protégé over at the Times, when he's not dancing to Rupert Murdoch's tune, he's dancing to what he can remember of Paul Dacre's. You could have the finest communications team in the history of humanity. 80 to 90% of the media, before you've even got to the social media sewers, are going to be describing him as being awful, even if he cured the common cold.
This is never going to stop as well. You've got you're quite right. The scum, the fail, the excrete, all of those, I absolutely abhor them. They are just...
So what would you do then, as a director of comms? How are you going to get them to do what? Because this is what people still rely on for their information. What are you going to do to get them to print positive stuff?
The problem is, it's not just a press issue. We're up against multi-millionaires funding the likes of these newspapers in offshore tax havens. They have got money to waste and bung in pockets. They have got money coming out of their ears. And the problem is, the likes of The Guardian, for example, always just desperate for money. Every time I try and read something, they're desperate for a donation or a paywall. You know, I just want to read the story.
Yeah, well, you've got to pay the journalists. We're going off on a bit of a tangent.
And I do donate regularly, but I will not put any pennies in the pocket.
How do you get the right-wing client media to give a Labour Prime Minister, or even a Labour leader, because it happens in opposition as well, a fair crack of the whip? Remember, Nigel Farage took £5 million in secret.
I know. How nice.
And Keir Starmer accepted some spectacles and a couple of suits, and you'd have thought, from reading the two stories, that one had happened and the other one didn't.
Quite right. And I don't see any of the right-wing press saying anything about that being a bad thing, do you?
Not really, no. Although it is why he's gone silent, I think, because he's very frightened of actually being asked questions by people who are normally very, shall we say, amenable. Of course, one or two will still be able to conduct interviews with him without asking him about the £5 million he secretly accepted from a stable coin billionaire. And of course, I'm just asking questions. We don't know how much money he accepted from other billionaires in return for unspecified responses. We will probably never know, because he ain't going to tell us. It may not be any. It may just be the one. It may just be £5 million, but it may be loads more. This is a bloke that, of course, would offer public support for the IRA if you sent him £80 on Cameo, so God knows what you get for £5 million. But he's unlikely ever to tell us. I take Kirsty's point. I don't know, though, and I should know, but I don't know. You read that list: stronger economy, wages outstripping inflation, investment in infrastructure, NHS waiting lists down, workers' and renters' rights bills. They're big deals, those. That's why the right wing hate them. Defence spending up. not by enough, according to John Healey, his own Defence Secretary, but still up. Small boats down, asylum hotels, the use of asylum hotels down. Immigration, which he didn't mention, has absolutely plummeted to the point where some very clever people think it might even be moving into zero territory. Net migration might be moving into zero territory sooner rather than later. Led the line on Ukraine, recognised the state of Palestine, refused to get involved in Donald Trump's ludicrous war against Iran, which literally nobody in retrospect can think was the wrong idea, except possibly Donald Trump. And he's mad. So let's not count him. So there's all sorts of stuff there. And yet, Kirsty's dead right. You wouldn't know it, would you, from a cursory glance at much of the British media, and that's before you even get to the sewer of social media. But I don't know. The only guest I was thinking of booking today was Alistair Campbell, actually, just because I don't know, and I haven't spoken to Alistair Campbell for a while, but I don't know whether or not a different comms department could have done a much, much better job, because Campbell and Blair, they wooed some of the organs that would be historically diametrically opposed to any form of a Labour government. You also had a lot of fatigue kicking in 97. The Tories had been in power for 18 years, so it was a little bit like Starmer taking over because everyone had actually had enough of what went before. But they, you know, Tony Blair is godfather to Rupert Murdoch, one of Rupert Murdoch's children. I think that's an often overlooked element. There was very little prospect of Keir Starmer being invited to take up that kind of role. The relations were not anywhere like as cordial. But I just don't know whether a genius of communications would have been able to do a much, much, much better job of getting some of the achievements over the wire than the team that he had. And ultimately, it's his job, isn't it? Ultimately, it's his job to talk a good game, and he didn't. Afzal is in High Wycombe. Afzal, what would you like to say?
Hi, James.
Hello, mate.
I'd just like to say I think it's a lack of political instinct. I think the policy's in the wrong direction, and I think that delivery hasn't been quick enough. And I think on that final point, the most potent example would be the social media ban. I mean, this is what people were talking about 6 months ago. And even before that, it was already being suggested by parents, being suggested by teachers' unions. And it takes so long for them to move the levers of government to do this, which they did in a day.
Australia, I think, were the first in the world to do it, and they did it in December.
Mm.
And it's June.
Right.
It's not like a year, even.
Mm. They trialled it in one of their state governments before. So they trialled it across an entire state, and then it went nationwide. But it went nationwide very quickly after that. But over here, I mean, the announcing a consultation, and then you do a consultation, all it looks like from the outside, from a citizen perspective, is you're giving the opportunity to big companies to say, hey, look, this is evidence presented that social media isn't bad for children, when in reality, everyone knows it is. So why even take time on that? And that's what I mean by political instinct, is you have to say,
fair enough,
this is going to be our thing.
Yeah.
And I think that extends to the media as well. I mean, I saw on the Telegraph, I think the second or third day after he got elected, was saying he should resign because he only won with 33% of the vote nationally. I've never seen the Telegraph care about electoral, reform or the electoral system before that day, and it blew my mind. But at that point, I knew the media is going to give this guy a tough ride the whole time, and he needs to take them on in some sort of
this is, I can coalesce around this with you and with Kirsty. So when they were kicking his head in for accepting some spectacles from a colleague, from a Labour peer, Wahid Ali, who let Starmer's son stay in his flat, and it's a friend. It's not like a complete stranger who lives in Thailand and uses a foreign name to do business there. It's a close friend and colleague who was in Downing Street and part of the Labour Party team, part of Keir Starmer's team. So Starmer should have just come out and said, I took some suits and some spectacles off him because he wanted to give them to me, and I didn't want to be rude and say no. Let's just list all the things Boris Johnson took off various donors and then forgot about. Boris Johnson moved into a house in the JCB owner's garden after he stopped being Prime Minister. Most rich people have got peacocks to show to their guests and illustrate how rich they are. JCB boss has an actual former Prime Minister. That's what I would have liked to have seen. A touch of what Angela Rayner might have done when her back was against the wall and just come out swinging. He never swung, did he? He never swung.
He didn't, and that's what people want from a Labour Prime Minister. We haven't put you there to take on, the forces of, monopolies and the corporate elite just to be like, oh yeah, we'll roll over at the first instance of it. That's not what we want. I mean, if you look at Zach Lan, and this is why people like him. When the Daily Mail started, talking to his former family members or whatever, he went straight after them. He said, look, this is what you're trying to do to dig up dirt on me. Don't do it. And he refused to speak to the Telegraph. Which is
it's tricky to do that if you want to be Prime Minister or if you are Prime Minister. But I don't, and he probably is quite a good example of this, of someone just absolutely refusing to play the game. And someone's going to have to at some point. They went after Ed Miliband's dead dad. His dead dad. And Miliband said, could I possibly have a right of reply to that? And they said yes, and they published it. And on the same double-page spread, they published a doubling down on their attacks on his dead dad. That's how evil these people are. And that's what you're up against if you are not dedicated to the interests of wealth as a politician in this country. So you've covered two angles. Number one is the public good, which would be the social media ban. Even if it doesn't work, at least we tried, and we think it will. And number two is the personal as opposed to the political, which is just show me that you fight for something. What's that line from Hamilton, Afsal?
You're asking the wrong person.
Are you serious? You've never seen Hamilton?
I haven't.
Well, that's my gift to you. Go and see it now, or listen to the soundtrack. If you don't stand for anything, Burr, you'll fall. If you don't stand for something, Burr, you'll fall for anything, or words to that effect. And that's the point, isn't it? Is that you saw a little bit of that human side when he was talking about his children earlier, and it has emerged a few times when he talks about family, actually, when he talks about his parents, he talks about his late brother Nick. That humanity, you kind of wanted to see it in a political context as well, or in a personal context as well. You wouldn't want him to fake it, but no one swung. He didn't swing, and as Daphne points out, no one else really swung for him. I don't know whether it's pie in the sky, whether it's fanciful to suggest that our right-wing media now, which is almost all of it, is so utterly bent. If they weren't bent before Brexit and Boris Johnson, imagine how bent they must be now. I remember hearing someone say, we shouldn't talk about Brexit anymore. Same kind of person that might use the phrase Trump derangement syndrome. People who have been historically and epically wrong about everything, go after people like Keir Starmer as if he were public enemy number one. And we, or they, never fight back. They never really fight back. BBC never does a job on the Daily Mail like the Daily Mail does on the BBC. So it has to be impartial. I don't quite get it. It's almost as if, I don't know, either you come down to their level and fight fire with fire, or you leave the pitch clear to the people with the flamethrowers and just sit there sort of waving your fire extinguishers. It needs a bit of work, that analogy, but, you get the picture.
The Prime Minister Keir Starmer resigns. Follow the fallout on LBC.
At Lidl, we believe everybody deserves great deals on quality fresh fruit and veg. That's why we have Pick of the Week. Get up to 30% off 6 delicious fruit and veg items each week, with 3 of them on offer with Lidl Plus. Scan your app to save.
are both writers, one called John Elledge, one called Dorian Linsky. They've both had very interesting contributions to make on this question. I'll go with John Elledge first. Starmer is not only incapable of making difficult decisions, he seems not to understand it's his job. I've had it from multiple sources that he gets angry when officials decline to say which course of action is better, even though sometimes it's not clear which is better. It's a trade-off, or all options have risks. That is why there's no coherence to our immigration or tax policies. Starmer refuses to meet MPs unless it's absolutely unavoidable. He doesn't like ministers who promote their own ideas, but doesn't seem to have any of his own. He has utterly failed to articulate how he wants to change the country or what he thinks this government is for. His government is for. He's presided over policies that have taken rights from protesters, from migrants, from refugees and from trans people. He's made speeches and pursued immigration reforms intended to impress the far right, who are never going to vote for him, while alienating his own voters. He has seemed entirely disinterested in the fact that the higher education system, which is a competitive advantage, a major export industry and a huge platform for regional economies, all at once is collapsing. And on multiple occasions, when coked-up racist thugs have been committing acts of violence and mass civil disorder on our streets, he has been, at best, reluctant to get in front of a camera and say these people are racist thugs who will be punished by the full force of the law. Pensioners who support the Palestinians, by contrast, he is happy to throw away the key. So there is quite a lot to get your teeth into there. And Dorian Linsky, who's written a brilliant book about George Orwell and does an excellent podcast called The Origin Story with Ian Dunt, it takes a slightly different position, or rather crystallises and briefer. You may disagree or rightly point out that consequences matter far more than motives. But my take is that the driver of the most morally repugnant decision Starmer took was cowardice rather than malice. Maybe that's actually worse. The damage weak men do. If I think about the worst things Starmer did, I don't think he truly believed in any of them. I think I'd agree with the last line. When I think of the worst things Starmer did, I don't think he truly agreed with any of them. And it's of a piece with the idea of standing up to critics, standing up to noise, standing up to liars. I think maybe if the rent boy thing had happened, I don't know if it lands with him, though. So if you don't know what I'm talking about, it was absolutely everywhere on social media, particularly Elon Musk's platform, that some Russian-sponsored arsonists who set fire to the Prime Minister's property were actually male prostitutes angry over unpaid bills. Every time I say that out loud, I feel a little bit of my hope for this country die. Because so many people believed that. Some continue to. Actually, Lennon was still selling the grift after the arsonist had been convicted. I don't know whether he was in Moscow at the time or whether he'd just gone back from a trip that he enjoyed with Elon Musk's father, a man best known for impregnating his own stepdaughter twice. Hashtag save our women, hashtag protect our girls. But that, when I say that out loud, and I know that loads of people, probably more people even, that believed that COVID could be caused by 5G phone masts. That is a mark of how mad everything has become, how ugly and wrong everything. How do you govern in a country where people believe bilge like that? Nigel Farage takes £5 million from a foreign-based billionaire who uses a foreign name to do business despite being British. Oh, that's fine. Yeah, no, he did it in secret, and you've got no idea whether he took millions more from millions of others. Doesn't matter. He's great. Keir Starmer. He's the bloke who got his. They set his old house on fire when his sister-in-law was in it, but it's his own fault because he doesn't pay male prostitutes after using their services. That's the same country and the same people, supremely comfortable with one of them, which is true, absolutely outraged by the other, which is a lie. So what did for him? Starmer or the surrounding drama? Lou's in York. Lou, what do you reckon?
Can I just say, it's pretty rude to gazump a guest with exactly what they were going to say with an incredibly long quote before they come on.
What are you talking about? I have no idea what you're about to say.
So that first quote you gave there, where the commentator was basically saying, Starmer compromised on everything.
That was John Elledge. Yeah.
John Elledge, yeah. Everything Starmer did was to appease an imaginary person in his head who didn't exist. He comes in and immediately goes, right.
Well, that's better. That's pithier. And they're professionals. So you take a lap of honour.
Well, the thing is, I think the thing with Starmer is he was constantly trying to play both sides in a way that neither side believed him or liked him. He was constantly coming forward going, look, I will cut benefits. You know who benefits I'm going to cut? Pensioners' benefits. Oh, no, the one group of people whose benefits you can't cut without facing enormous backlash. Oh, I'm going to come out and say that I'm in favour of trans and gay rights in this country. I'm going to have very thoughtful talks. I'm going to come on LBC and not define what a woman is. I won't say a thing when the Supreme Court comes around and says that actually trans women and trans men shouldn't be treated the same as their cis counterparts. Oh, I'm going to come out and say that I'm going to be hard and tough on immigration and show the whole country that I'm really tough on immigration. Oh, the one party that has that issue capitalised and their supporters still don't love me. And now the left wing of the party is looking at me going, who are you? We didn't vote for a Labour leader to be a right-wing government.
Some did. I mean, there are people leaning towards Labour who wanted to see action on immigration, but that doesn't mean that the action they've seen was the right action, or even that they're applauding it. It's not quite. All I'm saying is, it's not quite as binary as you describe it. There are people minded to vote Labour who feel as if things are out of control, but of course, feeling something is not facts. And he failed on both fronts. He hasn't assuaged those feelings, and the facts are that the numbers have come down, but the economy will be weakened further as a consequence.
But it was a total lie that bringing down immigration was ever going to improve the economy. Bringing down immigration is basically a feel-good for right-wing people who want to see the numbers.
Yeah, but also for left-wing people. That's the only quibble I've got with you, is that it's also true of left-wing people. I mean, this is what the Red Wall was about. This is what people who were Labour through and through who voted for Brexit. They're not a mythical constituency. People who identify as left-wing, who feel that their lives have been diminished by immigration. Now, their lives have not been diminished by immigration, and the effort put in by the people who have diminished their lives, i.e. the people with all the money, who own the newspapers and the social media platforms, they have successfully seeded the idea that your life has been made worse by immigration, and Starmer fought from a position of defeat. He thought he would be able to win those people back by reducing the numbers enormously. But the problem is, of course, that when the numbers are reduced enormously, nobody's life is going to improve.
Exactly. Fighting the feeling is not to do with actually fighting immigration. It is fighting the feeling.
And the lies of people like Farage.
So the lies. So this is actually something just to loop around on something you were saying earlier about the rent boy conspiracy that Keir Starmer had, and you're in such despair at the idea that people can believe this story.
Yeah.
There is not a single person who believes in that story who didn't already hate Keir Starmer.
Of course.
Don't lose your mind over this idea that, oh my God, how can people possibly believe this? The whole point of conspiracy theory is confirmation bias to the believer. It tells them something they already think.
No, and listen, two things. Number one, it's far too late for me to resist the loss of my mind. That ship sailed. That ship sailed years ago. And number two, I can despair at that. As a patriot, actually, as a patriotic person, I can despair at what has been done to the population of the country that I love, to people who were not born like this. And listen, hating Keir Starmer is one thing, but believing something so obviously ridiculous, like believing that, you know, the emperor is wearing robes or whatever fairy tale we prefer, that's a tragic moment in our public discourse, mate. It just is.
I would push back and say, and I know this is going to sound a little bit disingenuous, I don't think they really believe it. I think they like to believe it. I think they tell themselves they believe it because it makes a better story. Yeah. In the same way that we all, on the other side of the Trump debate, like to laugh at all the stupid things Trump does and say, oh, isn't that ridiculous and terrible and all that? And okay, those things are actually happening because there's evidence of it. They want their own little chuckle stories. They want their own little reflecting pool that goes wrong. And so, hey, Keir Starmer's really boring, but if we say that he's got these rent boys that hate him, we can all have a chuckle down the pub. Isn't he awful that he has these rent boys he hasn't paid? They don't really believe it. It's not actually changing their minds.
I hope you're right in a way, because it means that they're easier to rescue than they would be if they did, but I'm not sure. I'll go 52-48. In fact, that's probably the split. Some people will be absolutely passionate about it, because what I discovered during COVID was the intoxicating nature of a conspiracy theory, and you end up needing to believe it. It's the only group you've ever really felt that you belong to. They're the only people that you feel a kinship with are the people who are party to the same secret information that you're party to. And the worst thing you can do to these people is point out to them that the information they're party to isn't information at all. It's lies. It's blatant lies. So I don't know, but I don't know what you were worried about. You knocked the previous commentators out of the park. And as I said, they were professionals. It's 12:01.
On your radio, on the LBC app, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom, Sir Keir Starmer has resigned as the leader of the Labour Party and announced he'll stand down as Prime Minister by September. He'd been under growing pressure to quit since Andy Burnham won the Makerfield by-election on Friday. In an emotional speech outside Number 10 this morning, Sir Keir said being Prime Minister had been the proudest moment of his life.
When I leave the biggest job in the country, I shall spend more time on the most important job, being the best husband I can to my fantastic wife, Vic, who has been a rock by my side through good times and bad, and being the best dad I can to my beautiful children, who are my pride and my joy.
The Deputy Prime Minister, David Lammy, has paid tribute to Sir Keir's time in office, saying that he's incredibly proud to have played a part in it.
Lifting the Labour Party from a devastating defeat, the worst since 1935, rooting out anti-Semitism that had offended so much of the country, getting us back into contention and then in office. It's been a privilege to work alongside him.
Nominations for the Labour leadership will open on the 9th of July. Andy Burnham has confirmed he'll stand in the contest and has the backing of the former Health Secretary, Wes Streeting. Mr Burnham will be sworn in as an MP at Westminster this afternoon. LBC's political editor, Natasha Clark, who's in Downing Street, says we could see major leadership developments before September.
We could be in a situation where in a couple of weeks, nobody apart from Andy Burnham has decided that they will run. Nobody apart from him may have the magical number of 81 MPs needed in order to stand. So we could see a coronation happen a lot quicker than we think. But obviously in Westminster, lots of conversations happening. I know from speaking to Labour MPs that many of them are not keen to see an Andy Burnham coronation. Many of them do think that they want to see a formal contest.
Opposition parties have also been reacting to the resignation of Sir Keir Starmer. Reform UK's leader, Nigel Farage, has called for a general election at the soonest possible date. The Liberal Democrats say the new Prime Minister should drop caution and complacency, while the Greens have called for a bold change of direction. Stay with LBC throughout today for the very latest reaction and analysis. In other news this lunchtime, police investigating NHS maternity services in Nottingham have arrested two men in connection with operating practices in the Trust's mortuary services. A 55 and 59-year-old have been questioned on suspicion of misconduct in public office. And the Met Office has issued a red extreme heat warning from Wednesday morning to Thursday night. It covers central, southern and southeastern England and the south of Wales. Temperatures could potentially reach 40 degrees later this week. In the city a short time ago, the FTSE 100 were trading up 21 points at 10,384. The pound buys $1.32 and €1.15. LBC weather. Northern areas of the UK will be cloudy and cooler this afternoon with some patchy rain around. The south mostly sunny, feeling very hot in the east, a high of 33 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Dominic Ellis.
Vodafone is backing the UK with an £11 billion investment to make the nation's biggest network even better.
Fair play. That's a big commitment.
So you can launch that business.
So I can start selling my model trains in Pwllheli.
We've got three missed informations for you today, one of which I think doubles up as a woke watch. We haven't had a woke watch for a while, and one of which possibly doubles up as an unhinged headline. So three missed informations. One goes doubles on a woke watch and one goes doubles on a missed information. If you've no idea what I'm talking about, stay tuned to find out. And it is Windrush Day, somewhat overshadowed, of course, by political events, inevitably. But I will mark it today by hearing an extraordinary story that explains why it is so important that the government acts to provide proper legal support to some of the families still waiting for justice in that area. I suppose you have to point out that the political narrative at the moment is telling lies about anti-white racism, while the Windrush victims remain largely uncompensated and often forgotten. Make of that what you will. 7 minutes after 12 is the time. So, back to Starmer's resignation, and still got a question about what you think was the biggest flaw in the whole project. So it could be, as we've discovered actually, that for me, I think the biggest thing, in terms of what I want, what I'd like to see, I just wish someone would stand up to these bullies, you know? It's not always an easy thing to do. To properly stand up to bullies, you have to become a bit of a bully yourself. But I think you should be comfortable bullying bullies, as long as you don't bully anybody else. And it's not that difficult to work out who the bullies are. So it would be nice to see a Labour figure really standing up to the bullies. And I'm not sure Burnham is the man that's going to do that. But that's probably my starter for 10. I really like Dorian Lynskey's observation about cowardice. I think I'd be a little kinder. I'd probably call it querulousness or something like that. But this almost an allergy. I don't know if it's a lawyer thing, if it's a legal thing, or if it's more personal than that, but almost an allergy to taking a strong decision and then sticking to it. Because a consequence of that querulousness, if that is indeed the right word, is the impermanence of decisions. You know, the regime, the administration is typified by what critics will call U-turns, and which I suppose admirers could call changes of mind. But if it looks like a U-turn and it screeches like a U-turn, the chances are it's a U-turn. And the reason why you get U-turns is because there is an absence of certainty. Now, an absence of certainty can be a good thing, right? An absence of certainty can be a good thing, because some people are certain that something is true that is not true. And the more certain you are that something that isn't true is true, the more danger you are in and the more danger you pose to others. Back to the male prostitutes in the Keir Starmer story. But if you're never certain about anything, that's it, isn't it? That's it. We got there. 9 minutes after 12 on the day of Keir Starmer's resignation. Tell me something he's certain about. Tell me something you're certain Keir Starmer is certain about. Go on. You can't. Something you're certain that he's certain about. Except, oddly, love of his family and love of his country, which are the moments where his voice cracks, which are the moments where he seems most human. What are you certain that Keir Starmer is certain about? So I suppose we'd have to call it the absence of certainty. And you know what another word for certainty is? Conviction. It's an absence of conviction. What is the biggest thing? I've not said this before. It's only just occurred to me now. In that moment, you heard it happen live on your radio. The absence of conviction. And again, I don't know that Andy Burnham, from what I remember of him in Westminster, is necessarily someone possessed of oodles of conviction. So that's mine. Of course, yours doesn't have to be the same. What would you put on the list? Is it something outside that happened to him? Is it drama? Or is it something inextricably part of him, in and of him? Is it Starmer? 03456060973. And then I'd like to move on, if I may, this hour, to the question, and anyone can answer this. I'll tell you what, if you're enjoying this, and you might be a bit new to it, and you've been thinking, I'd like to get involved, but I don't know how, or I don't know if it's really for me. Here's a nice, easy one for you. Do you want a battle? Do you want a contest? You're not going to get one involving Wes Streeting. I would say that Angela Rayner's statement, at the very least, suggests that she is keeping her powder dry. She has not, and could easily have, pledged loyalty to a Andy Burnham premiership. She could easily have thrown her not inconsiderable political weight behind Andy Burnham. Wes Streeting has chosen to do so. He broke early and he broke fast, and he has nailed his colours to Andy Burnham's mast, in expectation, I would say, of holding one of the great offices of state by the time Parliament comes back. And that would probably be Chancellor. The other two, of course, alongside Prime Minister, which he's decided is not for him at this juncture, would be Foreign Secretary or Home Secretary. So I I can't say I don't know. I've been saying that far too much. I'd quite like to see some sort of contest, he says, at 12 minutes past 12, for the very simple reason that I want to see Burnham set his stall out properly. Then I've got something to judge him by. Then I can say a year from now or 2 years from now, well, he didn't do this and he didn't do that. And when you're coming in as Prime Minister, your, quotes, manifesto, end quotes, is unique because you can be held to it. You campaign in opposition, you discover the reality when you achieve power, and you have to abandon some of the things that you claimed in opposition. Or, of course, you can be more cynical about it and say, well, I'll make promises in opposition that I know I'm not going to be able to keep when I'm in power. But if you're campaigning to become leader and Prime Minister at the same time, then it's a very different metric, isn't it? It's a very different equation. So do you want... I mean, who... So there's two questions, isn't there? You can't tell me that you want to see some sort of leadership contest without telling me who you want to see in it and why. So I still want more on the brittleness of Keir Starmer, the vulnerabilities of Keir Starmer, how much of the wounds that ultimately did for him, how many of them were self-inflicted and how many of them were the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune. And then alongside that, the question of whether or not you actually want to see some sort of... leadership contest, because I'd say it's less likely now than it was on Friday, which I think might have been the last time I asked you. Do you want Andy Burnham to progress to Downing Street unchallenged, or do you, as a neutral or as a Labour diehard or as a sworn enemy of everything decent and honourable and left-wing, do you want Andy Burnham to actually face obstacles, to actually face challenges? Or, of course, because it's your show as much as mine, do you want someone else to be Prime Minister, not Andy Burnham? And if so, who and why? Hit the numbers now. You will get through. Phil's in Hull, I think. Phil, question or answer? Got a bit previous. It's not Thursday. Phil, what would you like to say?
Deputy PM, it's our time, James.
Oh, it's been a while. So
It's been a while.
It has. So where are you this morning? And don't say Hull.
I'm in Hull. So, it's been a hull of a time as well, right, at the moment.
Stop it.
So, I'm looking at this from two perspectives in terms of our initial question. Yes. So, there's the external and there's the internal. So, the external, obviously, Labour won a loveless landslide victory, yes. But it was underpinned by broken Britain, despair, anguish. We need to get past everything that's going on and we need something different. So throwing everything out and just saying, right, we need you in power. But obviously when Keir Starmer came into power and the Labour Party came into power, we saw the riots, we saw the prisons which were full to overflowing. God, yeah. And obviously we had the, as we've mentioned before, the press attacks as well. So externally, Labour essentially handed a hospital pass. It was sort of like they're in a no-win situation in that position.
Deliberately as well, because it was... what was his name? Alex Chalk? Is that a name? Is that a person? Alex Chalk. One of the senior Tories in the last administration had pointed out to Rishi Sunak tirelessly that the prison situation was untenable, and they'd already, of course, started releasing people early so that they could put new people in to begin their sentences, but they did absolutely nothing to alleviate it because they knew that it was a problem imminently to be inherited by Keir Starmer. And of course that wasn't reported honestly across much of the media, and it made Starmer look awful. And then you've got the Farage riots, which again saw an extraordinary swelling of incoherent hatred being directed at the Prime Minister by people who wanted to set fire to foreigners.
Yeah, it was terrible. So obviously, they were left in a rock and a hard place in that situation. Now, obviously, this was compounded internally. So this is where the internal factors came in, was compounded by the decision-making around the winter fuel payments, the farmers, obviously, that was explored. Not to say that was wrong, but I think the timing was wrong because it looked like he was attacking them. It looked like he was attacking the pensioners. So all this really, I think, compounded to really put Keir Starmer and the Labour Party in a position which they dug themselves into a bigger hole than had been created.
Was it timing or was it appetite? So the thing I would say to Andy Burnham, were he to ask me, which is obviously not going to happen, I would say don't announce anything that you're not prepared to defend to the death. Just in the first year or two, certainly in the first few, don't announce. So you've gone with two. You've gone with winter fuel, and you've gone with the most favourable inheritance tax circumstances for anyone in the country, still being afforded to farmers, but less favourable than they were before. Announce those things by all means, but defend them to the death. Don't U-turn.
Yeah, I think it is timing, only because I think, as I say, just remember we're being underpinned by this anguish, this despair, this broken Britain. Nothing works. People want to feel something. It's that perception, and we want to feel like something's changing. There's a move, even if it's small or little. What can be announced that's going to bring a bit of light, of positivity? And I think yes, look at the important issues, but just say, look, these are the feel-good policies, whatever that looks like. Obviously, they announced these free school meals, which was great, but anything that's just going to just create that idea and perception. This is where, obviously, they have to be clever around where Labour weren't that streetwise around, what's the public sentiment and how can we really galvanise people to see, okay, there is some change, there is some light at the end of the tunnel, even though, we know there's some dark bits underneath that. And you took my word away from me because conviction politics was going to be really, really key to that. Obviously, the communication, as we said as well, but it's a perception. And as we know, perception is such a powerful thing. So if it was perceived by the public and the movement that things were moving in that right way, even though things like the winter fuel, whatever, potentially or in principle were right, is a wrong time because the public were thinking, well, you're attacking us still. This is still going down the same route as what we've had over the last 14 years. Nothing's changed, X, Y, Z.
It's the three C's. It's the three C's: conviction, communicators, and the characters on social media.
Yeah. And we've let, and something that we've both spoke about for a long time. Obviously, the whole Brexit thing. That's been allowed to fester, and it's not been called out as it should have been called out. And it can be called out without saying we're going back into the EU, but just say this has been as a result because that's let reform
certainty. So I know that Keir Starmer believes that Brexit was the stupidest thing any country's ever done to itself, and yet, if you watched him exclusively as Prime Minister, you would not be certain of that.
No.
That's it, isn't it? What are you certain that he's certain of?
Yeah, and you don't know because he's and the thing is, his character doesn't allow us to see that. He's a plain, balanced sort of individual. But in today's climate, that's not going to cut. That's not going to cut it anymore.
And when it's coupled with the querulousness, the kind of real reluctance, almost a pathological reluctance to make decisions, which everybody in the room where it happens has, or not everybody. I haven't spoken to everybody, but lots of people who are party to what happens in the room where it happens are united in the shock at how indecisive he is. And of course, if you are indecisive, then you end up U-turning because you're never certain enough about anything to see it through. Phil, take it as a compliment. I'm 5 minutes late for this.
The Prime Minister Keir Starmer resigns. Follow the fallout on LBC.
Fancy being spoilt for choice when it comes to your new kitchen? Wickes has over 80 kitchen styles and hundreds of cabinet options, so there's something for every home. Plus, choose from a wide range of leading
vague ambitions, but not specific policy announcements. And that has to be part of the reason why his premiership has come to a juddering halt after just 2 years. I don't have any calls at the moment on the question of whether or not you want a leadership election. So take that as an invitation, a call to arms. Do you want to see Andy Burnham progress to Downing Street unchallenged, or do you want to see someone challenge him? In which case, who and why? 0345 60 And before we go to Julie in Plymouth, which we will do, I promise, Julie, stay where you are, I have some fun to deal with. Shall we start with the misinformation that is neither a woke... Oh, no, this one is the one that is both a misinformation and a woke watch. I've stopped sulking over the fact that the Keir Starmer has resigned sting got made within about 10 minutes of it happening, whereas I usually wait 6 months for mine. I'm just going to celebrate the ones that I did eventually get. So we'll begin with a misinformation.
Misinformation.
Thank you, Emily. But also a woke watch.
Woke watch.
Anti-woke cop calls for new rules amid storm over two-tier policing. So if, God forbid, you were reading the Daily Mail this morning, what would you take away from that headline? You'd take away the idea, I think, that an anti-woke cop agreed with the idea of two-tier policing and was going to do something about it, wouldn't you? Anti-woke cop calls for new rules amid storm over two-tier policing, which, to be fair, they've put in quotes, two-tier policing. What you would actually find, if you bothered to read into the story, was that he doesn't actually accept the idea of two-tier policing at all. He, in fact, said, I'm not naive. This is the Chief Constable of Greater Manchester, Sir Stephen Watson. I'm not naive to the fact that in the light of the murder of Henry Novak, this idea of two-tier policing is widespread. I don't think it's justified, but I can understand where it's coming from. So can I, mate. Racist liars. So the headline gives you the impression that this anti-woke cop is going to fix two-tier policing, whereas if you read to the... it's about the 12th, 13th, 14th paragraph of the story, you'll actually learn that he doesn't think it even exists, which is a classic example of misinformation.
Misinformation.
As is this... Well, actually, no, I'll speak to Julie first. I've got two more. One of them doubles up as an unhinged headline and one of them is a pure misinformation. But first, Julie is in Plymouth. Julie, which of the many, many questions I've asked today would you like to answer?
Oh, hello, James.
Hello,
first time speaking to you, long time listener.
You're very welcome.
Love your work. I'd just like to say, first of all, that I'm the type of person that follows politics and but doesn't use social media very much. So I didn't even hear about the rent boy.
Lucky you. Well, nor did I. I got it in. I
Yes.
got it in my inbox for months. I can tell because I can click on these messages and see what messages they've sent to the station before. So the people saying, "Why aren't you talking about the rent boys?" And I'd click on it, and it would be, massive racists, big Nigel Farage fans, let's deport millions of people. Go back far enough, they'd be wanging on about vaccines and 5G phone masks calling COVID. So that's how I knew it was real. I didn't realise how widespread it was.
I'm not that sort of person, so I feel
No,
better that
good.
I had no idea until I heard you mention it. Okay, down to business. I'm sad to see Keir go, but obviously we live in a democratic country, hopefully still. So I wish Mr Burnham all the best, and I will support Labour on the basis of do not want these characters of that want to ruin our country to be allowed in. But Mr Starmer was definitely certain that he wanted to turn the tank around that was stuck after 14 years of the Tory government. All our public
Yeah, but that's a
services-
vague ambition. It's not a specific principle or policy.
I think it was for him, because I think it was about stabilising, trying to bring the nation together, trying to bring international affairs together, trying to find our place on the stage, trying to be more inclusive, cover as many sections of our society as possible. Maybe that's the vagueness. But I don't feel he's done anything personally for me, but I feel he's done things for lots of different groups that needed some support and help and acknowledgement. Now, that makes a better country for me. That's the way I view it. It wasn't obviously enough for the people that like division, don't want compromise.
I don't think there was much of a vision, Julie. Not really. Because he kept changing his mind. Every time he announced something big, he unannounced it a few weeks or even days later. It's an extraordinary list of things. I'm going to run through it for you, but I hope you don't feel that I'm badgering you. Student loans, local elections, digital ID, pub business rates, farmers' inheritance tax, winter fuel payments, welfare reform, the grooming gangs inquiry, the island of stranger comments, the two-child benefit cap, the waspy women compensation, rights for workers and income tax thresholds.
I can't get it out, but there's a longer list of the things that he has done that are going to benefit many, many people.
But none of them were even vaguely controversial, really. As soon as there's a bit of a controversy surrounding something, or as soon as some people question it, he kind of undoes it again.
Isn't it the loudest voices, James? And it's like the right-wing press and the Farages and journalists that, bow to that.
Well, none of those things. Well, then he has to hold his course. I mean, you can point at stuff that was ridiculous, like the fuss they made about his curry when they were trying to pretend that Boris Johnson wasn't a delinquent, or the fuss they made about his spectacles and suits. Nigel Farage stood on a stage and said, "I bought my spectacles myself." I think at that point he'd already trousered £5 million from a foreign-based billionaire who uses a foreign name to do foreign business in a foreign country. Hashtag protect our borders. So there is always going to be evidence of how bonkers it is to be left-wing in this country and pursuing or in power. But you can't just ignore that long list of things that should have been principles. They should have been points of battle. They should have been things that he was certain about. He wasn't certain about any of them because he undid them all.
Well, I wasn't happy with some of them, but that he undid them, and I wasn't happy with some of them he raised. But at the same time, I think, sometimes the left wing of the Parliamentary Labour Party are disingenuous in the sense that, they want to make trouble and they won't compromise either. And, it's a difficult time to work.
And you're a generous person. You're clearly a generous person.
But at the same time, I recognise that, he's not what the nation wants.
And that's because of his palette, his personality palette. There's something missing. On top of the politics of it, and quite what that was, I don't know, but probably the vacillation, probably the indecision, and the fact that, albeit that he is possessed of personal integrity, he didn't actually, in the final analysis, demonstrate much political, I don't want to say integrity, although it's probably the best word I could use. Let's just say certainty. I've got this statement from Volodymyr Zelensky, the leader of Ukraine, marking Keir Starmer's resignation. It's quite moving, actually. I'll share that with you after the very latest headlines with Amelia Cox, when we will also be catching up with a very powerful and moving story to mark two things, really. The fact that today is Windrush Day and the fact that the Windrush cause is far from over. So back to our coverage of Keir Starmer's resignation imminently. But first, I feel it's right to mark Windrush Day and the ongoing struggle faced by that generation of people, as well as their families, still pursuing the justice that they so obviously deserve. Here's Amelia.
The UK will have a new Prime Minister by September after Sir Keir Starmer announced his resignation as leader of the Labour Party. He'd been under growing pressure to quit since Andy Burnham's convincing win in the Makerfield by-election. The former mayor of Greater Manchester says he will stand in any leadership contest and has the backing of former Health Secretary Wes Streeting. Mr Burnham is due to be sworn in as an MP at Westminster this afternoon. And a rare red weather warning has been issued for some parts of the UK due to extreme heat from Wednesday morning until Thursday night. It covers central, southern and southeast England and the south of Wales. LBC weather, cooler in the north this afternoon with patchy rain, but staying sunny and very warm in the south with some thunderstorms later, a high of 33 degrees.
The Prime Minister Keir Starmer resigns. Follow the fallout on LBC.
Lotto from the National Lottery now gives you 2 chances to win with every ticket. So it could be you, and it could be you. You, and then the same you, again. You. 1 ticket, 2 chances to win.
I mean, a very poignant and powerful example of just how unresolved and unfinished much of the Windrush business is. So Pauline, to begin with you, did you think that the book would perhaps have been closed by now?
I would have liked it to have been, but it's not. It definitely isn't. If anything, things are exacerbating and getting worse, and that's the problem. So when we come to days like this, we want to celebrate, but we can't really do that because we know there's so much more work to do. And
what are the major areas that you want, well, in which that work needs to be done? The biggest one is the lack of legal funding. That's been the ongoing problem that every single organisation and legal representative has been arguing for so long. And it's like a broken record. We've been saying it over and over again that we need to be in line with the other schemes that are out there. We want compensation to be legally funded for those victims, for those people who are caught up in this. So you're either pursuing compensation or you're not entirely happy with the sort of one-size-fits-all settlement that the government has suggested. But unless you've got private money to fund a legal fight, you either have to suck it up or just be quiet and sit down. Yeah, or you wait for the ombudsman who can help, but the parliamentary and health ombudsman who can assist. But the problem is that they're snowed under, everybody is, and you can't get to the ombudsman until you go through your MP. And that requires the MP filter, which also in itself takes months sometimes because MPs are so busy, they break for the summer, so it's very difficult to get through that process after you've already gone through the long appeal process within the scheme itself. Louise, I know you're not really here today to pursue compensation. It's more that you want the story of your father, Herbert, to be more widely known. In some ways, it occurred to me when I was reading about him that he was a kind of early warning in some ways of what it would be like to live without documentation in this country, because he was never really secure. He never owned his own house, never had a bank account or consistent work. And partly as a consequence of that, his relationship with your mum broke down and you didn't get back in touch until you yourself became a mother.
Literally, I was 23 when we came back into contact.
And what sort of state was his life in then?
He was in survival mode. The best way to explain my dad is survival mode. He's got no house, no income, he didn't look great.
He came here in 65, born in Jamaica, so very much part of that movement and that generation, and worked out earlier than some of the victims of Windrush that he didn't have the status that he presumed he had, and so he couldn't get on waiting lists, he couldn't get access to things that most of us take for granted.
Literally, he couldn't get access to absolutely anything because all he has to prove his status here is a stamp in his expired Jamaican passport. Wow. And that's never ever been sufficient evidence for anything to apply for benefits, housing, employment, anything that you need to live, basically. He just didn't have it.
So what would he do? Sort of cash in hand work?
Cash in hand jobs.
Always.
We supported him. My brother and I have supported him over the years where we could do. He's been homeless. He's lived in garages.
Well, he was, I think, 72 when you realised he'd been living in your shed.
So he was living in my garden shed. He was 72. Cut a long story short, I managed to get him a property with the local authority. And he was so happy. It was his first property, first house, first home, whatever you would like to call it, at the age of 72.
But you couldn't get him a bank account?
No bank account, still no bank account, still no contracts, no phone contracts, no line of credit, no private pensions, no investments, nothing, absolutely nothing. My dad left this world with one suitcase and a suitcase of clothes and a briefcase full of documentations, which I found, and which I realised Dad was part of Windrush generation.
Do you look back, and obviously you've been on a crash course since you realised your dad was part of that movement of people, movement of humans. Do you look back and think that this was just all a terrible accident, a sort of institutional or governmental accident, or do you think that your father was a victim of something more sinister?
Absolutely, he's a victim of something more sinister. It's not an accident. This is not an accident. You've done this on purpose to these people. You've brought them here. They've helped rebuild your country, and then you've just treated them so disgracefully. Literally. And my dad is not the only one in this situation. There's hundreds, if not thousands, of people even living like this in this day and age.
There was a fateful family trip to Jamaica, wasn't there?
Yeah.
What happened then?
So 2015, we went back to Jamaica. My dad...
First time Dad had been back?
First time Dad's been back to Jamaica since he was here. We had... Thank you. We had gone with my son, who shares a different surname to me as well. The way that we got to travel there was... Couldn't get a UK passport. There was absolutely no records of Dad. I rang the Home Office and got passed from pillar to post, literally so many times, no records of Dad. So I had to go to the Jamaican High Commission, get an emergency certificate to travel with him, which I had to prove where we were staying. I had to give all the details of what we was doing. When we arrived back in Heathrow, we both got detained. Dad's got detained because he hasn't got correct documentation, and I got detained because my surname's different to my son's. I think we was there for over 6 to 7 hours trying to talk it out. Like, we had no documentation. I don't know how we even got out of there, if I'm all honest with you. I have no idea.
How did he cope with that?
My dad, as I was explaining to Pauline, he's so resilient.
He had to be.
He was so strong. He was amazing. He was very cold, though. He was very cold-hearted. He was very emotionless.
Well, he'd had to build walls around him.
Literally.
To protect himself from the world, but of course that would impact on his relationships with others.
Literally. It's affected us as a family, my older brother as well. It's affected the relationship with him. It's affected everything. And if I'm honest with you, if Dad was still alive, I wouldn't even be here today, because the embarrassment that my dad must have felt living like that is horrendous.
And
it's not okay. It's not okay.
It was something done to him, not something he had any responsibility for whatsoever. How many Herberts are there still waiting for justice, Pauline?
There's hundreds, and the difficulty that we have is that now I am representing Louise and her late father. I have a journey, as all my legal colleagues have, in proving that something happened to Herbert that entitles him to justice, not money compensation, but justice. And I know the hurdle that we've got in front of us, because the scheme is so rigid. It's going to want me to produce documentary evidence that Herbert lost out because of his lack of UK status. And the paper trail, I know, is going to be virtually impossible to find. But I've put in a freedom of information. I'm going to do everything I can to see if we can get some form of justice for him. But because of the way the scheme is done, the rigidity of it, we have to see what we get back. And if there is no paperwork to link into Herbert's lack and his treatment, it's unlikely that we will overcome the threshold.
Well, that's the terrifying thing, isn't it? In that, we wouldn't even know about Herbert if he hadn't passed away in February of last year, because, as Louise said, his pride wouldn't have allowed him to come forward and describe his own plight. So we will never know how many people may be in exactly the same.
And now that we're in the political regime that we are in this country, it's taken people even more into their shells, because they're frightened that if they do come forward, they will be threatened with deportation, and they're terrified of what will happen to them if they're going to put themselves out there to be seen. They're very frightened of what to do. So this is another thing we have to deal with the political regime that we're in right now.
And we know of 66 people who have died while awaiting compensation. What we'll never know is how many people either didn't know they were entitled to it, or who passed away having not actually got around to coming forward.
That's right. But the key is that it doesn't matter how bad it is or how difficult it will be. The key is that we just keep fighting, and we never give up to find justice for the Herberts of this world.
So legal funding for claimants, a lowering of the burden of proof for compensation, simplification of that process, the compensation process, and a streamlining of it. You can find out more about the work that Justice for Windrush, with the number 4, are doing and continue to do. But for you, Louise, I mean, you have very little expectation of receiving any financial compensation, and neither are you, I don't think, particularly bothered by it. Tell me what it is that you do want.
I just want acknowledgement that they've done wrong by my dad and all the other people that they've done wrong by. Just hold your hands up, own up to you've done wrong. You've actually done, and it's, I don't know if it's intentionally that you've done this, but yeah, you've done it. It's done. What the damage is done.
So that his legacy is more than that suitcase?
It's more than that. Much more than that.
Did he have a good relationship with your son? Fantastic
relationship with my son. Absolutely fantastic relationship. That's the only time you saw my dad smile, is when he was with my son.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely. It's the only time he showed emotion.
Well, then he left much more than just that suitcase, didn't he? Louise, thank you.
Thank you.
Pauline, you know we're always here to help on this.
Thank you, James. We appreciate it.
Even on days like today, eh?
Even on days like today.
Slightly overtaken by the news, but this stuff's important. God bless you both.
Thank you very much.
It's 12:45.
Coming up at 1 on LBC, Sheila Fogarty.
Keir Starmer bows out. Andy Burnham books a train ticket. We're live from Downing Street and London Euston Station for his arrival. So, coronation, contest or general election. What do you want?
Sheila Fogarty at 1. Listen on our free Global Player app or the LBC app.
The people of Britain have bought loads of noise-cancelling headphones. With a Barclaycard Rewards credit card, you could get cash back on eligible purchases and no fees on spending overseas.
Success as well as realisation of your national goals. We have confidence in Britain. Keir, you are always a welcome guest in Ukraine. It was a rare moment of what felt like national unity. Admittedly, it was before we found out that one of Nigel Farage's closest friends and protégés was secretly taking money from a Kremlin stooge in return for polluting our political discourse. And you'd have to sort of, I suppose, just forget for a moment that the politician Nigel Farage admires most in the world is Vladimir Putin, because the response to Ukraine and the illegal invasion thereof felt like a real moment, didn't it, of national unity. Even Boris Johnson managed to get it right. Again, as long as you can forget that he put the son of a KGB spy in the House of Lords and disappeared on his way back from a NATO summit to attend a party being thrown by both the father and the son. But hey-ho, these are small details. Perhaps we should just cling to the semblance of unity that emerged in the wake of that hideous invasion and forget all the people who sometimes seem to be closer to Russian interests than British ones, who now operate within British politics. It is 10 minutes to 1. You are listening to James O'Brien on LBC. I've got a missed information for you, but it's a good one as well, because it tallies directly with something we actually did last week. So it's both a missed information...
Missed information.
Thank you, Emily. And an unhinged headline.
Unhinged headline.
The woke quango that wants to cull almost every wild pony on Dartmoor and won't even speak to the people fighting to save their lives is a headline in the Daily Mail today, which makes you wonder why they didn't do what I suggested you do last week and just go to Natural England's website at gov.uk and read about what they have to say on the subject of this absolute non-story. Guy Shrubsole, the... environmental campaigner and best-selling author, explained to us in glorious technicolor why this is a load of old nonsense. But unfortunately, the memo didn't get to the editorial floor of the Daily Mail, so I'll do it for them. This is from Natural England. On the 16th of June, as in 6 days ago, recent media coverage has suggested that Natural England has recommended a cull of ponies on Dartmoor. This is categorically not true, nor is it true to suggest any scheme has been designed with the aim of achieving this. I don't know. Is that clear enough for you? Is that unequivocal enough for you? Not apparently for the Daily Mail, who have managed to turn it into a classic example of a missed information.
Missed information.
I've got another one for you, but it might have to wait until tomorrow, because Jane is in Camden. Jane, which of the many brilliant questions I've asked today would you most like to answer?
Afternoon, James. It's a pleasure to speak to you again.
Likewise.
Can I just start by thanking Louise and her father, her late father Herbert, for his contribution to this country. And I think, all of us living in the UK would not have the infrastructure and the facilities that we have were it not for the Windrush community coming over here. So I really do want to extend my thanks, and I hope that they are recognised.
Of course.
I just want to put that out there. I'm hoping not to be too greedy, but I'm guessing in response to your questions, I would like to have a go at both of them, really.
Go on.
But quickly. So I think the issues with Starmer, what has gone wrong? Personally, I am disappointed that he has resigned, and it does sit uneasy with me the way that we now have a politics where you can just shove one person out and you just bring another person in. And I do like Andy Burnham, but I do think here the optics just isn't great. This looks at Labour Party wanting to feather their own nest, and a person who wants to. Well, okay, so why are they bringing Burnham in? Well, they're bringing Burnham in because they know that if Keir stays in, or they feel that if Keir stays in, potentially they're going to get slaughtered at the next general election.
Yeah.
So I think that's where I'm coming from. Are they doing this for the good of the country, or are they doing this for the good of the party?
It can be both. It can be, I don't want to quibble unduly, but it can be both. I mean, if keeping the far right out of power is a top priority, that's for the good of the country, and it can only really be achieved by having a change of leader, would be the argument, wouldn't it? And Burnham demonstrated in Makerfield that he has, at this point in the political cycle, he has a bit of a gift for delivering the undeliverable.
I think that's a fair counter, but I still think optically people will look at this and they will, they won't look at it like that. They will probably look at this is a Burnham campaign and this is, for the Labour Party. But that isn't the sole reason why, I guess I've just thrown that point in. I think for Keir, where it's gone wrong with the flip-flopping, it's about across the detail. And it's very difficult for him to be across that detail all of the time. But I think that he has struggled with that. And in a sense, when you are Prime Minister, the buck stops with you. And that then comes down to how you kind of, control the things around you. And I suppose to some respect, he has to manage. He can't control everything all of the time, but I think that's where some of the flip-flopping has happened, where perhaps he hasn't been across the detail as much as he should have been.
That was the thing I thought we could rely on him for, personally. I thought, he's not going to be able to do the stardust and the tap dancing and what have you, but he will be absolutely, in the way that you expect a lawyer to be, he will be absolutely across the detail. And then because he has such a good grasp of detail, when he moves, he will move decisively and he will move permanently. And sadly, I think you're being too kind. None of those things turned out to be true.
I think some of it you do have to be superhuman, and I think that lack of detail and that lack of micromanaging to an extent has led to the poor decision making. I mean, look at Mandelson, for heaven's sake. I mean, all of the rest of us could see that a mile off. Don't do it, but yet he still did it.
Well,
So
actually,
I think,
again, I mean, to be that guy, all of the people who were the loudest retrospective critics of that appointment thought it was a stroke of flipping diplomatic genius at the time, didn't they? I mean, you may have seen through it. I don't think I can give myself that particular accolade. Everyone from Michael Gove to Nigel Farage were talking about what a brilliant appointment it was to put Mandelson in the embassy in Washington. But hey-ho, how that world turns. That is as negative as you are minded to be this morning, which is perfectly reasonable, but just that he didn't really have a great grasp of the detail.
Yeah, I think so. It's not a great grasp of the detail, which has led to poor decision making. But in terms of Burnham coming in, I think he has a very, very short time to turn stuff around, and if he doesn't, they will have him out. So I think that the weight is going to be on his shoulders, and all of these issues Starmer was trying to deal with are still going to be there for Burnham. So I have no idea
immigration,
how he's going to address it.
Except immigration, which is
communications around that.
Yeah, I know. I mean, how many people are aware of the fact that we could, by the time of the next general election, actually have more people leaving the country than coming in? You will actually have reduced immigration so completely that net migration moves into the negative. I've got time to squeeze in one more call, the last of the day, and it's going to be Stu in Southampton. Stu, what's it going to be?
Good afternoon, James. It's going to be no particular fan of Starmer, Labour supporter, wanted him to stay.
Did you?
Dan Jarvis is the man.
The steely-eyed messenger of death.
Yeah. Dan Jarvis.
He's my guy. I've got to stop saying that because it could actually become a bit of a millstone around his neck, couldn't it? I don't know if the sort of average voter wants a steely-eyed messenger of death to be Prime Minister, but I do.
Let's talk about the average voter. We are in the fight of our lives here. Let's not, mince our words. We are in such dangerous times, and I just feel a figurehead, ex-military, ticks all the boxes, family guy, really good local MP, has had hardships, but he's done tours of duty. He's that.
He's the real deal.
All year round.
Yeah, we'll see, won't we? It's probably not. I imagine it will be clear by the end of the week whether or not anybody else is going to have a tilt at it. But they've got until July the 9th to make their minds up. I think I'd like to see some sort of battle, but as you remind us, only against a really meaningful opposition. I think in some ways the worst thing that could happen would be for a complete nonentity to come forward and say that they're doing it just because they think it's important to have a contest. But I'm not sure a complete nonentity could pick up 81 nominations, which I think is the figure that you need. It is coming up to 12:59. If you missed any of today's show, you can listen back on our free Global Player app or the LBC app, where you can stay up to date with all the latest news. I mean, literally on a day-to-day, all the latest news, videos and opinions. You can listen to a range of podcasts, including James O'Brien Daily, the best bits from my LBC show every day. So do download the LBC app. It's free. You get it from your app store now. Coming up at 4 on LBC, Ben Kentish is in for Tom Swarbrick. But now it's time for Sheila Fogarty.
Here's a sentence I never expected to say.
Oh, yes.
All eyes on Downing Street and London Euston Station.
Yes.
As you know, I love London Euston Station. So does the nation's press today as Andy Burnham arrives just after 1 o'clock, we are told, on an Avanti train. Maybe Keir Starmer will be longer in the job than he thinks. He set out in his speech what he thinks his record is. Did you want Keir Starmer to resign? What do you think of his record? He said he ended austerity. He mentioned waiting lists on the NHS, improvement in rights for workers, uplift in defence spending, small boat crossings falling, asylum hotels closing, protecting young people from social media, 500,000 children being lifted out of poverty, and on it went. How do you rate the record? Because that's what it's turned into.
On your radio, on the LBC app, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 1 o'clock, Sir Keir Starmer has resigned as leader of the Labour Party, making way for the UK's 7th Prime Minister in 10 years. He made the announcement outside number 10 earlier after a weekend of considering his future at Chequers.
The question my party is asking now is whether I am best placed to lead us into the next general election. I have heard the answer of my parliamentary party to that question, and I accept that answer with good grace.
Sir Keir's decision follows Andy Burnham's emphatic win in the Makerfield by-election last week. The former mayor of Greater Manchester says he will stand in a leadership contest and has the backing of Wes Streeting. The Prime Minister used his resignation speech to celebrate his achievements in office.
An economy that is stronger, growing faster than our peers, wages rising faster than inflation in every single month since we came to power, investment secured, infrastructure being built, an end to austerity, with the fastest fall in NHS waiting lists for 17 years.
LBC's Lewis Goodall says the speech was emblematic of his leadership over the past 2 years.
I think Keir Starmer was a Prime Minister who deeply enjoyed being Prime Minister, but did not enjoy politics. And I think that tension eventually ran out of road with him. Even that list that you described there, as impressive as it might be or it might not be, it was presented in such a way that we've come to expect from Keir Starmer, which is rather humdrum, rather pedestrian.
Mr Burnham is due to be sworn in as an MP this afternoon, while nominations for the Labour leadership contest will open in July. Reform UK leader Nigel Farage has called for a general election at the soonest possible date. Stay with LBC throughout today for the very latest reaction and analysis. Also this afternoon, new red warnings have been issued about this week's heat, with temperatures set to hit 40 degrees Celsius. The UK Health Security Agency says there will be a risk to life for even the healthy population. The worst will be felt across some central and southern parts of England and the southeast of Wales. In the city, a short time ago, the FTSE 100 was trading up 44 points at 10,408. The pound buys $1.32 and €1.15. LBC weather, cooler in the north this afternoon with patchy rain, but staying sunny and very warm in the south with some thunderstorms later, a high of 33 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Amelia Cox.
Some companies try to reel people in by promising quick cash if you pay them to claim work expenses. But think twice before taking the bait, because they might just want to
let out, as I was mentioning just a few moments ago, and what happens next as well between him resigning today or giving notice of his resignation and the change actually happening, because there is a process that has to be gone through. And there may yet be a challenger. I mean, the received wisdom is that there won't be at this point, but we'll see. We've been surprised before. We'll talk to Benji in a moment in Euston Station, but Natasha Clark joins me from Downing Street, LBC's political editor. Natasha, this is becoming all too familiar, isn't it? And what happened this morning was largely expected after the events of the weekend, wasn't it?
Yes, Sheila, I think it was expected, but obviously, as you say, it's no less dramatic or seismic when it does indeed happen. Of course, things have moved very quickly today. At the start of the day, we weren't sure if Keir Starmer was definitely going to resign and whether it was definitely going to be this morning, but just after 9 o'clock today, we did see the wires put outside Downing Street, sound and tech operators come out, and then, of course, that podium, that lectern being wheeled out of number 10, ready for the Prime Minister to make that resignation statement, which we had at around 9:30. He came out with his wife Victoria, gave that speech confirming that he would be resigning, and this afternoon we've been having tributes, warm wishes flooding in for him from the Cabinet and from Labour MPs. I've just seen one from President Zelensky of Ukraine as well. And as you say, Sheila, all eyes now are going to turn to the leadership contest. The Prime Minister said this morning that the nominations will be open from July the 9th and that he wanted to have a successor in place before MPs head back after their summer break in September. But Sheila, it could all happen a lot quicker than that. Today, Andy Burnham has confirmed that he will be a part of the process, so that means he does want to become the next Prime Minister. He's currently, as you say, heading down to Westminster to be sworn in as an MP this afternoon. He was mobbed at Manchester Piccadilly today as he headed down south, and we'll be hearing from him, we understand, at a photo call mid-afternoon. But really, Sheila, the surprising news of the day, Wes Streeting, the former Health Secretary, announcing that he won't be standing. He is rowing in behind Andy Burnham, saying he does believe that he thinks he can change the Labour Party. He said that the pair have had several conversations over the weekend. I think there may have been a job offer offered there, Sheila. The question now, of course, will other MPs row in behind Andy Burnham? Will we have a contest at all? Will there be a Stop Burnham candidate? Or is this about to be a coronation, a handover of sorts that we haven't seen in the Labour Party since Tony Blair handed over to Gordon Brown?
I'm told the train that Andy Burnham is on has indeed been delayed. New arrival time 1:28. But you and I can continue talking, and I very much want to. You mentioned Wes Streeting's message there that he put out on social media. He alluded to the good work that the two had done together, in government, but he also alluded to his frustrations, I think, again, at what he felt was an inability to test ideas, to share ideas, to be challenged from within, hence the challenge from without. But I thought it was interesting, he said towards the end of his quite long post, actually, to the Prime Minister, or about the Prime Minister, was he said, we meaning from now on, we could spend the summer exaggerating small differences, or we can roll up our sleeves and help him, Andy Burnham, deliver the change our party and our country needs. That's the choice I'm making. I hope everyone else will back Andy too. If everybody does, publicly, maybe not entirely privately, but if there is no challenger, the process, the Labour, because this is a Labour Party process, even though it's also the Prime Minister resigning and finding a new one, the Labour Party process happens come what may, does it, even if Burnham is the only contender? So that timescale you mentioned has to happen.
Yes and no, Sheila. The NEC, the Labour's National Executive Committee, their top body, will decide the precise steps of this leadership election. But Keir Starmer has set it out, and I'm sure that he's had conversations with the Labour Party top dogs this morning to try and set out what that might look like. And like I say, the Prime Minister says that nominations will open on July the 9th. But if there is only one nomination, and obviously Keir Starmer has formally resigned now, or will formally resign as Labour Party leader, so he will not automatically be on the ballot. So we would have had that if Andy Burnham or Wes Streeting had challenged the Prime Minister and challenged the Labour leader, he would automatically be on that ballot, but no longer will that be the case. So if after nominations close on July the 9th or soon after, we only have Andy Burnham, who has the 81 MPs to get on that ballot, it could be then, Sheila, that we then see essentially a coronation, because there is no contest. There is no one else that has the support to get onto the ballot paper.
So potentially
between now and then.
No, go on, finish, sorry.
No, to just say, between now and then, essentially, is a waiting game to see if anybody else does have the nominations and if anybody else does decide to stand. And we may see the idea of a Stop Burnham candidate potentially from further to the left. We also may see the likes of other people, Al Carnes, John Healey, Angela Rayner, all names that could potentially throw their hat in the ring. And like I say, we haven't heard confirmation from any of them that they have decided to do so yet. But equally, all eyes will be on those MPs to see if they do have enough. And there are MPs that I've been speaking to, Sheila, that do want to see a contest, that want to see Andy Burnham's ideas tested, that say, well, actually, it shouldn't be the case that a man is able to be elected as the MP for Makerfield, as indeed Andy Burnham was just on Friday, and actually sort of 96 hours later, 4 days later, become Prime Minister. So this is something that many Labour MPs have concerns about. And of course, we saw it happen with the Conservative Party when they handed over essentially a couple of times to different people. And actually, there was some concern, especially even though Liz Truss did have a full Tory leadership contest, there was concern that she wasn't tested enough before she became Prime Minister, obviously seeing the shortest premiership of any UK Prime Minister with Liz Truss there. So there is concern within the Labour Party that Andy Burnham has not had that long to get ready. Obviously, he's only just been an MP, for a couple of days, and he's not even been sworn in formally yet. So there will be lots of questions I think that Labour MPs will want to see. And I thought it was interesting hearing from Harriet Harman, Baroness Harman, yesterday speaking on Sunday with Lewis Goodall, where she said, look, Andy Burnham is going to need some legitimacy if indeed he is the only candidate. candidate, he's going to need some sort of form of vote amongst MPs to give him a sort of rubber stamp of approval, as it were, because otherwise, and you are going to see this anyway, Sheila, you've already seen it from Nigel Farage calling today for an election. Andy Burnham was one of those people that called for an election when Liz Truss resigned, and that obviously didn't happen. So people are going to be essentially throwing that back in Andy Burnham's face and saying, when are you going to go to the country? We didn't elect you. And questions, of course, for Andy Burnham, will he stick to the Labour Party manifesto in 2024, of course, which he didn't even run on because he wasn't even an MP.
But there are, interestingly, there are also quite senior former Labour ministerial voices saying the same, saying there should be an election, something Gordon Brown signally failed to do, didn't he, when he became Prime Minister in a similar way. And I wonder whether he lived to regret that. It's going to be so interesting to see whether Andy Burnham does that. And a word on the record of Keir Starmer, if you don't mind, Natasha, because I think that's what people will be reflecting on as well today. For all the attention on Andy Burnham, understandably, and we're focusing on it as well, there is a record to be assessed, and it isn't all bad. That was the frustration for him, wasn't it? That he couldn't seem to get people to see what was going well or what was beginning to grow and stick with him. He just couldn't get them to stick with him.
Yeah, and, when I was up in Makerfield, that's what I heard time and time again from voters there. They were saying that essentially they hadn't been feeling the change that Labour had promised quickly enough. And Keir Starmer, of course, as you say, does have a record to point to. He's, got a drop in immigration. He's arguably stabilised the economy a little bit more than he has done. The number of small boats is as well down. Labour have also talked up their record number of deportations of people who are here illegally. The economy, like I say, some people will say still not doing fantastic, but it has been stabilised. There were predictions of a recession. That hasn't happened, so that the government should take credit for. Inflation has gone up a little bit, but equally still high. That, of course, the cost of living being a major concern for the government this year. Arguably, Keir Starmer has made some interventions on that, kept the fuel duty freeze in place and announced cost of living packages. But Andy Burnham says that he wants to go further than that. He says he wants to talk about privatisation of the water industry. He wants to talk about more help for the cost of living and for bills. Okay. So arguably he's going to say that this government should have gone even further. But yes, I agree with you, Sheila. There is a good record there for Keir Starmer to point to if critics would like to criticise it, of course. But actually some people will say, yes, Keir Starmer has achieved quite a lot in just 2 short years in power.
Thanks for now, Natasha. Thank you. Natasha Clark, LBC's political editor. The train is not there yet, but Benji Hire is, LBC's reporter at Euston Station. Andy Burnham due to arrive now, Benji, we're told, at 1:28. Is there a big turnout for him? I mean, that concourse is often jam-packed. What's it looking like today?
Yeah, Sheila, Euston Station, for those who know, is crammed at the best, maybe even the worst of times, and today is no exception, as if we wait here by platform 13, there is a growing congregation of reporters, camera people from all sorts of TV stations and radio stations, as you might predict, because indeed the word has got out that Andy Burnham is set to arrive. He was going to come to London anyway to be sworn in as an MP following his by-election victory. Obviously, the process has now been engulfed by the media scrum that's about to descend upon him when he arrives in about 15 or so minutes. There's an old adage, isn't there, that politics is show business, is Hollywood for ugly people. I wouldn't ever suggest that myself, but certainly there is a scene here reminiscent of sort of a Los Angeles red carpet. It's certainly quite a spectacle. I think it'll be quite hard to get access to the former Manchester mayor, but again, for anyone who knows Euston Station, as you exit the platform, there is almost this choke point, and he is going to ultimately, whether he likes it or not, face this group of journalists who are trying to ask him for the first time really since the resignation of Keir Starmer this morning what he is going to do. He's already said that he wants to run for Labour leader. What is that going to look like? Does he expect any sort of competition? What change might he bring? Will he call a general election? Unlikely, but the likes of Nigel Farage and some Labour MPs have called for that as well. In obviously traditional British fashion, the train is delayed. It was supposed to have arrived at 9 past. It's now 15:15. It's predicted to arrive at about 30:30. And then Andy Burnham and his small entourage will exit up the ramp of platform 13. And I'm sure he'll have questions flung at him from all angles.
Thank you very much indeed, Benji. We'll go back to Benji as soon as Andy Burnham arrives. If my experience, my long arduous experience of Euston Station is anything to go by. When you get off those trains from the northwest of England and start walking up the ramp, you're almost run over by the people who've been told that the train is now ready to board in the other direction. So good luck to Andy Burnham and his team when they get off that train as much as anything. But he's going to need some luck as well, isn't he, in what comes next. If it's still an if, but we'll see what happens over the next few days if he ends up being the next Prime Minister. But what of the current and outgoing Prime Minister? What was your sense of what he said in that speech? What's your reaction to his resignation and that record? I'll trot through it in a bit more detail in a moment, but that record of Keir Starmer in government and the government under him, what do you make of it? Do you see good in it, or can you not get past we're told by pollsters, visceral dislike of Keir Starmer? 0345 606 0973, the number to call. You can text 84850. It's 1:17.
The Prime Minister Keir Starmer resigns. Follow the fallout on LBC.
Nothing beats a Jet2 holiday. So who's ready for the best summer yet? Unwind in your choice of 4- and 5-star hotels in over 75 destinations. Like
truncating it, but this is what he said essentially about the record of his time in government, not least making the party itself fit for government, an end to austerity, he said, with the fastest fall in NHS waiting lists for 17 years, which is true, the biggest improvements in rights for workers and renters in a generation. I mean, this is a quick list from what he said. I mean, there are complexities within all those things. Employers saying that the rights for workers thing is making doing business harder for them and therefore delivering growth harder for them. New rights for renters, which all renters would welcome. Landlords perhaps not always. And I know from conversations about that with you that landlords often, or increasingly leaving the private rented sector market because of those changes and others related to being a landlord. He goes on, the biggest uplift in defence spending since the Cold War. Again, that is true. But you know that it's also an area of great difficulty for him because of the John Healey resignation, saying, yes, it's an uplift, but your ambition for defence isn't meeting the moment that we live in. Small boat crossings are falling, asylum hotels are closing, protecting young people from social media. We talked about that at length, again, delivered, but let's see the degree to which it works, but certainly in the process of being delivered. 500,000 children being lifted out of poverty because of the choices that I made, said Keir Starmer. He talked about our reputation in the world restored. In many ways, that's true. And that tribute from Volodymyr Zelensky that Natasha mentioned. Let me just read some of it to you. He says, thank you for your support. The joint decisions that we've made have helped make our Europe and our protection of life stronger. The UK has been and is and will remain among the world's leaders. Here in Ukraine, we deeply value Britain, and every meeting and every conversation we have had, the two of them have had, has always been filled with real substance. So there you go. That's a pretty full tribute there from Zelensky. And again, just some of the claims, essentially, that Keir Starmer was making in that speech. Britain, once again, standing up for decency, respect and the rule of law. Is he alluding to Iran there, I wonder? Because I know that on the rule of law here in the UK, some of you have a beef with him about how the law is being meted out. Securing trade deals, standing with Ukraine, I suppose that's a given. Standing up for our values and rebuilding our relationship with our allies in Europe. I'll be joined in about 10 minutes or so by Richard Tice from Reform UK, so we'll ask him about that and other aspects. It's almost the 10th anniversary of Brexit as well. But that record that Keir Starmer himself set out was echoed a little bit by Angela Rayner as well in her tribute to him. She didn't say who she was supporting if there is a leadership battle, and she didn't say explicitly that she's supporting Andy Burnham. She referenced renters and leaseholders, new rights for working people, a generational boost to social housing, all true, devolving powers to communities, and on she went. Only a Labour government could do this. Only a Labour government can be proud of it. Is it right? Is it right that he's done things that we just haven't appreciated? Ray has called from Vauxhall. Hello, Ray.
Oh, hello. Hello.
Hello, Ray.
Hey.
We go to the next caller, actually. Simon in Preston. There's a problem with Ray, I think. Hello, Simon.
Oh, good afternoon, Sheila. Thanks very much for having me on. I've got really mixed feelings about Starmer. I've actually been on LBC before, particularly praising him over the coalition of the willing and the stance he took there and not leading us into that disastrous conflict in Iran. But I'm also deeply, deeply disappointed and, to be honest, really quite angry at his resignation speech in the fact that I'm actually non-party political. I voted Labour for the first time for this election. I'm a bit of a floating voter, but he really angered me with his calling what was the word he used in his resignation speech about
the Labour Party itself.
Yeah, and I think that was, to be honest, really, really disrespectful. Because
I'll tell you what he said so people know. I'll tell you what he said. 6 years ago, I inherited a Labour Party that was politically, financially and morally bankrupt.
Yeah, that really angered me, because there are lots of people working extremely hard in very deprived areas who are trying their very best. So to put that blanket statement out like that, I think was grossly, grossly rude and disrespectful. And it really annoyed me, because my view would have been actually where his strength was on the foreign stage, because he's a lawyer and he knows his stuff. And if I would have been Burnham, I would have said, I'd like him on as a foreign secretary, because he's good at that. That was his real strength. But by doing that, he's thrown a can of petrol on it out of, I think, a little bit of petulance, to be honest. And to be honest, here's the orchestra of his own. His communication skills were so poor, and his lack of proper vision, that's what was his downfall.
I can hear how annoyed you are by that line, by what he said there. If he hadn't said it, would you have felt softer towards him today?
On a human level, I'm a dad myself. You know, you value your family, and I completely understood that human aspect. And anybody who knocked him for that, saying it's false, I'm sorry, they're very rude.
And they will be feeling this. They live every day seeing their father go through all kinds of things. Of course they do.
Yeah. No, I'm talking about, there's been various people saying, oh, he doesn't mean it, and of course he means it. He's a dad. You know, we all feel that about our families. Yeah. And not on that level, on a human level, I felt empathy for him. But he totally, totally annoyed me with that blanket statement about literally tens of thousands of people out there working for their party. And I don't agree with everything they say, but it's part of what's wrong with our policy, is that everyone is so rude and disrespectful if they have a different view. That's what we've become, intolerant.
Thank you very much indeed, Simon. I think that's a really interesting observation that you've made there, because one of the big criticisms levelled towards Keir Starmer within his party, and by some voters on the left as well, is that he and Morgan McSweeney and the machine that got him into government, and did so impressively when you think about the quick turnaround from the situation that the party found itself in, did so really at the hard expense of good Labour people on the left. That's been a big criticism towards him, and I think you've reflected it there in your call, Simon. Thank you. I'm joined already, actually, pleased to say, by Richard Tice, Deputy Leader of Reform UK and MP for Boston and Skegness. Good afternoon to you.
Afternoon.
You want a general election?
Yes, we do. I mean, we're delighted that Starmer has done the right thing and resigned, and the idea that someone that most of the country don't know at all can sort of flounce into Parliament on the back of 25,000 votes and then claim to be coronated as Prime Minister is, and to pursue what's likely to be a very different policy agenda, is outrageous. It's anti-democratic, and this is the same Andy Burnham that 4 years ago, when the Tory party was in a sort of leadership crisis, was also tweeting out merrily, general election now, we need a general election. So if he's consistent to his values and his integrity, which I'm sure he will claim to be, then he should do the right thing, and if he is coronated, then call a general election and people can have their say.
I mean, you do accept, don't you, that the system that we have of government allows for this. You might not like it, and I know plenty of people who don't like it, not necessarily politicians and commentators, but just ordinary people I talk to who just don't like it at all.
Yes, you're right. The system does allow for this. That's why the Conservative Party had 2 changes with no reference to the British people. But when you've got people like Angela Rayner, people like Andy Burnham and many other senior Labour figures who were screaming for a general election 4 years ago, I just think he needs to do the right thing, particularly as, 2/3 of the Parliamentary Labour Party basically have no idea who he is. They haven't worked with him. They haven't sat with him in the Commons. And as I say, the country has no idea what his policies are. What's his views on the economy, on defence, on foreign policy, on net zero, on stopping the boats? He seems to flip-flop around on rejoin the EU or not, flip-flop around on whether or not men should go into female spaces, and on the list of flip-flops and U-turns goes.
I think it's legitimate. I mean, this was a criticism that was levelled at your party and at Nigel Farage for some time, wasn't it? About, well, where's your policy platform? You can't just say, put us into government just because everybody knows Nigel Farage, love him or loathe him.
We've never said that. We had a distinct contract at the last election. We've been putting out policies in recent months, and of course, if there's a general election, like every other political party, we'll have a clear manifesto that sets out our policies in the main on the whole range of issues.
So will he. So you can't set out yours yet, can you?
No, but what I'm saying is, if he wants to have an election, great, then set out your policies. What he can't do is just take the crown and sort of drift on, impose a very, very punitive tax-raising budget in November, which he's likely to have to do based on the significant borrowing surpluses and excess over forecast that we saw last week, without actually the consent of the people.
Keir Starmer, still Prime Minister, he said after the Makerfield result that you reform have peaked.
Well, look, at the end of the day, Andy Burnham won that by-election. One of the reasons was because people were so determined to get Keir Starmer out. And we had reform voters who voted for us in the locals saying, yes, we voted reform to get Starmer out. Now we're going to vote Burnham to guarantee to get Starmer out. And their wishes have been essentially satisfied. As I say, we've got to push on, move on. And the idea that he can just assume a coronation when no one knows what he stands for. Is he going to take the party hard?
He can tell us if he becomes Prime Minister.
Tell us in a general election.
Well, he might argue he doesn't need to tell you in a general election.
If he wants to completely change the policies, go further left, for example, where's the democratic consent to that, Sheila?
Well, we vote for MPs and we vote for parties, don't we?
On the basis of a manifesto put forward by the leader at the time.
Forgive me if I keep turning to my right and looking at a screen. It's very ill-mannered of me, but I'm keeping an eye on the slow chug of the Avanti train into Euston. I don't mean to upstage you with Andy Burnham's train, for goodness sake. In Keir Starmer's speech, just as a final question to you, he did talk about immigration being down, the boat numbers coming down, the hotels being emptied of migrants, deportations being up. Haven't you got what you wanted from Keir Starmer?
Well, in which case, why do they do so badly in the May elections? And why is this parliamentary party basically hoofed him out if things are so brilliant as that list that you've read out? The reality is, it's not. All those things are still in a very bad place. Britain is broken, and only reform can fix it.
And a really, really quick word on Brexit. Where are the benefits? 10 years on.
We're free, we're independent, we're sovereign, Sheila. We can make our own decisions. It's fantastic. And we're getting our own trade deals. That this current Prime Minister, before he leaves us, has celebrated the benefits of his trade deals with the Gulf countries, with the USA and others.
Thank you so much for joining us. Richard Tice, Deputy Leader of Reform UK MP for Boston and Skegness. Let me just describe the scenes to you. We'll go to Benji Hire, LBC's reporter, as soon as we can. This is a very familiar terrain to me. Looking at platform... we can go now to Benji, I think, yes. Benji.
Sheila, oh my gosh, the atmosphere is fever pitch here. I'm kind of stuck behind and can kind of see a trail of people starting to come up the ramps of platform 13. The train from Manchester Piccadilly has arrived. These are just ordinary passengers who are walking up, and they're being met with an almighty media scrum. Obviously, Andy Burnham, the new or to be sworn in MP of Makerfield, is on the train as well. I can see one Labour minister actually walking, or MP walking past. So there's a small entourage already coming out, but we're yet to see the man himself. Obviously, everyone is eagerly awaiting, and we will try and put questions to him. I predict there are several dozen journalists who are waiting for Andy Burnham, as opposed to ordinary passengers, to come up the ramp here. If I can describe the scene, there is basically a corridor, a huge greeting party with media flanked on both sides, and the passengers that are coming off this train are being met with that. I'm almost walking through like a procession, or like walking down the aisle in some sort of ceremony. But everybody here is interested in trying to speak to one person, Andy Burnham. He was asked when he boarded at Manchester Piccadilly for his thoughts. He said at the time that he's just proud to represent the people of Makerfield. There was no mention, of course, of any higher ambitions, but we saw that statement online a couple of hours ago in which he declared that he would go for the position of Labour leader. The process was set out by the Prime Minister on the steps of Downing Street earlier this morning, when he said he would resign, stay as leader, but resign until the process takes place, and then by the end of recess and by September there'll be a new leader in position. That could be Andy Burnham, especially now he has the endorsement of the former Health Secretary Wes Streeting, but it's yet to be seen whether there will be some sort of contest or a coronation. Just in case people have just tuned in, I'm standing at Euston Station. We are waiting for the arrival of Andy Burnham. It has to be imminent, Sheila, because there are now dozens of people coming off this train. I actually don't know whether you have any further insight than I do, because at the moment there's just a horde of people coming up.
No, I mean, I can see what you can see as well, but obviously not from within. But I imagine that for security reasons, they're probably allowing a good deal of those passengers to go on ahead. I'm just remarking to myself that ordinary people just coming up that ramp probably aren't noticing that something extraordinary is happening, because it's such a busy station. You could easily just think, right, I've got to get through this place. You know, one or two are giving little waves. I'm not sure who to. A couple of Man U kits as well.
There's a look of amusement. Yeah. Yes, there's a look of amusement on a couple of them.
There's a bemused businessman I've just seen there.
There's a couple of members of the public, as you can imagine, who've also seen the media attention and decided to form part of this scrum just out of general curiosity. And the main concourse of Euston, it's curious to see, has sort of emptied out, because everyone has descended on this one side of the station by platform 13 to try to see for themselves Andy Burnham arriving. The train arrived, 5 minutes or so now, and there had been a good amount of people that have come off the train, including many who have been associated or are still associated with the Labour Party. He'll be recognisable to those who follow politics, but otherwise we're still waiting for the man himself. It's not known whether he's sort of being held back. There is only one way out of that train, and that's through this ramp, Sheila. So he's almost trapped. He has to pass the media at some point.
You mentioned you saw a Labour MP. It was Lucy Powell at the very front of the queue, wasn't it? She stood out in a blue dress, in a Tory blue dress, in fact, at the very, very front of this group of people. So, I mean, it must be a decision for Andy Burnham to come out towards the end itself. Probably all those people. Probably the reason the concourse is emptying is the next crowd of people who will get on this train to go back to Manchester. Because there's often a late call. The train is ready to board, and off you go.
I mean, if that happened, I think that the poor Andy would be crushed ultimately, because he wouldn't be able to get out. So there seems to be some sort of procedure where they're allowing people off, before they open up that train, which in and of itself may be delayed, as trains so often are in the UK. There are more people coming up now. There is a really steady stream. So I wonder if Andy Burnham attempts to come up as part of that sort of wider crowd, or whether he is being held back entirely. The security, Sheila, are, by the way, not very happy with all the media attention here. As you might imagine, there was a station response officer who's...
they've got people's safety to consider, haven't they, in situations like this?
Yeah. But so he's getting slightly agitated. I realise this is quite a confusing scene for many people, but just to remind them, we're waiting at Euston Station for the arrival of Andy Burnham, and there is some movement, but I still can't see him.
Honestly, Benji, this sounds very familiar to me. I know there's a difference. I can now see Andy Burnham, or is that when he was in Piccadilly? It may well be. Or is it him? Yeah, that was earlier on in the day, I think. He's on the platform now, I'm told, so keep your eyes peeled, Benji. He'll be coming up shortly.
Is that so? Yeah, I mean, it's a very, very chaotic scene now here, Sheila.
Yeah, he's wearing a jacket and an open neck white shirt. There you go, the jacket's out.
Yes, I mean, it's actually very hard to determine on the ground.
Yes, I'm sure.
In an overwhelming situation where he is. The media pack has now moved, Sheila, and the suspicion is that Andy Burnham has managed to find another route, but I'm not aware of there being one, and I'm not sure where he would have gone or how else he would have got out. I'm actually going...
the lines can
over to another place
to see where he might be.
I'm going to try and find another way to see where he might be.
Okay.
And it's possible that he's
there
gone
are a
elsewhere,
couple of
so I can try and flag when that happens.
You keep doing that. Now, there are a couple of ways into and out of Euston Station, but not into and out of the platforms, as you say. But the cameras are moving now onto the concourse outside the concourse, if you see what I mean. There's a covered concourse, and then there's an open air one as well. We'll let Benji find out where Andy Burnham is, and we'll get back to him. But you can get a sense from not just the scrum of journalists. There are people in that concourse, inside and out, fascinated to know what the fuss is about. Probably, given that they've all got mobile phones in their hands, they know full well what the fuss is about, and will be having a good look themselves as well. We'll get back to Benji in a moment. Kevin's call from Marden in Kent. Hi, Kevin. I mean, there'll be a funny day today where all eyes will be on Burnham now as he arrives and when he speaks in the Commons later. But as I understand it, the Prime Minister's due to speak in the Commons later as well on a different issue. But on Starmer, did you want him to go, Kevin?
I don't think I did, but I think that the whole point... I mean, look, if he can't get a taxi to Parliament, put some palms along there all the way to the house, put him on a donkey, because the Messiah is coming, right?
I said the very same in the newsroom. I said it's like Palm Sunday when Jesus came to Jerusalem.
Yeah, but look what happened 7 days later.
I know. He rose from the dead. Maybe the country will as well.
Well, by Jesus, that's a leap of faith.
Yeah, it is a leap of faith.
I feel for Starmer. The people say, he don't do this, he don't do that. But everybody knew that before he got elected. We wanted somebody that was an absolute opposite to Johnson, and everything had gone on. We wanted somebody dull to make policies. He's not in 2 years. You don't change turn the Titanic on a sixpence. You don't do that. He's got a reasonably good record. He was stymied by his own people. I think the agenda, he was always looked on by others as a bit of a stalking horse to get him in because he was electable, but as soon as he was in, we'll change him because he got no traction from his own people.
Do you know why I don't agree with you, Kevin? That it was an inevitable sort of inside job to get rid of him. If those polls had sustained and they hadn't had the electoral defeats that they had and hadn't brought in such clumsy policies at certain points, I've just read the record that's positive. Of course, there were good things done, and let's hope they continue, and let's hope they continue to full deliverance as well. But if he had proved to be more fleet of foot and more successful in government, they wouldn't have turned on him.
That's what his advisors were supposed to be, because they knew that before he started. That's what the Alistair Campbells of this world are there for, to do that. And the one thing that they don't, and one thing I don't hear about in anything to do with this situation is the elephant in the room, and that's the national debt. If somebody can do the figures and say, actually, our debt is something trillion, and every year to service that debt it's X, people would freak out because they know how much is being wasted in servicing that debt, and they want to borrow more.
Yeah, both he, but they won't be the first government, and not just a Labour government to borrow either, but both he, Andy Burnham, and the Labour Party as a whole in Parliament has to look at the welfare bill, as well as other aspects of spending. But the welfare bill is gargantuan.
But he tried to, and he got knocked back for it.
Yeah, because he couldn't bring his party with him.
No, but so do you think this is going to be any different?
I don't know.
No, I don't. I wish I did, because the one thing I go back to Cyprus tomorrow. I come here for 5 days of cricket, so obviously my mood is depressed to start with. and I just listened to the gentleman from Reform, and I'm actually not going to get my flight tomorrow. I'm going to bring it back till tonight, because as soon as I get out of Dodge, but I feel for my children, my grandchildren, because at the moment this country, when you've got wars going on, when you've got lots of bad things happening, the country's rudderless. It's not governable now till whatever time this man ascends to his new position, whatever that might be, and how long he lasts. I don't want him to, of course, anybody wants him to do well.
Well, listen, if there's no contest, that's a maximum of 3 weeks, and there is still a Prime Minister.
Well, but nothing's going to get done there. He's got to get in. He's now... I mean, the only thing I do agree with Richard Tyson, I'm going to wash my mouth out with soap, is the very fact that we don't know what he's going to do. And whatever it is, it's going to be a complete difference to what Starmer was trying to do, or what was the point of removing it?
But Kevin, that's because he hasn't really been speaking to us yet. He's been speaking to the Parliamentary Labour Party in particular about what he wants to do in order to get their confidence. He's been speaking to MPs, he's been speaking to ministers, and he's been fleshing that out to them. Of course he'll have to flesh it out to us as well.
Well, I think that the people that are talking to him now are trying to save their jobs or get themselves jockey in position to get a plague on all their houses, because I don't think any of them are that considered about what happens to this country and where we're going, because at the moment the debt is getting bigger. It's like Thames Water. They've got 21 million in debt. How much of the people's money has to go and service that debt? Nobody cares. There are massive issues to attend to: water, sewage, prisons. It was a gargantuan task for anybody to come in, and it's a gargantuan task now. And
it is. Nobody's pretending that a new face means no problems. Nobody's pretending that, clearly. But you're quite right. And Kevin, I think throughout this whole conversation, which we've been having for months now about whether Starmer should remain in place, many people feel like you about it. And as much as Andy Burnham has to convince, and seems to have convinced his party of something, he's got a lot to convince the British public about as well. It looks as though they opened a back entrance of some kind for Andy Burnham, and he was able to leave the station and into a car. So all the journalists chasing him, including Benji, appear to have lost him. He's in a car now. I think the TV stations have drones around Euston Station. This is reminiscent of O.J. Simpson. No comparison with the two protagonists, but the Tories, meanwhile, I mentioned that Keir Starmer was due to give a statement at 3:30 in the House of Commons about G7, about the summit. The Tories are accusing Keir Starmer of, quotes, giving up after he has pulled out of delivering that statement to Parliament around 3:30 today. David Lammy, the Foreign Secretary, will do it for him. The Conservatives saying all that guff about... This is a quote, by the way, it's not me speaking. All that guff about national interest and priorities has gone out of the window in less than 2 hours. It's 1:45.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast on LBC.
Then the Prime Minister has resigned. Will set in a motion a fairly orderly process involving nominations coming forward by the 9th of July, concluded by the summer recess. Andrew Marr joins me now.
I thought that was a sad, dignified, graceful and proper speech he made, a handover of the kind that we were hoping for.
But how shall you remember him?
He was a honourable gentleman, and I think that honesty was one of his qualities.
Well, the best thing we can do is forget him as soon as possible. And how he hung on like he did doesn't do him any credit at all.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast. Back tomorrow morning from 7. Listen on our free Global Player app or the LBC app.
Feel that? That little buzz of excitement? That's the weekly flutter. With chances to win up to £10,000, enter British Heart Foundation's lottery for a thrill with goodwill behind it. Because when
British moment of a politician being photographed with flash in the back of a black cab, and then being whisked and driven away. Obviously, it was difficult to get any question towards Andy Burnham, and he's now very much on his way to Westminster to be sworn in as an MP. And then, of course, the spectacle and the circus will continue here. But there was a real frantic energy at Euston Station. He did manage to evade much of the attention, but naturally the swarm of journalists managed to follow him round to this side entrance, as many people would have heard the kind of scuffle or would be able to see scenes of it. He came out this black gate, and again, in a very British moment, he was sort of obstructed temporarily by the HS2 construction that is going on at Euston, kind of blocked off by different barriers and traffic lights. I mean, it was laughable if it wasn't such a serious moment in British politics, but he eventually managed to get out unscathed, and he's now driven away, and all the media are kind of dispersed following what was a kind of crazy 15 or 20 or so minutes.
Thank you very much, Benji High, LBC's reporter at Euston Station, where Andy Burnham has just left, managed to give pretty much the whole press gathered there the slip and just get into a black cab. But perhaps it had been arranged, that black cab, because the actual rank, I think, from memory, is on the outside edges of the station. So he'll be heading to Westminster, as Benji was saying, to be sworn in the House of Commons as an MP. That's due to happen at around 2:30, so we'll take that live. And David Lammy in for the Prime Minister at 3:30, commenting on the G7 summit that the Prime Minister's just returned from. Ray has called from Vauxhall on whether he wanted Keir Starmer to resign or not, and on his record. Hi, Ray.
Yeah, hi there, Sheila. I wasn't impressed with Starmer's tenureship, and like others that have called, I didn't agree with a lot of the wins that he was attributing to his premiership. You mentioned housing. I mean, I don't think the numbers will stack up in terms of completed housing, in terms of where Labour has achieved. A lot of the claims they've made about net migration came from the previous government's policy, which they're taking credit for. And I can't really think of too many other wins apart from possibly the NHS waiting list.
Well, on the targets, I'm minded to agree with you that the 1.5 million won't be met because of a number of different reasons, including skills. But even on that, they've done a lot to get that skills, that black hole of skills moving again, and they've put a good deal of money into it. And as for social housing, 27, was it, or 29 billion, so many billions of pounds, plus huge funding, or the housing bank that they created as well. I think it's called Homes England, isn't it? And that has been given a great deal of money and can attract private investment as well. There are good ideas in this mix. There are. And I've said that all along, but something about his delivery of government turned people off.
Well, I don't want to go back and forth on those points. I take what you're saying. I think the skills issue has been confounded by the flip side of various taxes on employment that the Chancellor brought in. So, often they've taken a step forward and taken two steps back with their policies. And the fact that they have U-turned on so many policies, I think is indicative of the fact that he was led, or he was pushed all the way by his, let's say, more left-leaning backbenchers for policy. And when those policies turned out to be, frankly, nonsense, he was forced to row back, and it undermined him. It made him look stupid, frankly.
Well, his left-leaning colleagues, backbenchers, were pushing him out of those policies, not into them.
Well, no, I'm talking about policies like the winter fuel allowance for pensioners, the farmers, tax on farmers, those sort of things. And at the same time, pushing him away from trying to put through welfare reform. So, from both sides of it, he was bullied by his backbenchers. Now, I don't know how Andy Burnham is going to fare in that respect in terms of controlling the backbenchers. I think he's a sort of another political chameleon. He was a Blairite initially. Now he seems to be more left-leaning. I don't really know where he stands, and that's the other problem. He's walking into effectively Downing Street without anybody knowing.
He's centre-left, isn't he? Isn't he soft left Labour, would you say?
Well, I would say, but then he was more of a Blairite originally, I believe, and now and people are suggesting now he might be more left, more towards the Angela Rayner side of things. But who knows? I mean, he has. But
then let me put this to you: if in the country and in the party there is a feeling that people agree with him when he says, "We've tried all of this for 40 years, and look where we are." Look where we are as a country. Look what people are facing in terms of their bills and poverty and difficulty getting jobs for young people. It hasn't been working for us. We have to do things differently. That's not necessarily abandoning your principles, isn't it? Isn't it just monitoring events?
Yeah, I think that depending on which way he goes, I don't know, which way he's going to lean. I think that what we've seen from Starmer is that the ideas were fairly empty vessels. I'm concerned, though, that he'll be chasing, like you said, his party sort of popularity. I mean, when you say about the wider public, look at where the sort of voting has gone. It hasn't gone towards the left; it's gone to the right. Actually, if you take out the Labour element, so I don't know if that's what the public wants at the moment. If they want a shift to the left, maybe certainly the Labour faithful do, but whether the country does and whether that opens the door more for reform, if he goes down that route, is another question.
Well, thank you very much indeed. It's going to be an interesting few weeks, isn't it, Ray? Thank you, Ray in Vauxhall. Louis has called from Guildford. Hi, Louis.
Hello, Sheila. Thanks for having me.
My pleasure.
I am so angry. But before I rant my frustration, I really want to say a huge congratulations to the Prime Minister for who he has been and what he has demonstrated. Because I'm looking at where we were 2 years ago and how this country was feeling and how I was feeling and the relief that came to the nation when he was elected Prime Minister. And we can continue to feel parts of that right now. Think of when we had the last election, how rotten we felt. But even today, it feels slightly different, thanks to him. But I'm angry at him because he actually resigned. This country elected him. He had such a majority. And for me, he would have stood the ground to say he will lead this country to a point where we will have another election and somebody else can then take over from him. I would have imagined that somebody like Burnham could come in, learn how to be an MP and gradually...
Well, he's been an MP and a government minister before at a high level.
But he tried to be leader and it didn't work. So something...
That doesn't necessarily mean you're rubbish. It means that people at the time thought something different.
Very true. And honestly, I don't want to suppose, I hope I'm not, that Andy is rubbish. I don't know him. I don't know much about him. He looks like a good person to me as well.
But he has to give... The thing is, he has to account for himself, doesn't he, when and if he becomes Prime Minister. He has to give an account of if he's changed, how he's changed, what that change leads him to believe, what those beliefs translate to in terms of policy. He has to have that conversation with all of us and all of his colleagues endlessly, truly, I think, now.
Truly. And my main point really today is that I am afraid of what is happening to good people in this country, like the Prime Minister. And when he comes in, maybe Andy, he might be a good person as well. And we seem to exhort those who do things badly, those who are somehow speaking things they can't do, and to the detriment of really good people. And when Sir Starmer talks, he's coming from a good place. But
do you know what? But you know what really talks in politics?
I know.
Numbers talk in politics, and voters were turning their back on Labour at a speed of knots I couldn't quite believe when I first saw it start. It's starting very quickly within their time in office.
And the last one for me really is towards the media. Sheila, I love LBC. And I've said in the past that you've done something to the nation that nobody else has ever done. But I just hope, like now we're beginning to almost have some kind of feeling. We're almost saddened in a way that he's resigned or says he will resign. But there were good things which we could have spoken about. But we chose to focus mostly on the negative things. And this is also influencing the country. So may I just beg, LBC, the nation's social medias and television and radio, please just to fan the flames of the good things so that we can have a bit of positivity in this country. We need a better mindset than this negative mindset.
We do need that, and I hear it from my other colleagues as well, and I've done it too. We do focus on positives. We do say when we think something is positive, and we do give space for many callers like you to say whether you like a policy or don't like a policy. I promise you we do. But we cannot ignore when there is an impending, change of leadership in a party. That has to be examined. It's not about stoking up negativity. It's about talking about the reality. Thank you, Louis, for your call. More next.
On your radio, on the LBC app, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 2 o'clock, Sir Keir Starmer will stand down as Prime Minister by September to make way for the new Labour leader. He announced his decision to resign outside number 10 earlier after mulling over his future at Chequers this weekend.
I will do everything I can to ensure an orderly handover of power. I will also give my successor my full and unequivocal support, knowing that they will inherit a Britain that is far stronger and fairer than the one I inherited 2 years ago, better prepared for the challenges ahead and better able to ensure the Labour Party secures a second term in office.
Andy Burnham has confirmed he will stand to replace Sir Keir following his convincing win in the Makerfield by-election last week. He arrived at London Euston Station in the last half an hour ahead of being sworn in as an MP at Westminster. LBC's Benji Hire was there to meet him.
The atmosphere is fever pitch here. I'm kind of stuck behind and can kind of see a trail of people starting to come up the ramps of platform 13. The train from Manchester to Piccadilly has arrived. These are just ordinary passengers who are walking up, and they're being met with an almighty media scrum.
Mr Burnham's most likely rival, former Health Secretary Wes Streeting, has decided to give the former Greater Manchester Mayor his backing. Nominations aren't due to open until the 9th of July. Conservative leader Kemi Badenoch has criticised the decision to delay the process.
We need to ask why he set out this timetable. What are we waiting for? There are critical decisions that need to be made, and the Prime Minister is setting out his farewell tour while Andy Burnham wants a summer holiday. It's really, really important that we ensure that the country is being governed. Keir Starmer has had to resign because his Defence Secretary said he was not looking after national security.
Reform UK leader Nigel Farage has called for a general election at the soonest possible date. Stay with LBC throughout the day for the very latest reaction and analysis. Also this afternoon, temperatures in the UK could now reach 40 degrees Celsius this week. A rare red weather warning has been issued for some parts of England and Wales from Wednesday morning until Thursday night. It covers central, southern and southeast England and South Wales. In the city, a short time ago, the FTSE 100 was trading up 57 points at 10,420. The pound buys $1.32 and €1.15. LBC weather, cooler in the north this afternoon with patchy rain, but staying sunny and very warm in the south with some thunderstorms later, a high of 33 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Amelia Cox.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Sheila Fogarty.
Hello there, good afternoon to you. If you are just joining us here at LBC, you may or may not know that Keir Starmer has announced he will resign as Labour leader, and a leadership process begins. Whether it's a contest remains to be seen. It's not looking likely at the moment, but we may be surprised. There's lots of aerial shots on television and on social media. You can see plenty of it on LBC, on the app. We're live, by the way, on the app, the Global Player, and on YouTube, where Andy Burnham has jumped into a cab with a number of advisors from Euston Station, and they have headed towards Westminster, where he will be installed essentially as an MP, formally and officially, in the House of Commons at 2:30. Here to talk about it all with me is Lewis Goodall, presenter of Sundays with Lewis Goodall on LBC, which we're all glued to yesterday, and co-host of Global's podcast and news agents, which will all be glued to today. Listen. We're becoming all too familiar with this scene, aren't we? The podium outside, the lectern outside number 10.
It used to feel special, didn't it?
It used to feel
Sheila?
special.
And then the
But you don't bring me flowers anymore.
No, the obligatory pictures as well of an incoming. Well, in this case, he's not even an incoming Prime Minister. The incoming MP for Makerfield, making his way through central London in a black cab. Did occur to me, Sheila, of course, that, as we know, we on LBC have a lot of black cab listeners who tend to listen to us. Yeah. So right now, the incoming Prime Minister probably could well be listening to us. Andy, if you are listening, I think you're going to go past...
0345
let's get him in. Let's be a bit more ambitious than that, Sheila. Let's get him in.
He's got to go to Westminster.
Oh, he can come on the way back. Don't worry about it. It'll still be in your time. Don't worry. We won't be handing it over to Swarbrick. Don't worry. Look, I think that, yes, Sissy, you're right. I mean, this is now the 6th Prime Minister in the last 10 years to resign. We'll be on the 7th with Burnham, as it seems almost certain to be. There's lots of people who think that is about ungovernability. For myself, I don't really think it's about ungovernability. I think we've had certainly some big structural things that have been going on. I think we've also had a series of quite poor political leaders and poor Prime Ministers. Actually, I think it's a combination of both of those two things. But it is certainly true to say that, let's just take a step back here for a second. This is, whether you like him or dislike him, whether you like Keir Starmer or dislike Keir Starmer, just watching these pictures now of Burnham coming in, down on the Avanti, having to come through in the absolute nightmare that is Euston, like all of the other passengers. Yeah. This is a hell of a political heist that he's pulled off. It is an extraordinary act of political statecraft. I mean,
when you think about 2 months ago, he was denied the right to stand by the NEC, and now the very NEC is organising probably his coronation.
For the last 12 months or so, if you take your mind back to the Labour Party conference, he gives an interview to the New Statesman. He sort of talks about sort of building himself up. He leaves the Labour Party conference in Liverpool with his tail tucked between his legs. He's considered to have screwed it up. Messed it up completely. As you say, Keir Starmer's fortunes continue to decline. He keeps, like a battering ram, trying to get back into Parliament, to be told no again at every turn. And then, at the moment of maximal prime ministerial frailty, Keir Starmer, in the wake of those local elections, he hatches a plan, a heist, a putsch, a coup, whatever you want to call it, with Josh Simons. Josh Simons stands down in one of the most marginal Labour seats in the country. Burnham pays no political price for, let's be honest, what is a lot of game playing going on from the top of the Labour Party, provoking an unnecessary by-election, campaigning that by-election, saying that he would stand for a full term in Manchester, doesn't do it, stands in Makerfield, wins not just a victory, but storms a by-election on the Thursday, and by Monday morning, the incumbent Prime Minister, who won a majority of over 160 seats less than 2 years ago, is standing down because he knows that if he doesn't do so, Burnham will take the crown from him. Whatever you think about it, whether you think that's a good way or not of politics to behave, fortune favours the brave. And my word, fortune has favoured Andy Burnham in this case.
I agree with you. It is absolutely astounding. And it was, again, whether you like it or not, it was a bold, courageous move because he being Burnham here, laid a lot on the line there, didn't he? He laid his entire political career probably on the line there.
Well, what you have to succeed in politics, Sheila, of course, is an unbending and unyielding will to power. And Burnham has displayed that. He comes across as a quite self-effacing, northern dad kind of thing. I mean, yeah, he may be all of those things. But what he also has had clearly now for the best part of, 15 years longer, because he's run for the Labour leadership now. This will be the third time, although he's probably not running for it, just be given to him on a plate. He has wanted this for a long time. He has been eyeing the prize, the crown, from afar, the king over the water, for a long time. He has now got the opportunity to actually be the king, the political king. Rest not Charles III. Yes. He's not coming for your job yet. But we will then see. The question now is what indicators or what indications he gives as to what sort of Prime Minister and government he will have. Because one thing we're seeing now, these are very unusual circumstances. I say he's not even an MP yet. He's going to be an MP in about 20 minutes' time. It's clear from Wes Streeting's retreat from the field that any serious, credible opposition to him to be Labour leader will not be there. I was texting a Labour source earlier and said, do you think there's anybody at all who might be able to corral to muster the 81 votes that they'll need? They said the chances were absolutely nil.
Okay.
And so therefore, assuming that is right, and it feels to me like this is unstoppable now, assuming that is right, what we've got, according to Keir Starmer at least, is not the 3 months that Andy Burnham's team were briefing they'd quite like. They said they'd quite like to come in September.
3 weeks.
To give 3 weeks. And the question is, I think, actually, whether that 3 weeks is terribly useful to him, in the sense that, one of the things that we've seen as a hallmark of this premiership of Keir Starmer has sometimes been an inability to manage and to corral the kind of media pack. And if I were Burnham or working for him, one thing I would worry about now is that in the absence of a contest, where does this story go? It stops being about so much Andy Burnham momentum. It isn't about the contest. It isn't about Keir Starmer anymore. It starts to be about, well, actually, there's one Labour source, someone who's not particularly friendly to Burnham put it to me, the real scrutiny starts now. And if there is, as we know, the media abhors a vacuum, the story abhors a vacuum, and I think that the focus increasingly now, given that there won't be a contest, is going to be on him, what he will do. It has to be. Of course, and if he were going into Prime Minister to be Downing Street, say, this week, he would have all that momentum with him. He'd be able to do things. He'd be able to show, not tell. This time, all he will be able to do is sort of give hints, do a bit of telling, and he won't have the shield that he's had over the last few weeks, which is to say, I'm focusing just on Makerfield. I'm focusing just on this by-election.
And also,
he's going to have to start showing some political leg quite quickly without the trappings of office to go with it.
And if he had, say, from now to September and won an actual contest that may or may not, probably not take place, but had he had until that time, he would have had much more time to prepare with the civil service, for example.
Yes.
That kind of thing. None of that will happen. Well, it might happen, but it will happen incredibly quickly now rather than at a calmer pace.
Yeah, and sometimes I can understand why Team Burnham would like a bit more time, but sometimes, these things, they happen when they happen, and they don't happen in ideal circumstances. And ultimately, Burnham himself has made this happen, so he's got to be ready now, or indeed whenever it comes. And I would be tempted, genuinely, if it becomes clear there's not going to be a contest, part of me, if I were him, would be thinking, do I want to try and accelerate this further? Because what is the point? What is the point? Either for the country...
You mean become PM sooner?
Indeed, because what's the point? Either for the country or actually for him as well, to allow that vacuum, that sense of drift.
That's down to the NEC, isn't it?
That's down to the NEC. It's up to the Labour Party, ultimately. There is no need, if it becomes clear over the coming week or so that there's not going to be a contest, the question is, why wait? Because even some of the arguments I've heard put forward around Starmer, which is to say, well, it's important that he's there at, the NATO summit and so on. Is it, in a sense, that wouldn't it not be far better for the other world leaders to have a chance to get to know the Prime Minister they're actually going to be working with and the guy who's going to be making the decisions, rather than what is in effect now for Keir Starmer, a rather ghostly caretaker Prime Minister?
And we've got some sense of what Andy Burnham might be about politically, haven't we? Over the last few days, I think there was a lovely long piece written by Patrick Maguire about how his Catholic upbringing infuses his politics to some degree. I love in that article there was a lovely observation from his own mother, from Burnham's own mother, that when all the boys, her sons, were altar boys, they used to fight over who got which chalice and who got who got in the front. And Andy Burnham was always elbowing his brothers out of the way so he could he could be the front altar boy, which is a great symbol.
Hasn't changed, has it?
It hasn't changed.
No.
Mothers know best.
Yeah.
They know their children, don't they? But also that question of what Manchesterism is. There's a paper coming out early this week about what he intends to do or hopes to do on privatisation, on the role of the state, private sector, faith, charity. He seems to see everything in that sort of cube.
Yes, look, I think that this is an opportunity for the Labour Party to do something that, to be honest, didn't happen very much during the Starmer period, which is to intellectually self-renew. Keir Starmer, for his merits, which obviously he has plenty of in all sorts of ways, one of his demerits, and I actually think the fundamental flaw which has destroyed his premiership, is that he is uniquely intellectually incurious about politics. My view about Keir Starmer is that here is a man who enjoyed being Prime Minister, in some ways was quite good at parts of being Prime Minister, particularly on the international stage. But whilst he enjoyed being Prime Minister, he didn't enjoy politics. And those two things can't coexist for very long. In the end, if you abhor politics, politics will come to abhor you.
Can I ask you, can you explain why that is? Because an awful lot of people, both calls and people I have conversations with at home and thereabouts, talk about... they feel like that about politics, and they wanted competence and decency, and they felt they had that in Keir Starmer. Why does it matter so much that the man or woman in charge gets the political side of it all?
So it matters, I think, for two reasons. And one is internal and one is external. In terms of internal, one of the things that I have been most struck by over the past weeks and months and even years of the Starmer premiership is the extent to which, bit by bit, gradually, different parts of the Labour Party that you speak to, ministers, people who work for ministers, whether they're on the left of the party or the right of the party, all ended up saying the same thing. We don't know what he thinks about anything. We don't know what he thinks about anything. We don't know what to do. And when I think Keir Starmer's big problem, and again, lots of merits, and it's a difficult day for him, so it's sort of these things are difficult to kind of calibrate in a way.
There absolutely are merits,
but at the same time, I think he was a man who, I remember the first time that I met him, I interviewed him during the Labour leadership contest in 2020. I'd met him before, but I'd not interviewed him properly. And I sort of asked him a little bit about his politics, where he would place himself in the Labour Party, which politicians from history he most admired, which political thinkers he liked to read. And he sort of tutted at me and sort of said, these are sort of silly political games and all of this sort of stuff. And I thought that was, and at the time I thought it was quite curious, but over the years since, I've sort of reflected on how telling that was. You know, most politicians are interested in politics. You know, they will, particularly Labour politicians, they'll talk to you
and
all...
then look at what other politicians have done and what worked, what didn't.
Absolutely. They'll sit and talk to you all day long about who their fantasy Labour cabinets from history would be or who they might be in. And you can look at it as Westminster parlour games, but it's also reflective, I think, of a man who he was distinctly incurious about political ideas. He thought that the problem with Britain was that the Tories were reckless and feckless and useless. And they may well have been all three of the above. But I think the root of his analysis was that if I, Keir Starmer, Mr. Competent, Mr. Managerial, Mr. Technocratic, Mr. Sensible, simply replace them, that would be enough. And the truth is that Britain's economic and political problems were and are such that getting rid of the Tories, who were pretty much all of those things, was certainly a necessary condition for change, but it wasn't a sufficient condition.
And you
for change.
said a few moments ago that there were big structural things that contributed. What are you alluding to when you say that?
Well, what I was going to say, just a minute, is that so internally it was a problem that his ministers didn't know what he wanted them to do because he didn't have a well-developed sense of his own politics. It was much more process-driven as a person. But externally, I think that's been a problem for him as well, because I think voters didn't understand what he was about. They never formed an emotional connection with him, and so that meant that every little problem which came along, which actually in the grand scheme of things probably wasn't that big a problem, but it was magnified, it was amplified, because he didn't have a sort of root sense of who he was and a direction of where you're going. And if you don't have a clear direction of where you're going, then every little gust of wind sort of blows you off course than it needs to do, more than it needs to do. And in answer to that second question, Sheila, is that, look, there are structural factors absolutely at play. It wasn't all Starmer's fault. And I would sort of identify a couple, really. One which I think is not talked about enough and will definitely afflict Burnham in exactly the same way, is actually, people sometimes talk about Brexit as destabilising our politics, and I can see why they would say that. There's no doubt, of course, for many years under the Tories, it did. I'm not sure that Brexit is the reason why, even though you could make an argument, say Farage has just seen off yet another Prime Minister. I think Brexit has been the main destabilising factor for Starmer. Actually, I would identify for Labour a much bigger problem is COVID. And what I mean by COVID is that what would a traditional Labour government do when it was in trouble to get itself out of a hole? Turn on the spending taps, borrow a bit more. Now, Burnham and Reeves, Starmer and Reeves have borrowed, but they are limited to the extent that they can do so because of something that they rarely want to talk about, which was the enormous COVID debt that they inherited. When people say they want things to get better more quickly, and they want public services to get better more quickly, and they want more public money spent on this, that and the other, very few politicians are willing to turn around and go, well, one of the reasons we can't do that is because the state paid your wages for 2 years. And that is going to afflict in an era since the street Starmer has been living in, which is an era of higher interest rates, of higher debt payments on our national debt. One of the things that has really limited his room for manoeuvre has been the COVID and overall national debt. And of course, the other things which will continue to afflict a Burnham premiership as well, we've seen the international stage continue to be, very, very distracting, taking up a lot of the Prime Minister's time. I think Burnham will resist that as much as he can, but as Starmer has found, not easy to do if you're the Prime Minister. And I think it is also true to say that every Prime Minister now is inheriting a political and media culture which has become very, very used to, including the public, these rapid changes, expecting change very quickly. But that means it is all the more important that you have a plan, that you know where you're going, and you are communicating that plan every single day,
so that people don't feel
religiously,
adrift.
so that the political situation does not slip through your fingers, as it did with Keir Starmer. Because, I sort of think, unfortunately, the tragedy of Starmer is that, in a way, I sort of think about him as a sort of inverse Rishi Sunak. Rishi Sunak inherited a bad hand, he was basically playing with a pair of twos, and there was almost no way, he could win the game. Starmer basically started playing the game with a raw flush. You could say that he helped create the flush because, he put the Labour Party in a better position, whatever. But he got a huge majority, 160, huge political capital, a load of goodwill. And yet less than 2 years later, here we are, he's out the game. I think historians will marvel about that because it is a highly unusual situation to be in for a Prime Minister to come in on that sort of majority, that sort of goodwill, and for all of it to be spent so quickly.
The first caller I took after 1 o'clock was not particularly a Labour supporter or he was a floating voter. He didn't have any particular animus against Keir Starmer, but something he said in his speech on the Downing Street steps this morning really angered this voter, and it was what he said about the Labour Party he inherited, politically, morally corrupt. It angered him, he said, because there were lots of good people working for the party at the time. And for him to dismiss them all in that way was pretty brutal. Was that a kind of an echo, really, in the speech? Was that an echo of the whole, both done it now, Starmer machine that got into government, that they just went the left, elbowed them out the way and into the middle distance at the very least? Is that an echo of that?
I think it is, and obviously what Starmer was trying to do there was start to write the first draft of history on his premiership, and I think you can make an argument to say he's been a more successful Labour leader than he has been Prime Minister. He's been Labour leader for 6 years. That's the longest serving since Tony Blair. He led the party to one of its best election victories ever. I think you could argue that any decent leader probably would have been able to do that given the situation at the time. I think, though, your call is sort of onto something in the sense that, in a way, the way he approached being Labour leader is one of the reasons he actually struggled in office, which is that, let's think back to 2020 when he was running to be Labour leader. I was at so many of those rallies. He used to have this line, said, we're not going to trash the last Labour government, which was a rebuke to the Corbynistas, and we're not going to trash the best of the last 4 years or 5 years under Corbyn, which was a rebuke to kind of the Blairite right. And that was, he won that election as a sort of unity candidate. He governed the Labour Party very, very quickly as a much more factional figure on the Labour right. And that was a strategic choice. He threw Corbyn out of the party. Again, you might say it was justified, but again, it was a strategic choice. And one of the things, as Tony Benn used to say about the Labour Party, you can't only fly with your right wing. And I can do the impression if you want. You can do a can't only fly with your right wing. And what that cost was in alienating the left repeatedly, was when he got into office, and then suddenly you see the rise of reform. He wasn't able to do what Burnham did in Makerfield the other day, which was unite the left, unite the progressive left, because frankly, so much of the left despised him and disliked him. So that was a strategic choice he made early on that I would argue haunted him over the long term.
Thank you very much indeed, Lewis. Lewis Goodall, LBC's Lewis Goodall, also host of the Newsagent podcast, which drops at 5 today. Can
we just say a big hello to Andy Burnham, who's about to pull up to
he's
to the
about
House
to
of
pull
Parliament.
up to the House of Commons. We'll go live to the
Hello,
House of
Andy.
Commons in a few moments. Thank you very much indeed, Lewis. Just some breaking news here, actually. Former DUP leader Sir Geoffrey Donaldson has been found guilty at Newry Crown Court of 18 historical sex offences against 2 women when they were children, including 1 count of rape. I'll bring you more detail of that in a few moments. It's 2:22.
The Prime Minister Keir Starmer resigns. Follow the fallout on LBC.
A message from TfL.
I saw Alicia's photo in my newsfeed. All I can think of is her family. How they're getting on. If they're getting on. I didn't look when I pulled out.
what you're making, not just of today's events, but what Keir Starmer's record in Prime Minister is as he sees it and maybe as you see it. Alex, hi.
Hi, Sheila.
Hi. What's on your mind?
Just a point that I keep hearing people make, including Tice. They all say, we don't know what Andy Burnham stands for, therefore he can't become Prime Minister. But my point is that Keir Starmer stood on 10 electoral pledges that he basically reneged on within a month of actually becoming Prime Minister. And okay, so he gained a great majority, but he gained that majority on the strength of these pledges that he then totally abandoned. And you might argue that his wording was very careful, i.e. he said he would support common ownership of rail, mail, water, electric. He didn't actually say he would nationalise it explicitly, but then he came out, a mere months afterwards and says, I'm not going to nationalise anything. He committed early doors to, creating the great British energy company, and Ed Miliband was going to lead it and it was going to be great. And then in March, I think this year, that just got thrown out the window. We were going to nationalise rail, but now that's not going to happen because the government's going to change or the cabinet's going to change. So it doesn't really matter to me what Andy Burnham says he stands for, because there's nothing to bind him to actually keeping any pledges that he makes, right? But I think this is the legacy of Keir Starmer is he will go down as the most unpopular Labour leader in history. He's the shortest term Labour leader in history. He essentially staged a coup against Jeremy Corbyn to get him out with Labour together. I know you've covered it already, but I just have to say, when he stood in front of that lectern, or behind that lectern today, and said he inherited a Labour Party that was, amongst other things, financially bankrupt, that is such an egregious lie, because Jeremy Corbyn took the Labour Party to its highest ever membership figure. He was swimming in cash when he took the leadership of the Labour Party, and he wasted it all on lawfare cases against activists. He alienated trade unions, which are their biggest donors. He sacked Rebecca Long-Bailey, or, you can argue why the reason was, but it was, very close to the time that she was talking to unions and aligning with their views on reopening schools too early in COVID and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
He is... He deserves everything he gets.
Was that line as in the speech this morning when he said, 6 years ago I inherited a politically, financially and morally bankrupt Labour Party? Is that for you the righteous nail in the coffin?
Yeah, that's that. If you want to underline his premiership, if you want to go out as you carried on, which is lying through your teeth, and that's a great footnote on his legacy in my book. And now enjoy your £115,000 a year for life and your government car. I'm sure we're more than happy to pay that.
The thing is, what I struggle, cause, outside of politics and outside of party politics, what I struggle with is to say that. He didn't need to say that. He could have said, I inherited a Labour Party that was struggling on a number of fronts, which he put right this way, this way, and this way. But he was in that party and a senior figure.
He was the shadow Brexit secretary under Corbyn, all the time working on getting Corbyn out. And I mean, look, I know that the nation is divided over Jeremy Corbyn in no small part because of the way the media portrays him. But you cannot doubt his record on Labour membership, Labour vote share. Even in both of his elections, okay, he didn't win them, but he had massive vote shares. Higher than the NHS formation years, post-war years. He was an absolutely fantastic... And, I've heard Lewis say Keir Starmer wasn't particularly interested in politics. I think that's a weak defence of an awful man. But I think he was undermined, probably in the same way by the same people that undermined Jeremy Corbyn. So there's definitely some karmic justice at play here, right? The party whips and the civil servants and all that sort of stuff that pull the real levers of power have dispatched him much the same way they installed him. So,
do you agree with me that the truth is, if Corbyn, for example, had won an election, if Keir Starmer had not gone to the bottom of the polls very quickly, they'd have both, different examples, but they'd have both survived. That actually it was about unpopularity in the end.
Yeah, I mean, the popularity of a Prime Minister is governed by the press. right?
No, it isn't only, Alex. It isn't only. It's there, particularly now in the social media age and in phone-ins like this and direct conversations with politicians. It's not only the press. The press have a big role to play, of course they do, but it's not only that. I must leave you there. But Alex, thank you very much indeed for your call, Alex in Bromsgrove. We'll be going to the Commons shortly for Andy Burnham being sworn in as MP for Makerfield. It's 2:30. Let's get the headlines first from Amelia Cox.
Andy Burnham is due to be sworn in as an MP after winning the Makerfield by-election. The former mayor of Greater Manchester says he will stand to replace Sir Keir Starmer after he announced his resignation earlier. It means the UK will have its 7th Prime Minister in 10 years by September. Former DUP leader Sir Geoffrey Donaldson has been found guilty of historical sex offences against 2 women when they were children. In total, he has been convicted of 18 counts, including 1 of rape. And a rare red heat health alert has been issued, with temperatures due to rise to 40 degrees Celsius this week. Officials say it could pose a risk to life to even healthy members of the population. LBC weather: cooler in the north this afternoon with patchy rain, but staying sunny and very warm in the south with some thunderstorms later, a high of 33 degrees.
The Prime Minister Keir Starmer resigns. Follow the fallout on LBC.
Vodafone is backing the UK with an £11 billion investment to make the nation's biggest network even better.
Fair play, that's a big commitment.
So you can launch that business.
So I can start selling my model trains in Pwllheli.
Multitask in a haze of glory.
Member for Arbroath, Broughton Ferry. Broughton Ferry, in fact.
I take this oath only so that I can serve the people of Arbroath and Broughton Ferry. My first allegiance is, and always will be, the sovereign people of Scotland. I do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to the law, so help me God.
There's a lot of hubbub, as you can hear, and anticipation, I think, for what comes next, because there are a number of new MPs signing before Andy Burnham. Let's keep listening to the events inside the House of Commons. Not quite a full house, but almost. The MPs who've already signed, or just finished signing, are now shaking the hand of the Speaker, Sir Lindsay Hoyle.
Douglas Lumsden, member for Aberdeen South.
Douglas Lumsden, the new Conservative
I swear
MP.
by Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors,
according to law. So help me God.
So that's Douglas Lumsden signing now and heading to shake the hand of the Speaker in just a moment. The previous MP who signed him was Lara Bird, SNP, claimed a victory in the Arbroath and Broughty Ferry by-election where she won that seat for the party, held that seat for the party. I think Mr. Burnham is up next. Douglas Lumsden shaking the hand of the Speaker.
We now come to Andy Burnham, member for Makerfield.
Rome is saved.
Rome is saved. I don't know who said it, but it's funny.
I swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to law. So help me God.
I didn't quite make that last one out.
Naughty boy.
Oh, yeah, he was. He said, "Are you the Messiah?" He said, "You've been a naughty boy." It's a quote from The Life of Brian, Monty Python. He's heckling the hecklers. This is a good start. He's just made a comment I couldn't quite make out to the Tory benches and managed to get a laugh from them as well. So we'll see. He looks very comfortable. Shaking the hand of the Speaker, Lindsay Hoyle, as well, and giving him a hearty pat on the shoulder at the back and having a long chat with him. A slightly longer chat than the others did. And then heading behind the Speaker's chair.
We now come to questions to the Secretary of State for Education, Jim Dixon.
Sorry, Jim. We're going to leave the House of Commons now. Secretary of State, the Minister for Education, the Secretary of State is Bridget Phillipson, isn't it? Oh, the question was Jim Dixon asking the question. My apologies. So there it is. Andy Burnham, along with two others, the SNPs, Lara Bird and Douglas Lumsden for the Conservatives, taking their seats in the House of Commons. I think my initial reflection there, if you want it, is that there's an ease there that we've witnessed in Andy Burnham, taking on the hecklers with a broad smile, responding with quips of his own that raised big laughs by the looks of it from the Conservative benches. So all in good spirit. I mean, at this point in the House of Commons, barring the odd exception, there's an understanding. It's a big moment for any MP. All of those sitting there have done this, and it must be a very big, proud moment to go and formally take your place in the House of Commons as a representative of your constituency, in his case, the constituency of Makerfield. He is, for those of you who can't see him, but by the way, you can see him if you go to the LBC app, Global Player or YouTube, because you can watch us live on all of those throughout the day, throughout the afternoon. He is wearing a shirt and a tie and a jacket because, as the Mayor of Manchester, that sort of dress-down Friday vibe that he has for his clothes, not at all times. He's been seen in formal attire for various, sort of civic events, for sure. If you think of, for example, when the Queen died and all of the mayors and all of the politicians would go to their local cathedrals and the like and sign a book of condolence and that kind of thing. So he doesn't always leave the shirt and the tie at home, and he very much hasn't today. So Andy Burnham, MP for Makerfield, sworn in the House of Commons today alongside Lara Bird for the SNP and Douglas Lumsden for the Conservatives. But it was Andy Burnham that everybody was waiting for, really, in that Commons moment, and that those huge cheers from the Labour benches, I presume, when he did walk forward to make his oath of allegiance, which he did in full to the King as well. So that's one to note, because not all of them do they? They do it they affirm allegiance rather than there's an affirmation that can be made in Parliament, a slightly different one. So more of your calls on this and your reflections, even on that moment, but certainly your reflections on where this leaves our country and our politics. The Prime Minister was due to speak at 3:30 in the Commons, and he isn't now. David Lammy speaking for him. The Brexit Reset Summit with the EU, scheduled for July the 22nd, has been postponed. Antonio Costa, the President of the European Council, says he hopes that Keir Starmer's successor will provide continuity. I don't think that's what Andy Burnham's intending to do. This was going to be a big moment for Keir Starmer, but it's now heading into the middle distance, it looks like, for now anyway. We'll see what happens with that. Another Jim has said, why on earth was music played when Keir Starmer spoke this morning? Is it a TikTok thing? It's just sickening, says Jim. You don't need to be sickened any longer, Jim. It was people playing Ode to Joy, the EU anthem, at the far end of the street, beyond the gates of Downing Street, and there wasn't much that anybody could do about it. There's a lot of, should we say, aural protest going on in Whitehall and Westminster these days. Peter has called from Oxford. Hello, Peter.
Hello, Sheila. How are you doing?
Fine, thanks, yeah.
Well, it's been a big day. I'm sorry to see Keir Starmer go in some ways. I think he has the potential to be a good Prime Minister. Sadly, he missed the opportunity in many ways, and we've heard many of the reasons why that's happened. But I think he's fundamentally a man of integrity who took a few wrong turns along the way. The most important, there are two I wanted to highlight, but most importantly of all, I think, is relations with Europe. I think it was a massive mistake ever to put the red lines into the manifesto and to persist with them, because it's completely tied the government's hand in relations with other European countries. They know that the government doesn't have much wiggle room in terms of what it can agree, and frankly the kind of concessions that have been made or the kind of changes that have been made, although well-intentioned, have been fairly cosmetic. Welcome, of course, changes like Erasmus and Horizon and so on, but so much more could have been done. And this is the price that they paid for trying to play the reform game. That was never going to work. I don't think many people who have moved to reform are going to move back because of the red lines. So I think this was a massive own goal on the Labour Party's part to take that approach. And I hope very much that Andy Burnham finds it possible to change that. Certainly before the next election, I think the next manifesto should not feature those red lines, and it should actually have meaningful movement towards common sense in relation to Europe.
I could not agree more. I think you've landed on something really important there, which is, again, I could see why Keir Starmer, let's say Keir Starmer, meaning the Labour Party at the time when they were trying to get into government, I could see why, in policy terms, they chose what they did, because of that Brexit wall of votes that they had to get in order to get into power. But I firmly believe they could have got it anyway without being so anti-Europe.
Absolutely.
Given the state that the Conservatives had left the place in. And again, they also had a few things up against them, didn't they? Like COVID, for example. But I think you've landed on a really interesting area, and it's going to be so interesting to see what he does with it and what he says about it.
Can I just add something else?
Of course.
Yeah, I said there were two things. The other one was electoral reform, because quite clearly the ground has shifted now. I think Reform have gone silent on electoral reform because they clearly see it as being in their interest to continue with first past the post. It certainly isn't going to be Labour's interest or in the country's interest. And Andy Burnham has in the past said that he would favour it. I hope he continues with that. Starmer has been very, very reluctant to go that road. And I'm not quite sure why, when most of his party are in favour, for example, of introducing proportional representation. And I really think this is
and particularly when there's such disenchantment with politics and people feeling like their vote doesn't count. And one of the things about the Brexit vote, one of the things that appealed to a lot of people about the Brexit referendum was that your vote absolutely did count.
Yeah.
Because of the simplicity of the yes-no, I think it will be interesting again to see what he does with it if he becomes Prime Minister. It's looking nailed on, isn't it? But we do have to at least give room for the possibility that somebody may come forward and challenge him. Thank you very much, Peter. Peter in Oxford. More of your calls in just a moment on what you think of the events happening today, particularly Keir Starmer resigning. Is it what you wanted? What do you make of his record? And maybe you want to reflect on Andy Burnham a bit too, now that he is officially the MP for Makerfield and probably our next Prime Minister. It's 2:46.
This is LBC.
Tony, what do you want to tell me? Good morning.
Scott has called from Glasgow. Hi, Scott.
Jane's in Camden first. Hi, Jane.
We have an opportunity to turn the tide, to make people see that politics can make a positive difference, to make people feel hope again.
Hear every side of the story.
Andy Burnham's brought nothing near what he claims he has to the North West.
Keir Starmer's time's up. This could also signal the end for reform. And I think if Andy Burnham becomes Prime Minister, he could unite the left.
I think people in the South underestimate the strength of feeling there is about the way that people feel they've been left behind.
Andy Burnham is not a team player. He just thinks he could just win a by-election and become Prime Minister.
Listen on our free Global Player app or the LBC app. LBC, leading Britain's conversation.
Diary, what time's my Specsavers eye test?
Hi, Miriam. It's in 15 minutes. Would you like directions? Great. Exit the bedroom, past the dog's basket. Sit at the kitchen table. You have arrived.
Are you the Messiah? And he said, you've been a naughty boy, an allusion. And Andy Burnham said, you've been a naughty boy, an allusion to the Monty Python film, The Life of Brian. And then he signed what he needed to sign and went over and had a hearty handshake and backslap with the Speaker of the House of Commons, Sir Lindsay Hoyle. And then he went off. Andy Burnham went off, and I'm told there is a photographic moment with him and the other two MPs to mark their arrival in Parliament as MPs. So that's what's happening now. We've been reflecting, you've been telling me what you think about the resignation of Keir Starmer and the record of his time in government. Doreen has called from Stoke-on-Trent. Hello, Doreen.
Hi, Sheila.
What do you want to say?
I'm very disappointed that Keir's gone. I think he's endured more hate from right-wing media, Labour Party members, not all of them, obviously, but some Labour Party members and general public than I've ever known a Prime Minister have, probably. And I'm a bit bewildered because I'd like to know how it is that a person who's not been in the House of Commons for quite a few years can just come in and almost in the blink of an eye be possibly our next Prime Minister. I mean,
the answer to your question, how, is that he's now an MP, and he's specifically an MP with, it looks like, again, we'll have to see the fuller picture emerge over in the week or the weeks to come, but it looks like he's not just a new MP, he's an MP that commands the confidence of the Parliamentary Labour Party, and that goes a long, long way to being the Prime Minister, the first among those equals.
I understand that, but I also think, what about us members of the Labour Party who don't get to have a say?
You might, if there's a contest.
Well, I hope there is, personally. I don't know much about Andy Burnham. I should. I also feel a bit sorry for the people of Manchester. He just seems to have turned his back after pledging allegiance to being a mayor, just to walk away when the opportunity comes for something better. He's already lost this leadership contest twice, I think.
Yes.
And I'm pretty sceptical that he's going to be the messiah that saves us all.
Who would you have in mind other than Keir Starmer then?
I don't really know, to be honest, Sheila.
You'd have to hear people, yeah.
I'd have to listen to people's points of view. People are talking about Dan Jarvis. James was talking about Dan Jarvis.
Yeah.
I don't know much about him. And I don't really know. I don't think Angela Rayner, don't think David Lammy, certainly don't think Wes Streeting. I don't know. But
Wes Streeting has ruled himself out. David Lammy is an arch supporter of Keir Starmer, of Andy Burnham, I should say.
Yeah.
Sorry, no, David Lammy is a supporter of Keir Starmer and probably won't. I could be wrong. Andy Burnham might just say, no, I want the talents that are there. I'm not going to hold it against anyone just because they've been.
Are you in a position to tell me what would Andy Burnham's main priorities be from what he said? I've not been around for a little while, so I don't know what he said on Friday.
Well, he didn't say a great deal, but prior to today and in conversations he's had in conferences and in interviews he's given over not just the last couple of weeks, but in recent months and even the last year or so, he's indicated that he didn't think the economic policy was bold enough, imaginative enough. He wanted to bring the state and the private sector and charities and faith groups together more to deliver social change. And I think that's that happens anyway. But if you've got the Prime Minister and Number 10 corralling it to happen, I think that's quite a significant thing. But he also seems to want to bring some, what did he call it? The profit, not the profit state, but he wants the state to invest again in things like, which used to be the norm when I was a kid, that the state invested in the public utilities and then the public utilities belonged to us. And the reason I think he's also talked about the privatisation premium that he believes people pay. And I think there's so much evidence for this, that so many services have been privatised, that it stops being a service and becomes about the profit of the company that's running the service.
Correct.
We've seen examples of it. I think it's very obvious in the social care sector. I think it's very obvious in transport, and utilities. Can't forget utilities in all of this. And isn't the truth that we've got utility companies and a government that's having to take urgent action to stop them from fleecing us any more than they already do?
Yeah.
And I think what Andy Burnham, again, he hasn't said this to me, he hasn't fleshed it out, and I'm sure it's not easy, but he's talked about wanting the state to be back in that mix and running things, not just wading in to rescue shareholders.
I just hope he's going to turn out to be the saviour people seem to think he will be. I think Starmer made many mistakes, but I think
he didn't only make mistakes. No, that's true.
I think he's a man of integrity, and maybe he was too nice.
I don't know.
Yeah, but that's my contribution, Sheila, really.
No, I understand it as well. And you are a Labour member. You'd like to have a vote, would you?
I would.
Yeah.
But yes, I would. So I hope Andy Burnham or anybody has to prove themselves to the membership as well as the PLP.
Yeah, I think if there isn't a contest, he almost has to do that even more.
Yes.
Do you know what I mean? To really bring people with him, yeah. And including you as a voter, you as a Labour member, and the rest of us as voters as well. Thank you very much indeed, Doreen, for your call. That's Doreen in Stoke. Mendy, is it Mendy, calling from Hackney?
Yes, thank you so much
Mendy.
for having me on.
Hi. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I think this whole thing of Keir Starmer, so first of all, I think it's a great day for the UK. I think it's we've been waiting for this for a long time, and I think that it's disgusting that Keir Starmer didn't step down till now, when he had the whole nation, he had all of his fellow MPs, his own backbench, telling him to step down, and he was trying to push it till the end to stay in power. But I think the reason Keir Starmer was forced to step down was just because he actually failed the UK, and people tried to mark it as if it's the council elections that happened a couple of weeks ago. But I don't think that's the reason. I think that might have been the last push to it, but not the actual reason. The reason he's resigning right now is the reason they actually lost a couple of weeks ago, and that is because I would say it's anti-Semitism and immigration, which I think they are both linked together, because anti-Semitism is mainly being... the anti-Semitic attacks are mainly happening from immigrants, and Keir Starmer has just failed us, and he always tried to please the foreigners in this country rather than the actual English people. And yeah, I don't see the big difference between him and Andy Burnham. I just saw a clip yesterday of basically the two of them saying the exact same thing, but Andy Burnham in a polo shirt. So... No, I'm serious. Like, there's many things that they literally say the same thing, and one talks a bit fancy, and one talks in this manner, one talks in that manner. But what is the difference? I think, and I said that a couple of years ago when there was this whole Rishi Sunak, Liz Truss, Boris Johnson situation, and I said, why don't we go for an actual election, not an election in the Labour Party, but an election, an election nationally, where if the Labour is so low in the polls, and why don't we have an actual elections with Reform, Conservative, Green, and Labour.
You want a full general election, do you?
100%.
Yeah. I don't think you're going to be the only person that says that by any means, Mendy. I think we've heard it already. We've heard it, in fact, not just from our guest from Reform UK, Richard Tice. We've heard it from a couple of callers, and I'm going to be speaking in a few minutes to a former Labour minister who also thinks that a general election might be the right way to go here. Gordon Brown, famously, when he became Prime Minister in vaguely similar circumstances, did not subsequently call a general election off the back of his good work on foot and mouth, the foot and mouth disaster. And maybe live to regret that. We'll see what's on Andy Burnham's mind, I'm sure, in the next few days. More of your calls after the news.
On your radio, on the LBC app, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 3 o'clock, Andy Burnham has been sworn in as the new MP for Makerfield after winning last week's by-election.
We now come to Andy Burnham, member for Makerfield.
The former mayor of Greater Manchester says he will stand in a Labour leadership contest after Sir Keir Starmer announced his resignation. After spending the weekend considering his future, the Prime Minister revealed his decision outside Number 10 earlier.
Every decision I've taken has been about putting the country I love first. That is why I will resign as leader of the Labour Party. I have spoken to His Majesty the King this morning to inform him of my decision.
It means the UK will have its 7th Prime Minister in 10 years by September, but it could be far sooner than that. These people outside Manchester's Piccadilly station have given their reaction to the news.
Keir Starmer's resigned. Thank God for that. This country's going down while he's there.
I like him and I think he's got good politics. I just don't think he's a very good spokesperson.
I think they need to stop messing about and just get on with things. I think it must be a laughing stock around the world, keep having new Prime Ministers every 5 minutes.
Former Health Secretary Wes Streeting, who would likely have been Mr Burnham's biggest rival, has instead given him his backing. But he denies that the frontrunner to become the country's next Prime Minister has offered him a job in his future cabinet. Reform UK leader Nigel Farage, who has called for a general election as soon as possible, was asked if he felt sorry for Sir Keir.
Well, on a human level, it must be really hard,
because you give up all your privacy, you don't see much of your family. Politics is tough anyway. Being Prime Minister, I can only imagine how tough it is. So on a human level, yeah, I'm sorry for the guy that he failed, but he did fail.
Stay with LBC throughout the day for the very latest reaction and analysis. Also this afternoon, former DUP leader Sir Geoffrey Donaldson has been found guilty of historical sex offences against 2 women when they were children. He's been convicted of 18 counts, including one of rape. His wife, Lady Eleanor Donaldson, has been found to have aided and abetted his crimes following a trial of the facts. And temperatures could reach 40 degrees Celsius later this week after a hot heat health alert was issued. It covers parts of England and Wales from Wednesday morning until Thursday night. In the city, a short time ago, the FTSE 100 was trading up 60 points at 10,423. The pound buys $1.32 and €1.15. LBC weather, cooler in the north this afternoon with patchy rain, but staying sunny and very warm in the south with some thunderstorms later, a high of 33 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Amelia Cox.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Sheila Fogarty.
Hello, good afternoon to you. Well, there are so many questions, aren't there, to discuss in light of Keir Starmer's resignation as leader of the Labour Party this morning, or his declaration that he will resign. He'll stay as Prime Minister until a replacement leader is found within the Labour Party. That's likely to take 3 weeks. But as Lewis was suggesting, if there is no obvious contender and nobody else intends to throw their hat into the ring, you do wonder whether the National Executive Council of the Committee of the Labour Party will change the rules. Who knows? Here's a man who might know, Lord Hutton, Labour peer, former Defence Secretary and former chair of RUSI. Good afternoon to you. Thanks for joining me today.
My pleasure. Hi, Sheila.
If there isn't anyone stepping forward to contest, is it your view that the Labour system, the 3-week system that takes us up to pretty much the middle of July, will happen anyway?
Well, I think that's probably what is going to happen. I mean, when the nominations open, if we get to the end of that period of time and there are no other nominations, then that one single person will clearly become automatically leader of the Labour Party at that point. And I would imagine that very shortly thereafter, that person will become the Prime Minister. So I don't think we'll be waiting until September.
What do you want? A contest? A coronation? Which is what people are expecting, I think, today, or a general election? What do you think should happen next?
Well, I have said publicly, Sheila, I think it would be a good idea to have a contest, and I think we can do that within a very short period of time, and I think it will be conducted pretty civilly, and I think that'll be healthy for the Labour Party and the government, and I think ultimately the country. It's not an alternative to the legitimacy that comes from winning a general election, of course not, but it would allow people to have a good look at what the candidates are saying and offering. But that's entirely in the gift of the Parliamentary Labour Party in the Commons, isn't it? If they decide really to get behind only one candidate, then there isn't going to be an election. And then that candidate, as I said, will become the Prime Minister very shortly when the nominations close. But I think whether we have a general election or not, I mean, that's a point for arguing. I mean, you can see the strength of the argument that says, OK, let's have a general election, and I do understand that. But I think it's all about whether the new leader respects the mandate that Keir Starmer won in 2024. If he respects that mandate, then I don't think there's any need for a general election. If he wants to depart from that mandate in a significant and serious way, then that's a different story.
Well, I've had callers today suggesting that Keir Starmer himself departed from that mandate and dropped things or brought things in that were never part of it. What do you say to that?
Well, I think a mandate can never be sort of an absolute sort of Bible for everything you're ever going to do in government, because there's such a thing as events and you've got to sort things out. And I don't think, for example, when it comes to setting a budget, you can say 5 years in advance all the things you are or aren't going to do in a budget. So that's just not realistic. When I say respecting the mandate, I mean respecting the pillars on which that mandate was based. You know, the approach that you take towards the economy, to taxation, international affairs, welfare, all the rest of it, all the really big foundation stones around which you build your program for government. If you really depart seriously from those, then I think you get into a territory where people will rightly say, okay, well, we should decide all that. We are the sovereign electorate, and you shouldn't abuse that authority. So it's all about really what the new Prime Minister does and whether they stick to the mandate or not. I hope they stick to the mandate, obviously.
You mentioned events being something that any government has to respond to. Let's say, for the sake of argument, it's Andy Burnham who takes over. He will be greeted by the same realities that Keir Starmer was greeted by when he became Prime Minister just 2 short years ago. Which ones leap out at you? Which realities leap out at you? I presume the nation's finances is right up there.
Oh, that certainly is, Sheila. I think the other two really standout issues for me. First and foremost, we've got to develop and implement a strategy for economic growth. We just haven't really been able to do that. We have done lots of things that are good, but we've done lots of things that have set us back. So not a surprise that we're going round and round in circles. Right at this moment in time, we might have the fastest growing economy in the G7. That does not mean we're on a pathway to economic growth over the medium to longer term. We're not. And secondly, we've got to respond to the really pressing threat on our borders that an aggressive Russia is posing. So those straight out of the traps are two huge, big issues. And this is why I am concerned that a politics of personality just completely confuses the real substantive challenges that government is going to face. It's about policy, not personality. And we've got to have answers to some of these really big questions. And, it'd be good to have that set out for us.
It's interesting that you mentioned growth and defence in the same breath there, because I was reading a piece this morning it's suggesting that Andy Burnham sees he wants to spend much more time in the UK than abroad. And again, most prime ministers probably want to do that, but then the pressing demands of the international, global world we live in probably means that they do have to travel a fair bit. We've seen it with Keir Starmer. But I was reading that he sees defence not as a geopolitical question primarily, but as an opportunity for that very growth. Yes, there are real needs and necessities and realities on in that geopolitical sense, but that actually it's an opportunity as much as anything else when it comes to the defence sector. Can you marry things like that, or are they separate, do you think?
No, they're clearly linked, but it does depend very much, what your defence procurement strategy really is designed to do. If you really wanted to rearm quickly, which I think there's a strong case for doing that, you might want to shop around and buy the kit. If you're thinking for the medium to longer term, you'd want to procure some of the bigger items clearly in the UK, whether it's your main battle tank, your armoured fighting vehicles, your aircraft, your
and
ships.
Therefore build them here.
So I think definitely build them here. Yeah, I think in those really big capital type issues, you want to build here. But I think the lion's share of the money you spend on defence procurement will be spent in the UK, and that will certainly be an economic boost. But of course, on top of those two issues, you mentioned public finance. I think intricately connected to that is the future of our welfare state. We're on absolutely the wrong path at the moment, and we are consuming far too much of the nation's resources. And we've got to get back to a position where a Labour government is judged not by how much it spends on welfare, but how much it helps people on benefits get back into work. That is the really key challenge for a Labour government. It's not spending more on benefits, it's getting people into jobs. And we're a long way from having a welfare state that does that.
And the Milburn review shone a terrible, by terrible, I mean terrifying light on that, didn't it? For every £25 spent helping people who aren't in work, £1 is spent helping them get into work. You need to flip that, don't you?
You definitely do. And of course, you've got to very carefully what your economic growth policy is going to be, because I think probably it is true to say that the people who've suffered the most because of the lack of a coherent economic growth strategy have been young people in recent years. The national insurance increase hit the young workforce very, very hard indeed. The escalating business rates. These are things that businesses are having to digest, and they're really having to cope with a lot of pressure, and they're just not employing young people right now. And the increases in the above-inflation increases in the national living wage too, these have all been negative things in terms of economic growth. So we've got to find a better balance between doing the right thing to help young people onto the jobs ladder and make sure they're not ripped off. But we've got to keep one eye on the jobs and the growth that all of this depends on.
I mean, that NI tax on businesses, it's a classic example, isn't it, of robbing Peter to pay Paul, because the Prime Minister and others, and Wes Streeting often when he was Health Secretary, made the point that was a massive contributor to why the waiting lists are being able to be brought down the way that they are, with longer hours, doctors being paid to work extra, nurses, other healthcare workers, and that the NI lift was in large part paying for that or helping to pay for that. Those are the trade-offs that any government is having to make, aren't they? And difficult trade-offs. Difficult trade-offs.
Difficult. Yeah, well, indeed. Government is about hard choices. It's not about governing from your comfort zone. So the new Prime Minister will have to be absolutely straight with his MPs and the country that there are no easy fixes to these problems. I mean, if there were easy fixes, the previous government would have found them. Keir Starmer would have found them. They're not easy. You've got to make hard and difficult choices. And, as I said, and I've said repeatedly, that inevitably leads me to think, and from my experience in government, you've got to set out those hard choices and take the difficult decisions. Your party won't like it all of the time. And my worry about our current politics is that, if we judge every policy by whether it's going to be well received by the party activists, well, that's a road that leads you to this point in time.
Well, this is where
we're going to be chopping and changing our Prime Minister.
But this is where party...
We should be doing that.
This
is crazy.
This is where Burnham's skill, if it's him, his skills on party politics really count, don't they? Because there was often a complaint that Keir Starmer didn't reach out to the PLP sufficiently, didn't get to know the PLP sufficiently, so that when he needed their votes, needed their support, needed their patience, they weren't minded to give it to him.
Well, I think party management is a big part of the skill set you need if you're going to lead a government. And maybe that's one of the areas where things didn't work out very well in the last couple of years. But I think you've got to distinguish keeping in touch and informing and knowing the sentiment on your backbench. You've got to distinguish that from giving in to the backbench on every single issue. They're two totally different things.
Yeah.
And I'm afraid, the new Prime Minister will find that there are some issues where he's going to attract just as much criticism and noise as Keir Starmer did. It goes with the job, but the skill is setting that clear direction, knowing where you want to take the country and being absolutely focused on doing that and continuing to argue and articulate your case clearly with the country and with your MPs. And I don't think we've done a very good job on that in the last 2 years either.
I mentioned that Gordon Brown chose not to go for a general election when people were maybe suggesting and urging him to do so, particularly because people were impressed by how he'd handled foot and mouth, for example, that breakout. Looking back, do you think he should have, Gordon Brown? And I wonder whether there's a lesson for now. Sorry to take you back to the olden days.
Yes, happy days. Well, hindsight is one of those great things,
of course,
Sheila, isn't it? It's just, unfortunately, you never have it when you actually need it. It's so difficult to say. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I felt at the time, so 20 years ago, that it probably would have been a good idea to have had a general election round about the time that Gordon took over. I think it would have been probably the right thing for him and the government to have won its own mandate and for him to have won his own mandate. I don't think he actually I don't think there was any strict reason to do that. He didn't depart from the manifesto. I mean, he was very true to the manifesto. He stayed within its broad parameters and so on. So from a constitutional point of view, I think, what he did was perfectly okay. So I think it all comes down to whether, the new Prime Minister
your
decides
original
to
point of whether
broadly take that path.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much indeed. Really interesting to talk to you, Lord Hutton, Labour peer, former Defence Secretary and former chair of RUSI as well. Let's get your calls on that whole question. What do you want? A leadership contest? No leadership contest, i.e. a coronation, or a general election? 0345 6060 973. It's 3:16.
The Prime Minister Keir Starmer resigns. Follow the fallout on LBC.
The people of Britain love their ice baths. They've bought loads of them. With the Barclaycard Platinum, they could also save with 0% interest for up to 24 months on purchases, which is a nice, warm feeling. What
him, and he's taking his picture with them. So there's a bit of a coronation vibe about that, isn't there? But we'll see. Giles, what do you think should happen? That isn't there, but we'll see. Giles, what do you think should happen?
I think there should definitely be a leadership competition. You cannot have a coronation of Andy Burnham. It just would be totally unacceptable. He has not been elected to Parliament under the current manifesto. No one really knows anything about him. And I have to say, from listening to...
Well, some people do. Some people do, but not everybody in the country knows about him now.
Yeah, not many people do. I mean, okay, they may know about him, but they don't know what he stands for. And if I could just say his resignation speech in Makerfield about summed it up when he just talked about hope and change the whole time. I mean, what on earth does that mean?
Sorry,
I mean,
his victory speech in Makerfield.
Sorry, yes, his victory speech in Makerfield. I mean, he literally just talked about hope and change and not much else. I mean, what does that mean? I mean, it is literally vacuous nonsense.
Yes, but those moments at 3 a.m. aren't when people set out a policy platform.
No, but he didn't do it during the election either. I mean, no one has a clue what he's... I mean,
but he wasn't talking to you and me during the election. He was talking to the people of Makerfield, and he didn't say much publicly at all.
Okay, well, we'd be nice to know what he does, because no one has a clue now. We need to know what he actually stands for. If he's planning to be Prime Minister of the country, I think we deserve to know what he stands for.
Yeah, I mean...
the only way we can do that is to have a leadership election. Otherwise, it'll just be a coronation. He'll go in, having said nothing, holding the sort of beloved Ming vase, and no one will know the difference. And we need someone. I mean, ideally, I would like someone like Al Khan's, who is on the right side of the right wing of the party. I mean, he could almost be a Conservative, as far as I'm concerned. He's more Conservative than half the Conservative Party are. But have someone like him up against him. He's someone who's lived in the real world, has proved himself, and he stands for, from what I understand from his resignation speech, cutting welfare, spending on defence and all these things. Let's see how that goes down with the Labour backbenchers, who are economically totally illiterate. And we need to see this stuff. Because, let's face it, the backbenchers are the ones who rule the Labour Party, and what they say goes at the moment. So let's hear what they've all got to say.
But I can't imagine the Parliamentary Labour Party that is clearly in numbers, we're told around 200 on the record at least, support Burnham. So are they likely to suddenly find they're interested in a man or a woman who could almost be a Conservative?
Probably not. But at the end of the day, that's what we deserve. I mean, if you want the truth from me, I mean, I think this lot are away with the fairies. They haven't got a clue what they're doing. And I would like to see a leadership competition, if only to watch Labour tear itself apart. It would be fantastically good viewing for the next few weeks, because they will tear themselves apart. They don't know what they stand for, and they are just trashing the country in terms of the economy and everything else.
Would a long drawn-out contest, by long I mean, so that there'd be no change for September, would that slow the country down?
I don't think it made much difference, to be honest, but at least we might have an idea of what's going on.
Do you live here anymore?
Not at the moment, but I have children who live in Britain, so I have an interest from their sake.
No, I wasn't asking that with any snark. I'm sorry, in case you think I was.
No, I've been out of Britain for quite a long time.
You've been out for a while, yeah. I think it might be hotter here now, Giles, than it is in the Algarve.
Yeah, by all accounts it would be, yeah. It's quite nice today, thank goodness. It's cooled off.
Well, thank you very much for your contribution to our conversation. That's Giles in the Algarve in Portugal. And Tony's call from Fareham in lovely Hampshire. Hello, Tony.
Hello, good afternoon to you, Sheila. Lovely day. Yes, I agree with a lot of what your last caller said, really. Unfortunately, Keir Starmer was a victim of circumstances, namely the fool in the White House, who decided to throw the world out of kilter by declaring war on Iran with Israel. Before that, things were looking rather positive, I feel. I'm not a particular Labour or Keir Starmer supporter, but inflation was coming under control. Fuel was about $1.30 a litre. The unemployment circumstances due to the insurance costs and the national living wage obviously contributed to a downturn, but I think he had the right idea in trying to look after the young and getting them back on to more surer ground. Yes, he made mistakes, the fuel allowance, the ridiculous private healthcare. But for my money, he was trying to get it closer to Europe. Now, I voted for Brexit, and I feel if I had my time again, I would definitely not have voted for Brexit. So I think it's done the country a lot of damage, and I don't think... Sorry, Sheila, go ahead.
No, I was going to ask you on Brexit. Do you think, with the questions around whether there should be a general election in mind, if Andy Burnham were to say, again, let's just imagine there isn't a contest. There might well still be a contest, but it's not looking like there will be. But let's just leave that reality hanging. If he were to say, I don't think it was necessary for us to draw such red lines around the EU. I think we can talk about customs union and single market in a way that Keir Starmer has ruled out completely. I think we can. Do you think that there are enough people like you who just think, Brexit, mistake, who just go with the flow and go for that? Or do you think that would be a moment where, given what we were hearing from Lord Hutton a moment ago, where that was a direct departure from the mandate he was given in the election, Keir Starmer was given in the election, and therefore Andy Burnham must go to the electorate with that?
Yes, I think that's very true. But I think the circumstances have changed in Europe, i.e., Ukraine, and like I said, the unreliability of Donald Trump in the White House with his stance on NATO and Europe in general. We need to be closer to Europe, definitely. And we need to be closer militarily to them, financially to them, and money-wise to them. Not that we should adopt the euro, but our defence industries should be linked. We should have. Macron talked about a European army. He was slated for that, but I think he's absolutely right. And I think Andy Burnham, if he's got anything about him, should tell his Treasury we will go to 3% for defence now, not tomorrow, not next year, not the year after. It needs to happen now. We've no ships, we've no planes, not enough aircraft. And as a former serviceman, I'm aghast to see the state of our military.
Yeah, you're not alone, are you, amongst the military? Thank you very much indeed, Tony, for your call. Tony in Fareham. Harry's called from Braintree. Hello, Harry.
Oh, hi, Sheila. Yeah, it seems to me that throughout all of the time when the Tory party were changing their leaders and changing our Prime Minister, I heard Keir Starmer and all the people who are now in power jump straight up and say we should be having an election. It's undemocratic, we should be having an election. And here they are now doing exactly the same and completely being two-faced and now saying, no, we shouldn't be having an election.
Well, they haven't yet, have they? They haven't said that yet.
Okay, yeah.
I imagine they will, but they haven't yet.
Yeah, I absolutely think they should be saying we'll be having an election. That's not firstly because the other thing that goes with that is I've just listened to how it is that Burnham is the MP for Makersfield. He stood as a Labour Party candidate, so therefore he stood on the Labour Party manifesto, and he should be carrying that forward right now. He shouldn't be suddenly being.
The thing is, he didn't really. He stood on Labour changing. Is what he stood on.
Yeah, but he didn't stand. He stood as a member of the Labour Party.
He did, but that doesn't. Can I just say though that doesn't, sorry. And I'm glad this is the case because I don't want apparatchiks in Parliament.
Yeah,
you can still be. Even though you're a party member and there are party lines and there are party policies, Andy Burnham spotted a moment, and it's a real moment, and he decided that he was going to go for it, yes, as a Labour man, defending Labour's values, Labour's history, but also to say, I don't believe we're getting it right. And if you put me into Parliament, I'll try to do something about that.
Okay,
He's
fair
allowed
enough.
to do that, even as a Labour
Yeah,
man.
but if you let that stand, if we don't have an election, then any party can get into power and then gerrymander a role as an MP somewhere and put whoever you like in charge. You could put Raving Lord Sutch when he was alive in charge.
But you could have if his party members, and if they were in government and party members wanted him to be there. Yeah, you could. That's how it works.
He could have been stood up as being, I don't know, a Tory in the 80s and 90s, parachuted into a safe Tory seat, where the current MP just resigned, just like that, even though it was voted for by everybody, and then brought into the Tory party and replaced Margaret Thatcher, and you could just do exactly that. Well, you could do that again.
In principle, you could, but there's an awful lot of hurdles to get over. The screaming Lord Sutch would not have got over, is the point.
But Andy Burnham is actually doing that right now.
But he isn't screaming Lord Sutch. He is a long-standing member of the Labour Party. You know all his history. He's not screaming Lord Sutch.
An interesting example, blah. But the fact is that Andy Burnham has
a funny example, but not one that holds much water. If I could maybe so bold.
All right, but you put that over there for a second. Okay. But Andy Burnham has jumped those hurdles right now, and he's going to be potentially our Prime Minister in could be a few days' time. And he's going to be allowed to say, well, actually, we're going to do this completely differently to how Mr. Starmer said it was going to be.
That is absolutely debatable, that you know, as in whether he should be allowed to do this without a general election, for sure. But he is. You say he's jumped the hurdles in the way that I said screaming Lord Sutch wouldn't have. He is qualified to jump those hurdles, isn't he? In that he's a lifelong member of the Labour Party. He's got a history in government. He's got a history in power in Manchester.
I'd like to know history anywhere in the world where a person has gone from being a non-MP to an MP to a Prime Minister in a few weeks. I mean, that's just not on at all. And we should be happy. Absolutely. I'll happily vote Tory or Labour or whatever if I'm given the chance to over again.
Yeah, well, you will be at some point.
Well, yeah, but not for 3 years, maybe.
Possibly. I don't know, Harry. Nobody has said no yet, but nobody said yes. I think we're probably getting a little bit ahead of ourselves in that today is all about the events of today, isn't it? But that question, has anybody done what he's done? I don't know is the answer, but I think how long was the gap between Mark Carney, the now Prime Minister of Canada, getting into the Canadian Parliament and then becoming the Prime Minister of Canada? It was fairly short order, wasn't it? I don't think it was quite as short order as this, but I think it was fairly short order. It's 3:31. Let's get some headlines from Amelia Cox.
Andy Burnham has been sworn in as the new MP following Sir Keir Starmer's resignation. The former Greater Manchester Mayor says he will stand in a Labour leadership contest to replace him. Nominations will open on the 9th of July, but there may be a new Prime Minister sooner than that. Former Health Secretary Wes Streeting, who had initially suggested he would also stand, is now backing Mr Burnham. And a rare red weather warning has been issued for parts of England and Wales from Wednesday. Temperatures could reach 40 degrees Celsius later this week, which could pose a risk to life to even healthy members of the population. LBC weather: cooler in the north this afternoon with patchy rain, but staying sunny and very warm in the south with some thunderstorms later, a high of 33 degrees.
The Prime Minister Keir Starmer resigns. Follow the fallout on LBC.
At SSE Energy Solutions, we know every business brings a different kind of energy. There's your KPI set, SLA signed, and it's not even 9 energy. Or your shutters up, doors open energy. You're on it, so
crisp-looking pints in the garden of the nearby pub. And you'll, of course, know as well, just down the road from here is Glastonbury, where you'd imagine festival organisers are thanking their lucky stars it's a fallow year, because this otherwise would have been the week that iconic festival would have been on. Wow. A week where, as you say, the Met Office tell us temperatures could hit 40 degrees in some parts of the UK. And because of that, they've put in place a red warning for extreme heat, covering here in Bristol, as well as Cardiff, Oxford, London and Birmingham. Now, what that actually means, Sheila, is they think in those places on Wednesday and Thursday, temperatures will be over 37 degrees in the shade, so very little respite from the heat. For that reason, the UK Health Security Agencies issued a red health warning also for Wednesday and Thursday, which indicates there's a risk to life for even healthy people, and especially, of course, to those who are older or more vulnerable. Now, that is only the second red heat health alert to ever have been issued here, the first being in July 2022. Meteorologist John Hammond has told LBC it shows just how serious this weather is.
This is going to impact on our lives for millions of people for several days. It's not just a one-day wonder. It's not going to be a flash in the pan. It's going to go on for much of this week. It's not really until Friday and into the weekend when things kind of get back to normal.
Now, people across the country, particularly where the red heat health alert will be in place later this week, are already preparing for this, Sheila. Some schools have announced they'll only be open for half days, from 8:30 until lunchtime, with parents then asked to collect their children at 12:30 rather than the usual time. Dog owners are also being warned not to walk their pets during the day, instead taking them early in the morning and late at night. And while I was walking my greyhound this morning, Sheila, I asked dog walkers in my local park what other tips they have to keep their animals cool.
Take peanut butter, banana and blueberries and freeze it, and then it gives them something to do to stimulate themselves.
We've got a little cool mat thing that she's got, and we've also popped that in the fridge to keep it colder. And then we're going to draw the blinds, close the windows, and just keep it cool inside.
Yeah, I use an ice jacket, actually.
Dog walkers may be among those tempted to head to the coast this week as well, Sheila. And we're hearing there could be more traffic than usual on the roads towards those key holiday destinations in the UK, like Devon and Cornwall. Chris Cousins from the RNLI has this warning for anybody thinking about taking a dip in the sea.
When the air temperature is warm, like it's going to be over the coming days, the water temperature in the sea, lakes, rivers, reservoirs is still cold enough to trigger cold water shock. That's particularly dangerous because it causes a gasping reflex. If you're a weak swimmer, that can be very dangerous and can very quickly lead to drowning.
So, Sheila, it's indeed going to be a long week for people who don't enjoy hot weather, with temperatures expected to climb as high as 40 degrees. But as I said, can you imagine if Glastonbury hadn't been in a fallow year and thousands of people were having to wake up in their tents in this heat? Perhaps that's the small mercy as we prepare for what will surely be the hottest week of the year so far.
I think you're quite right, Thea. Thank you very much indeed, Thea Rickard, LBC South West reporter in Bristol. And on that Glastonbury point, excuse me, that Thea made, the authorities in France, who have already hit temperatures above 40 degrees Celsius, have placed more than a third of the country under a red heat alert. They've cancelled outdoor sports events, some of them anyway, and restricted alcohol consumption, sometimes to zero, at nationwide festivals, including one of the biggest ones, Fête de la Musique. It's an event held every year, a brutal heat wave that's taking place in France and large parts of southern Europe as well. You only have to look at that weather map to know that they're suffering even more than we are. And again, all of that great advice within Thea's piece there about your dog. You look at little doggies and they're, it's so important to keep them cool, isn't it? I quite like an ice jacket myself, never mind one for a dog. And that all important advice on swimming. However, even if you're a strong swimmer, I'm a very strong swimmer, and you do not take cold water seriously enough, is what I always think. You've got to be so careful about it, and it's just not worth it if you're not in a very safe environment with other people as well around you. It just isn't. Thank you to Thea for that warning and that report. Let's get back to our conversation about whether you want what appears to be happening today, which is a coronation of Andy Burnham as Labour leader, whether you want a leadership contest over the summer, as many of you have said already, or indeed a general election. James in Wembley, where do you fall on this question?
Well, what a mess, eh? First of all, where do we start?
It's a drama, all right, isn't it?
No, but the thing is, it's like this. You've got to go through the people to find the right one. Whether Burnham is the right one, I don't know, but we'll find out in 2 years. 2 years' time, because progress obviously always takes time, which Starmer was trying to make. To be fair with him, he was trying to make a bit of progress, but unlucky. But never mind. The other thing, I've seen Andy Burnham on TV, and surely, look, there's like hundreds and hundreds of photographers and the TV crew. You get on a train, at least wear some kind of, instead of coming looking like you've come to collect the bins, wear a shirt. You don't have to wear a tie. It's a hot day.
He was wearing a shirt when he came down.
No, he wasn't. Not when I seen him this morning. I seen
he must have changed into a shirt on the train, because he was when he arrived. I think.
When I seen him catch a train, he was still in a black T-shirt. Looked like he come to collect the blooming bins.
Have you never changed your clothes in the mid-journey?
Yes, I do. I carry another shirt with me. But look, you've got to look the part. I do sales, yeah.
Have you seen him in Parliament when he was being sworn in? He very much looked the part then.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, but listen, you're probably going to be the next Prime Minister, so you look smart.
I thought you were talking to me.
No, I mean, Andy. But at least look smart.
No one told me.
You don't have to wear a tie, but at least look, you wear some kind of shirt or something instead of wearing a black T-shirt.
Oh, I think you should wear a tie in Parliament.
Oh, definitely, 100%. I didn't used to like when Starmer used to walk around with a suit on and a shirt and no tie. I'm sorry, the Prime Minister.
But he never did that in Parliament, though. He always wore a tie in Parliament.
Oh, yeah, he does. He did in Parliament. To be fair, I feel sorry for the man, to be honest with you. He's just probably the right man at the wrong time, But what can you do? But like I said, progress is going to take time. And
so are you happy you're happy to give, let's say, Andy Burnham the time to bed in, see what he's offering before you say, give me a general election? Yeah.
Look, you got to look. Alex Ferguson, the greatest football man. I'm not a Man United fan, by the way. The greatest football manager this country's ever seen.
Apart from Bill Shankly.
They was about to sack him, and then he won the FA Cup, and they kept him, and the rest is history.
Yeah. Success.
So you've got to give people time. Look, it doesn't matter if we've had to change the leader again, but sometimes you've got to go through the numbers to find the right one. That's what football clubs do sometimes, You get it.
Yeah, football countries aren't football clubs, though, are they? It's easy to mistake them for one, given how much they cost these days.
Yeah.
They are worth these days.
But let's see where we are. Let's see where we are in 2 years' time. It's no use making predictions.
Can I ask you what might make you think, all right, he needs to call an election? If he brought in some fundamentally different policy. Not just a tone and a style of leadership or a change of economic approach, but a fundamental difference from what the government or the Labour Party presented to the people at the general election. Do you think he should then call an election?
I think they need to change things first of all. First, the national insurance increase is killing the country. I know people who work for Tesco, and they basically... they're having their hours cut. So they need to do that. They need to change the VAT for pubs, because we're losing pubs like you would not believe. And thirdly, you need to address the benefits. Let's get it right, but it means testing. People are walking around the street and, getting benefits for doing nothing.
Let's get it right is a really important part of that, definitely. Thank you very much, James. James in Wembley. Let me read some of your texts, and we'll talk to Tamara in a moment in Notting Hill. Callum says, I missed all of that. I think he said this at the beginning of the programme because I was too busy laughing at your train joke. Thanks, Callum. I'm glad. James seemed to like it too. I made the point that if Andy Burnham was coming to London on an Avanti train, Keir Starmer might be Prime Minister for longer than he expects. Hey, she, says Russ. Very familiar. Bet this delays the defence investment plan again. You might be right. It's 3:45.
Coming up at 4 on LBC, Ben Kentish.
Keir Starmer accepts his fate and resigns as Prime Minister. Are you happy to see the back of him or sorry to see him go? Plus, this country will now get its 6th leader in just 7 years. Why does this keep happening?
Ben Kentish at 4. Listen on our free Global Player app or the LBC app.
Octopus Energy is now Britain's biggest energy supplier, trusted by over 8 million customers. But did you know we also do electric cars? And what's better with us? You get the whole package. The car, the charger,
see no more lies and sleazy affairs, and that's what happened. You know, Angela Rayner, and, well, let's not go about this. The fact is, it is a democratic country. I don't want some king of the north to rule the country without being an elected leader of this country. We don't know his manifesto. We don't know what he's proposing.
Are you bothered that he's from the north, or is that...
He's proposing even more spending, more taxes, and less freedom of speech, and more problems than Starmer has caused as well. We've had enough. It seems like subsequent governments elect nothing but completely incompetent people who are drunk on their own ego and power. Enough of this. We need people with integrity, practicality, down to earth, and we as voters should have the right to decide if this party has caused the mess and are incapable of running the country and improving our situation, then let's vote again and find somebody who does. Simple as that.
Okay, but what if...
We already have one king.
All right, let me say something. He's never called himself the King of the North. That's a name that headline writers put for him. What if he just tried internally to get change, as others did, and the Prime Minister didn't listen, and they just thought, we're absolutely doomed here after 2 years in office if we don't get rid of him?
Well, I think he strikes me as somebody who just, once he makes up his mind, he doesn't change his mind unless, well, then he does the flip-flopping.
Well, he changes his mind a lot, as we've seen in the, 17 U-turns, I think it was. But often only when his hand is forced, and today was another example of it, I suppose. Thank you, Tamara, if you're called. Tamara in Notting Hill, making it clear she wants a general election. Helen Hoddinott is here, LBC's reporter, to give us some more detail on this astonishing news, really, that the former DUP leader, Sir Geoffrey Donaldson, has been found guilty of child sex abuse charges, including one of rape, and his wife implicated and charged as well. Tell us more, Helen.
So, Sheila, this case has gripped Northern Ireland, and today, as you say, after a 4-week trial at Newry Crown Court, which is about 40 miles south of Belfast, Sir Geoffrey Donaldson, former DUP leader, was found guilty of 18 offences, including rape, indecent assault and gross indecency, spanning a period from 1985 to 2008. And during the trial, harrowing evidence was presented to the jury by 2 women who were children at the time of the abuse, one of whom said she was raped by Donaldson when she was primary school age and was secondary school age when Donaldson lifted up her top and touched her inappropriately. The other victim said she was in primary school when Donaldson began to be physical with her and put his hands up her top. She also said that he kissed her and forced his tongue into her mouth. Now, he gave evidence in this trial over 2 tense days, during which he was presented with each of the charges one by one and denied each one. He's called the charges simply not true and just unbelievable. His barrister said that there was no medical or forensic evidence and urged the jury not to be, quote, swept along on a tide of emotions, saying when all is said and done, it is their word against his. While on the other side, the barrister for the prosecution told the jury that the sexual abuse the victim suffered had consequences that cannot be ignored and brushed under the carpet any longer, saying both victims kept memories locked away inside until reaching what she called turning points in adulthood that prompted the huge decision to report the offences to police in 2024. The trial heard about apparent attempts by Donaldson to seemingly assuage his guilt or manage the situation. One victim said that in the 1990s, she had told a pastor about the abuse, after which Donaldson had met and apologised to her at a Christian centre in County Antrim. And the jury was also told about a letter that Donaldson wrote to the other complainant in 2020, expressing regret for causing hurt, pain and distress. He said that letter was not about that. Now, as you say, the court also found that Donaldson's wife, Eleanor, had aided and abetted her husband's offending. The judge deemed the 60-year-old to be unfit to stand trial on mental health grounds. So she faced something called a trial of facts, which tests evidence but does not result in a criminal conviction. It found her guilty of that. She has denied the charges. The judge has warned that there will be inevitably a lengthy prison sentence for Donaldson, who was really at the height of his career when he was arrested
well-known
just over 2 years ago. Yeah, he was knighted for political services in 2016. He became DUP leader in 2021. He had dominated unionism in the country since then. And after his arrest, he stood down as MP. He resigned from the DUP, which scrubbed his name and his image from the websites. And now he's facing this very lengthy prison sentence for the crimes that he's been found guilty of today.
Thank you very much indeed, Helen. God, that's a fall from grace for the ages, isn't it? Thank you, Helen Hoddenott, LBC's reporter. What an awful story for the 2 victims involved. David Lammy, the Deputy Prime Minister and Justice Secretary, is in for the Prime Minister, I should say, who was due to speak in the House of Commons about the G7 summit. David Lammy making the statement instead. Here is the opening of that statement.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm taking this statement on behalf of the Prime Minister. I spoke earlier today on the Prime Minister's record across the country, stabilising the economy, driving down waiting lists in the National Health Service, lifting 500,000 children out of poverty. But I want to start this statement, Mr. Speaker, by paying tribute to his record on foreign policy, which is second to none. As Foreign Secretary, when we entered government, I saw firsthand the Prime Minister rebuild our relationship across the world. The EU reset we led put Britain at the heart of Europe once again. Embracing President Zelensky on the steps of Downing Street on one of Ukraine's darkest days was symptomatic of the leadership he's shown across Europe and in relation to the threats from Vladimir Putin. Principled, courageous, And on the right side of history, he drove investment to working people with 5 trade deals in 2 years. And when it came to the most sober decision a Prime Minister has to make on a matter of life and death and war, when others were pushing for the UK to jump headfirst into another war in the Middle East, Keir Starmer stood strong, stood firm and said, no, this is not our war. Putting British soldiers and the national interest first, he made Britain safer, rebuilt Britain's reputation around the world and drove investment and growth that will support working families in Britain for decades to come. Regardless of your politics, Mr. Speaker, everyone in this House owes a debt of gratitude to the Prime Minister on foreign affairs.
Yeah, in part that's true for sure. But it's interesting, isn't it, David Lammy having to stand in there for the Prime Minister to I understand why, to spare him the barracking that David Lammy took for him, I suppose. And even as he was talking about rebuilding our reputation on the world stage and those really important and famous, probably, Zelensky moments on the steps of Downing Street or in front of the door of Downing Street, perhaps especially the day after that humiliation in the Oval Office by Donald Trump, they were key moments, and Keir Starmer absolutely did the right thing and did well for us as a country. But I think, again, it misses what an awful lot of people in the country are really, truly concerned about. They don't wake up thinking about Ukraine. Doesn't mean it's not important, doesn't mean he shouldn't have given it attention. Of course he should, and it is. But it's not what the people of this country are looking to him for. That's the key difference. Let's hear quickly from Stuart in Sunderland before I hand over to Ben, who's in for Tom. Hello, Stuart.
Hi, Sheila. Good afternoon.
How are you doing?
Very well, Sheila. Before, obviously, discussing the topic of leadership contest versus general election, I just wanted to take a step back and, discuss the systemic, I think, media bias against the Labour Party in Starmer, which has led to today. And I feel, a bit ashamed to be British, given the power that these oligarchs, these billionaires have behind the newspapers that can basically change a democratically elected leader. I feel that the government was doing a good job. We've got the G7, the highest growth in G7. We've got inflation coming down. We've got the boats crossings plummeting. We've got net immigration plummeting, which I think are the 2 biggest concerns for voters. And we've got events that have led to today. So I think, it's just a case of people opening their eyes as to, what the establishment are trying to do in this country, which is get Burnham elected. He hasn't got a chance in hell for me of winning the next general election. So contest general election, I think this is just, if they don't pull themselves together and go through a leadership contest, it's basically the end of this Labour Party in this current decade, I think. OK, thanks very much indeed. I mean, if I had more time to talk to you, Stuart, I would push back against the idea that his problems were entirely media confections, but that's for another day. Thank you for your call, Stuart in Sunderland. Great to talk to you all this afternoon. Momentous day. Whatever your thoughts on it, it's certainly that. You can watch us live on the LBC app, Global Player, and on YouTube. If you missed any of the show, you can listen back on our free Global Player app or the LBC app, where you can also stay up to date with all the latest news, videos and opinion. Coming up at 6 on LBC, it's Andrew Marr. That should be fun. But now it's time for Ben Kentish, which will also be. Hello, Ben.
Of course, always fun. Hello, Sheila. Nice to see you. And hello there. A very good afternoon to you as well. Ben Kentish in for Tom Swarbrick here on LBC. This afternoon,
every decision I've taken has been about putting the country I love first. That is why I will resign as leader of the Labour Party.
another Prime Minister gone, now another change in government to follow. Keir Starmer there announcing that he's stepping down after accepting his own MPs no longer want him to stay in power. He'll be replaced